Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. This is one of those heavy situations I don't usually like to talk about. I usually aim for the goofier stories where we just kind of point and laugh at some clownery and some general dog shittery that's going on around the internet. But the situation that's happening with Amouranth is an extremely serious one, and it is one that I'd like to talk about since I've seen some of the worst takes all of humanity's ever concocted surrounding this. Now, for those that don't know, if you haven't been on Twitter today, a lot of clips have been surfacing from Amouranth's stream from last night where she went live, well, she was already live, but she unmuted during an argument with her husband over the phone. And this troglodyte sounds like an absolutely unhinged maniac. I watched the entire VOD to get the full context surrounding this entire situation, and I can say with a high level of confidence that this is an actual abusive lunatic. Now, before getting into the clips, I want to make it known that I'm basing that on more than just the phone call argument. Obviously, anyone with ears is going to reach the same conclusion because it comes across extremely abusive in the phone calls as well. But she goes further, showing some of the damage he's done to the house in fits of rage. For instance, she said she locked herself in her room one time, and in response, he kicked the door in and shows the damage to the door, how it's all fucked up, it's now missing like the hinge and everything, and then shows damage to a nearby wall, and then also shows text messages that she received from him, threatening to financially ruin them because she wasn't replying to him fast enough. Now, last quick note before getting into the clips, I'm not Amouranth's PR manager. I'm not here to change your mind if you don't like her or her content, but you need to accept that just because you don't like someone's content, that doesn't mean that they're deserving of treatment like this. Abuse isn't okay in any circumstance. Just because you might not be a fan of her doesn't mean that you can like wiggle your finger and celebrate that she's miserable or something. That's so fucked up. I've already seen a ton of disgusting worms blaming her for all of this and being happy that she's being abused because they're not a fan of her streams or the fact she has an OnlyFans. It's absolutely fucking despicable shit.
Exactly. Because I'm gonna let you say what you think you heard. But then I'm gonna say what I thought I said. But you cannot interrupt mine because I'm not gonna interrupt you.
What are you saying? Why did you say you were gonna kill my dogs?
Leave the house.
Okay, I can leave the. You know what? Actually, I shouldn't leave the house because my dogs are here.
We'll take the dogs and leave.
The man's voice you're hearing on the phone that sounds like a 9-year-old getting his balls squeezed at the doctor during a physical with that helium-high, screaming, screeching voice, that's her husband. And he's melting down over an argument they had earlier. And I'm going to tell you what it's about, but you're not going to believe me. I watched the whole VOD and I can confirm, based on everything I've seen here, this argument was because she didn't hear something he said. That simple. So he had asked her a question. She didn't hear it and said, I didn't know you asked a question, basically. She said that, oh, you didn't ask me that question, but he believed he did. So her saying, you didn't ask me that, he took as a personal insult, and it led to this massive blow-up. That's what started this whole thing. Because she didn't fully hear the question, so didn't know what was asked. And in response to that, in order to prove a point, he threatened to kill her dogs. Totally reasonable thing from a rational person. I'll go ahead and play his side of that statement.
Why are you pausing? You didn't ask a question. You said a statement. Did you say that? No?
I tried to tell you
Are
what
you
I
saying you
heard.
did not say that? Are you saying you did not say that?
I tried to tell you what I heard from you. And then you called me a liar.
Then you tell me, what did you say? No, I did. I said it on purpose. I said it to show you how easily distracted you are. There was no condition. You're lying. You're literally lying to me. I said this. Stop. I said, you're going to tell me what you said? And if you lie or interrupt my part, I'm going to kill your dogs. That's exactly what I said.
So Big Bang Theory over here hatched the genius idea, a galaxy brain scheme, To prove that she wasn't hearing everything he said, he then threatened her dog's life. His whole chess master checkmating move here was, I'm going to threaten your dogs because I know you're going to focus on that as opposed to the other stuff I've said. You know, the same response everyone would have, right? Oh, you're not listening to me? I'm going to go kill your dogs. Oh, well, you heard that? Weird. You know, like, how dumb can you be? This man is just an actual psychopath. Obviously, she's going to focus on the thing where you're threatening her dog's life out of nowhere. He was upset because she didn't hear the question and then instead said you didn't ask it. If he ever even asked it in the first place, you know, there's no telling for sure. I wasn't fucking there. I wasn't a fly on the wall. But he's mad because she didn't hear the question. And then in order to prove his point that she just didn't hear the question, he threatens her dog's life to show her that she focuses on emotionally distressing things more than his other statements. That's, you fucking dummy. Everyone's gonna be focusing on emotionally distressing things when it's a goddamn threat.
And I said that because I knew when I say that, instantly you don't remember, you forget what you said and what I said. Both.
Why do you have to say you're gonna kill my dog? What does that help anything?
Because, stop. Zoom out. Because you weren't understanding my point.
What? What are you even talking about? You brought up the dogs out of nowhere.
Exactly.
So what?
Prove a point.
What point is there improving?
See? You're proving my point right now.
What? I'm asking you to... I don't even understand what you're saying to me.
I know. That's my point.
This man really thinks he's smart. You can tell just by the way he carries himself in this conversation. He really thinks he's some intellectually enlightened being who just found atheism for the first time on Reddit or something. Like, this guy talks like the most pretentious douchebag you'll ever hear. As if his point is the only ever accurate one, and he's so benevolent, he even talks about how he's forgiven her for not hearing him sometimes. Like, what a saint. But I want to quickly address something a lot of people keep bringing up. The sub 5 IQ take of, well, she shouldn't have aired this publicly. All right, Dr. Phil. Jesus Christ. Let's tackle that for a moment. Let's go over the reasons why she might want to air this publicly. This man has access to all of her accounts. He has all of her passwords, and in this conversation even threatens to make fake tweets to ruin her career, and even goes as far as to typing them up, but doesn't hit send. She is basically his prisoner, because she has tried to go to authorities, at least based on everything I've seen in this VOD, and she has recorded other conversations, but in response, she had her shit broken by him and had her phones taken away by him.
Literally got physical with me. And then, like, fucking tried to take my phones away because he was gonna destroy my PC when I recorded it. Now he's just trying to say bullshit because he knows he fucked up. He just admitted he was lying. Fucking asshole.
So she tried gathering evidence on her own. It was destroyed. She tried calling the police. Apparently that didn't go super well either because he took her phones away. Like, what the fuck else is she supposed to do? I think this was a very good course of action here, and publicly airs it all out so that way this can help her in her case in getting away from him. Now, he didn't know this was being streamed, obviously. He was under the impression she had stepped away to take the phone call, but she came back after, I'm guessing, the threats against her dogs, and just unmuted and did it publicly. And I do think it was a good, I think it was a good decision.
I have the tweet drafted. I'm just gonna send it now.
What are you sending?
The false fucking swatting of your husband. And then having your fucking assistant do it too.
You literally tried to take my phone. I got scared because you got physical, and I called.
Yeah, but I'm tweeting it now, so good
But
luck.
so you're lying on my Twitter. That's gonna look real good.
Sure, whatever. I don't care, I'm tweeting it.
You're...
I'm Amarant's assistant, or I'm Amarant's husband, and she is swatting me and calling the cops and calling it a false abuse claim.
I didn't say you abused me. I called the cops because you literally were on top of me trying to take my phones from me. You're literally just lying to my Twitter.
Yeah, I don't care. I built the Twitter.
Yeah, you used my body to build this empire.
And I'm gonna get your OnlyFans banned too.
So here he is admitting that he was just going to lie about a story to ruin her career and then get her OnlyFans banned as well. So you can clearly see that he had access to all of her shit. And a lot was revealed here. The reason why Amouranth wasn't more public about her marriage is because he didn't let her.
I've been wanting to tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married. Because it's like, our relationship would be better if we just stream them. And it's fighting all the time. But no, mister, don't say that because it's going to ruin the business model. It's not time yet. Fuck yourself. I'm done with it.
The reason why she started doing hot tub streams and committing the hot tub streams is because he forced her to. So a lot of this shit came out about how awful of a person this guy is and how controlling and how scummy and shitty he is.
It's literally, I was waiting for a response. You were just calling me crazy then.
I didn't say you were crazy.
No. Dude, I'm gonna give you one last chance. I'm gonna irrevocably fucking destroy everything. I can tell you something that shatters you forever, and I'll start tweeting about it too.
But what? Why would you want to do that? I don't understand.
Because you are literally telling me I did not say something that I literally said.
That should be okay to let me.
You're just right here. I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. You're about to lose your entire fucking life in terms of everything that's been built because you're too obstinate to just merely accept that you didn't hear a thing. But I'm already very forgiving about that.
This man is so insecure, sensitive, and embarrassing that he just keeps believing that because she said you didn't say that, he is taking it as an insult against his intelligence and he won't stand for it. He believes that she is calling him crazy. And she might not be calling him crazy, but I, as well as everyone else who has seen these clips, is. This man is fucking unhinged. He is crazy. This man is nuts. And he's downright dangerous, I would say. To be threatening the lives of his dogs, also makes threats against our horses about how he's going to sell them to meat packaging plants or some shit. Like, the man is not a safe person to be around. Now, one other thing I'd like to get into before showing some more clips is the brain-rotted take that keeps floating around about how this is all manufactured drama and it's fake for the sake of exposure and clout for Amouranth. And I understand why people like to take everything with a grain of salt. I think it's a very good thing to always really try and hyper-analyze everything to make sure that what you're getting is legitimate, which is why I'm so surprised that after doing that, people still arrived at the conclusion that it's fake. You'd have to be clinically stupid to think that this is fake. Because in order to reach that conclusion, you'd have to ask yourself, why is it fake? What would be the goal? What would Amouranth gain from this? And let's break that thought process down. Why would she fake it? She's already reached like the pinnacle of internet success. She makes over $2 million a month from streaming and OnlyFans. Like, that doesn't even count like merch or anything. So she's making plenty of money, so she doesn't need money, so that wouldn't be a reason. She doesn't need exposure because she's one of the most popular streamers on Twitch and most popular OnlyFans models, so that probably wouldn't make any sense. So why would it be fake? There's nothing to gain. There's only things to lose because now it's public that she's married. So that would be a detriment. Even though it's something she wanted to share, there are those delusional weirdos who believe that by donating money to her, they'd get to date her. Like, that's obvious. So this coming out doesn't help her in any way. There'd be no reason why she'd fake this for anything because she has nothing to gain from it. It's just a nonsensical take from people that clearly haven't thought about it for even an iota of a second.
Man, we're in the house now. It's like, the next time when I say plan, do it. Dumb fuck, do you understand? Like, what plan are you talking about? It's like, fuck this, I'm calling you. So I disappeared from stream. Take a call. So I can't, tell them I can't talk right now. We're getting Wi-Fi. I don't care. You get the call now. Last chance. About to dump your luggage. You know, from my hotel room. But throwing your stupid merch off the balcony. Proceeding to ditch your stuff. You don't need the makeup or the live view, like the stream epic, or the clothes, huh? Deleting social media in 1 minute. Buying options that expire and blasting the cash. About to shut down your bank account too. Lag is terrible. Stream is garbage. It's like, about to delete Twitter in 30 seconds. If you don't call me, your phone's literally off, right? I'm just like, it literally died. Gonna donate $250,000 to Polo Missy. It's like a bird sanctuary he likes. In the next 2 minutes, $250K gone. We'll donate.
Pretty alarming stuff here. Just look at these texts. The man is draining their finances faster than a crypto bro investing in the latest shitcoin. Just blasting all their money down the drain. Just fucking shitting it away. because she wasn't replying to him in a reasonable time. It should be obvious that this isn't healthy behavior from a sane individual. But if you need more evidence of that, let's go later into her stream where she starts showing some of the house itself and some of the damage that he's caused.
Script of HELUTH. You know what you are.
I would lock my door, but he broke that too. So...
Best advice I can give
That was
during
the
my
day
divorce
that
my
he
grandma
fucking
gave.
took the
This
the
too
phone
shall
from
pass.
Me, both phones from me. And so I ran in here to call the cops, and he literally kicked the door in and broke. Like, this doesn't even have a hinge anymore.
What an absolute nightmare. And you want to know what's really sick about the whole thing? There are people saying that she absolutely deserves it because she does OnlyFans. Can you believe how fucked up that is? And also, a lot of the things people shit on Amouranth for, like pretending to be single to get money from simps or whatever, isn't even her idea, apparently. It's her husband, who is controlling every aspect of her life, it seems. He has access to all of her accounts. He's the one who comes up with her schedule and tells her what to do on stream and all of that. So a lot of the things that she gets shit on is actually her husband doing it, making her do it. And yet Amouranth is the one that has to roll with all the punches. And then once she turns off stream after being insulted all day by a ton of people, she then has her husband insulting her and yelling and screaming at her. Fucking unbelievable. The set of circumstances here are so incredibly sad. Like, just genuinely awful. And the stream ends in a really concerning way. I'll go ahead and play the ending of the stream to you.
Hello? Hey. I haven't gotten any calls. What are you talking about? Why would you ask if I'm taking...
This is a scene right out of a horror movie. The doors slowly opening up behind her, someone off camera asking if she's taken her medication. I believe it's her assistant. But even Amouranth is confused, like, why are you asking about the medication? You know, like, that's irrelevant to everything. So the assistant knew what was going on here, and for some reason asked about her taking medication, I guess implying that, you know, maybe she's having, like, some kind of mental breakdown. But that's a fucked up thing to even insinuate, because she's not having just some, like, mental breakdown. Her husband is yelling and screaming at her over an extremely minor issue and threatening to ruin her entire career over it. And making threats against her dogs and her horses. Like, this isn't just some mental breakdown kind of thing where she, you know, she's off her meds, so now she's crazy. Like, her husband has made a massive fucking threat, not only to her career, but the things she cares about. It's a very serious thing that most people would respond to in the same way. She's just doing it live, probably because she felt like she was out of other options. So I think it's a really weird thing for her assistant to ask. And the door opening behind her, I think, is eerie. I think that is scary. She hasn't posted since this has happened. Hopefully everything's okay, but no one knows as of right now. But I think this is an extremely important situation to talk about because for some reason, people are dismissing it as no big deal, which blows my mind. Like, this is a legitimate case of abuse on stream here. And I don't know why people aren't saying it as such. Granted, most people are, but there still is a community of people that still think it's not an issue and that it's her fault. Why is she staying with an abuser? You know, she brought this on herself. If you're in a toxic relationship, just leave. All things spoken by people that have never even felt the touch of another human being. The absolute worst takes imaginable. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Let's go over the Stadia's failure. I'm sure Ackman's going to do a really thorough dive on it. This is just such a victory lap for me. I still remember the second this got announced and like their first trailer, I was outspoken about how silly it is. I didn't believe it was a good idea. And I was firm in my stance that I didn't think it would succeed. And I had so many fucking doubters, and especially in chat, that were like, no, Charlie, this is actually the future. You're just too, reptile brain to see the potential of the Stadia. This is how gaming's going to be from now on. I can't wait to get my Stadia. I've already pre-ordered. And I called you a fucking idiot. And now look at it. It's already dead. It was a complete waste. Like an absolute crash and burn project. Another Google stinker right into the trash bin. Just like Google Plus. and the million other products Google has tried to launch. Now, maybe there's still some merit to the idea itself, but the Stadia was never going to be the one to execute it well. It never stood a chance.
After just 3 short years, Google has announced that they are pulling the plug on Stadia, canceling
man.
all future support for
Cloud
it come
gaming,
January
why?
18th. Like watching a kid stick a fork in the electrical outlet, we all saw this coming. Breaking into the console or a team, it represents thousands of people who are working on this business. Thousands of people no longer working on this business. And that's just...
If they ever were to begin with. I don't really think this is like a good argument for the sake of it sticking around either, to be honest. This doesn't really address the question super well. It's just like, hey, we put a lot of money into it and we have a big team. Of course it's going to succeed down the line. Like, the answer I would look for is, how are you going to ensure that it stays in the market, like, and is competitive? Not like, well, we already poured so much money into it, so of course it's going to stick around. You know what I mean? It just it's such a non-answer.
But it's backed by Google, so they've got a pretty good chance. I say it all the time, first impressions are so important in gaming.
Oh,
I have
such
so
a bad,
little patience for
such
things
a bad
that
first
suck
impression.
and don't work. This is how...
Does anyone remember the old Stadia commercials they used to run during, I think it was E3 2019? They'd made like a big push in, I really think it was E3. They were like floating around through like space and time or something after going through a kid's room. Oh my god, it was so embarrassing. Jesus Christ.
I have no regrets. The first impression didn't stick the landing, and I was never given a reason after this to ever pick up a Stadia or try it.
Do you remember, I think it was a year after launch, they still only had, was it sub 10 games on their service? I wonder if I can still find the old articles. I think it was like a full year and they only had like 5 or 6 games on the entirety of Stadia. And they were all full priced. Let me get the exact number. Let me pull up an old article. Google Stadia only has one exclusive game, which is Tequila Works' Guilt, which was a system launch. There's no word yet on what exclusives could be, and then they speculate that Typhoon Studios might have one, which I don't think they ever did. But yeah, as of January 16th, there was one exclusive on the game. As of February 19th of this year, they have 200 games. 286 games as of February of this year. The service launched with 22 games and added 4 more in December of 2019. By the end of 2020, the service had 130. Okay, thank you.
Google Stadia is not a video game console.
It's a controller.
It was software, not hardware. Yeah. And I only just
get a controller
realized
for
that
the cloud gaming
after it was canceled. That's how poorly the marketing got the message across. That's how nobody talked about it. I mean, this was supposed to be a massive new competitor to Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo.
And it was so
Steam,
close,
Epic
goddammit.
BattleNet. And I don't even know what was
It's
special
on the cusp
or
of
unique
greatness.
about it. If you actually go
I'm sure he's going to show it, but I'll tell you right now, I'll rip the band-aid off. I also thought this Stadia was a console for like the first 2 years. It wasn't until we were doing an episode of the podcast where we were joking about it that we learned the Google Stadia was never a console. It's a controller. And it's a controller that like gives you access to the Stadia Cloudflare gaming. So you never even got like a console. You got a controller. It's basically, yeah, like he said, it's basically a software. And I think you could access the software without the controller. I don't think that was necessary. But if you purchase like a Stadia, I suppose, you get a controller.
These are all games that are I think they're running through these very quickly right now. The
Damn,
thing
that's
about
a
what
sick
Google did
controller.
with their platform with Stadia.
Looks like the
was
Ouya.
controller. Like I legitimately think they're going to be XY, and around the back here.
Yeah. It's just a pretty standard controller. I wouldn't say it's a sick controller, but it's a functional one. Like, this is just the tried and true vanilla controller design. Nothing crazy about it, not reinventing the wheel. But it's fine, it seems.
Been the absurd gaming platform on Earth.
Yes, this is the one.
I mean, it supported 4K resolution and 60 FPS with HDR. They had a premium subscription service, kind of like Xbox's Games with Gold, where you'd get free monthly games, and once you got them, you...
What's crazy is this 50 games instantly is their whole catalog. They launched with 22 games. So they're already promised... Well, I don't know when this was. But they're promising more games than their service currently had. and they finished with 286 titles, which is actually less than the Nintendo 64 had. I think among all consoles, it is the lowest amount of games total, at least of consoles I can think of. Even the Sega Genesis, I think, had more. And that was a console that was dead on arrival because they surprise announced it at E3 and said, go buy it right now. It's in stores. Let's see. That's considered one of the biggest console flops of all time, and Sega Genesis had... was it the Sega Saturn? I don't know, I'll check both. But Sega Genesis had 800, and let's see the Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn had 1,046. So it was definitely the Genesis I was thinking of. And I was wrong. Sega Genesis still had more titles than Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64 had 380 something, I think. How many did the Ouya have before it died? Let's see. Did it beat the Ouya at least? Oh, fuck me. Before the Ouya's untimely demise, it had 1,250 games. As of June 2019. Jesus. Yeah, I guess it just ported all the mobile games, so it's kind of cheating. Let's see how many exclusives Ouya had, because the Stadia finished with, I think the article said 10. So how many exclusives did Ouya have? Oh shit, it beat the Ouya. Oh wait, no, that's 2014. Damn, that's like the most current article on it too. As of 2014, the Ouya had 6 exclusives. Stadia had 10.
Fuck Nintendo is doing with Switch Online.
No. Ouya didn't... I mean, no one played Ouya, mind you. Ouya was completely a joke, a huge meme. I had an Ouya and I used it as an ice tray at one point. Like, it was a complete worthless piece of shit. What is the Ouya? It was... What do you mean, what is the Ouya? How the fuck is there anyone out there that doesn't remember the Ouya? This was the most popular Kickstarter for a long time. They hyped this up as like, console for gamers, by gamers. It's going to have every game you've ever wanted on it. It's also going to be coming at the highest possible graphical resolution. It's also just going to be one of the best gaming experiences you'll ever have in your life. Just like filled with a bunch of buzzwords and everything. This is probably just clickbait. But it was just filled with tons and tons and tons of buzzwords, but it just ended up being mobile game ports and shovelware. Yeah, like I said, I had an Ouya. I used it as an ice tray. I tried it, but it had no use, so I used it as an ice tray. Like, what the fuck else was I supposed to do with it?
Own product, I can say, hey, go follow me on Instagram. That doesn't cost me anything. It just seemed like Google started this thing, noticed that it wasn't gaining traction immediately, and then like was slowly
Is Destiny 2
pulling
on
the plug
Stadia?
out until just now when they finally yanked that last little bit out. Google also
Wait, I kinda wanna
in
try Destiny
2021,
2
when
on
they
Stadia.
shut down some of the game development they were doing.
What a disaster.
Their idea was to shift to more.
Some Destiny players had a Stadia just to play ranked because it was against much easier players. Oh, that's so smart. That is so fucking smart. Oh, you just play against Stadia gamers? Fuck me.
Especially if it doesn't offer any obvious benefits. Like, bro, apparently Hideo Kojima was working on a new Death Stranding exclusively for Stadia, and Google canceled that? Like, how?
They must have
How do
watched
you
my
do
moist
that?
meter.
It's Hideo Kojima. Google had created... You're out of here. On a positive note, though, Google will be refunding anyone who
Actually,
bought games on
huge,
Stadia.
yeah.
And that's the most pro-consumer thing they can do out of this. Obviously, they're not going to, like, refund, you know, this service that you paid for. It's a service, right?
We literally signed the publishing agreement with Stadia last week, so I would assume the internal teams there, who are lovely, are likely finding this out at the same time we are, since I had a super energetic meeting with them last week about us joining. Eek. Ooh. Big stinkerooski on that one.
Peace.
Nice. Rest in peace, Stadia. Whoops. Just another big I told you so moment there, gamers. I told you that shit was destined for failure. Oh, I knew it. But it's not just me. Pretty much everyone said that was probably trash. There was just some people that really bought into it. It really wasn't just me. That was like the coldest take of all time. It was awful from the get-go. Thanks to Resub West and JB. I just always hold these like one guy grudges, or like one guy's like super passionate about something, but I know he's wrong. It's just like, oh, I can't wait. I just can't wait until it's like definitively proven. Like this. Just like Anthem, by the way. I will always wave that around. I said with Jackson during the Anthem beta, this game is absolute abhorrent trash and it's terrible. And we got eaten alive on the Anthem subreddit. They're like, these fucking assholes don't understand that it's a beta. They don't get it. All of this is going to be fixed when the game releases next month. All of their complaints are going to be looked back on so stupidly to think that they wouldn't be addressed by launch. And you know what happened? None of them got fixed because the beta was out a month before the fucking game was. They had no time to fix it. Delusion. And then they never even apologized to us on the subreddit. They just silently agreed with us and then made posts whining about how bad the game was. Anthem trailers and pre-release media made it seem like it was the next best game, new Destiny, and then it flopped harder than any other game. Yeah. It had a lot of potential. It really did. But the beta, it became very clear that it was a pile of trash, steaming dog shit.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap Issue 2. Go to godslapbook.com to order your copy now.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Chainsaw Man. This anime had more hype around it than if they announced a sequel to the Bible. Everything about anime this season was geared towards how great Chainsaw Man was going to be. I couldn't stop hearing about it. People keep recommending it. And it was being animated by Mappa, so all of these things put together into a beautiful stew was a recipe for hype. So I went into this show with very high expectations, and I'm happy to say I wasn't disappointed at all. The show's just really good. Now, this plot isn't anything super unique or special. It's a very simple, very standard storyline. There's devils out there, and there's people that hunt them. So we follow the devil hunters. Our protagonist has fused with the chainsaw devil, so he's got a dangly little ripcord on his chest, and when he's ready to, beat and eat some ass, he yanks the ripcord and has chainsaws shoot out of his arm and out of his head, and then he just absolutely gores everything around him. The story isn't anything incredible, but the characters are really fun. It's just unapologetically goofy. For example, the main character, Dingy, is just this extremely horny kid whose main motivation is squeezing tits for a long time, and then he gets his first kiss, but the girl that kisses him pukes in his mouth. Like, it's not afraid to be over the top and silly, but also self-aware. And this show has spawned a hornier community on Twitter than Genshin Impact. I swear to God, this show must have changed people's entire lives because there are so many accounts that are dedicated to just talking about who they want to fuck and why they're their favorite girl and this and that. Like, it's a full-time job for some of these people to thirst over the anime characters in this one. But of course, the main selling point of Chainsaw Man has always been, as I understand it, its action, which is brought to life beautifully by Mappa. Mappa has done so much work over the last couple of years. They've said yes to like every anime project imaginable. Like if there's been even whispers of a manga being adapted into an anime or a new season of an anime needing another studio, it's always Mappa that raises their hands to do the work. They're like the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. They can't turn down any roles, but unlike The Rock, every role Mappa takes is a fucking hit. Like, they only make bangers. They've done so many anime over the last couple of years. I don't know how they haven't spread themselves out too thin and had the quality, suffer for it. But somehow they're able to keep up an incredibly high level of quality, the best in the industry oftentimes. And all that talent's put on full display with Chainsaw Man. The action is amazing. Every time there's a fight, it's over the top, it's gory, and it's so great. And it goes hard. It goes so fucking hard. I love that the main way of fighting for people that aren't the main character, Dingy, is through contracts with devils. So a lot of the devil hunters, well, all of them, have contracts where they can use other devils' powers. So one of the devil hunters has a contract with a ghost devil where she has a little ghost arm that she can use to strangle and blast people. There's a cursed devil that another main character uses. It's a really fun way of fighting that keeps it fresh, where everyone has very unique ways of approaching combat, and they spared no expense when it came to the animation. They didn't take any cheap ways out. This is very clearly a lot of work going into it to make it look the best that it can, and it really pays off. The show is just great. I don't have any major complaints about it. I have like a couple minor nitpicks, but none of it's like important or detrimental to the overall show. I think oftentimes it gets lost in its own horniness with its main character, so sometimes that gets a bit grating. But it's never to a point where I don't like the character or anyone around him. And it's one of the few anime where the humor sometimes lands for me. Oftentimes when anime tries humor, it doesn't really make me laugh. But I actually did have a couple giggles throughout Chainsaw Man, so that was a pleasant surprise and pretty refreshing. It just doesn't really fall into like anything I expected from a mainstream anime. Of course it has tons of cliches and tons of tropes, but it never like overuses it or has it overstay its welcome. Everything in this show is mainly geared as a vessel towards more over-the-top and fucking beautiful action, and I really just appreciated that. Now, there's only 12 episodes of this season, which is a little disappointing because shows like Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer, both of which had comparable levels of animation quality, as well as very similar levels of hype, both of those had 24 and 26 episode long seasons. Season 1 of Demon Slayer was 26 episodes, Season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen was 24, and it was able to hold this intensity, like this full fucking nuts to butts action and jaw-dropping animation for a long time, whereas Chainsaw Man's very bite-sized, like it's giving you an appetizer. So I'm hoping that it can continue this level of quality. I hope it doesn't like fall off and, you know, suck shit, because that'd be tragic. But yeah, it is just a little underwhelming that it's such a short season. I would have liked more episodes because it's just so good, and I would have really liked more time to get drawn into the entire universe and see more of it. But it's still extremely good. Plugging it in the Moist meter, I'm going to be giving it a 90%. I do highly recommend it, especially if you like shows like Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer. So yeah, lived up to the hype, so I was satisfied. That's about it. See ya. Godslap is a comic book series we've been working on for a couple years now. It's a hyper-violent, over-the-top sci-fi story about the beauty and destruction that slaps can cause. Issue 2 is out right now. It'd make a wonderful Christmas gift, so make sure to check it out at godslapbook.com. Right now we also have 3 variant covers that are in stock, but the second those sell out, those variant covers will never be restocked, so definitely make sure to pick up a copy today. It's not a secret that I'm not a fan of prank channels. I just find the majority of them to be absolutely awful. Sitting through an entire prank video is like sitting through a funeral. It's just sad. I have more fun and get more entertainment when my hemorrhoids flare up than I do watching a prankster's YouTube content. I just find most of it to be bad. But right now, I'd like to show you a special level of dog shit. I don't know if you're ready for this, but I'm gonna make sure you are. This is gonna be a baptism by fire. I need to drag you kicking and screaming into the light and show you the final evolution of awful prank channels. It's like watching a Magikarp evolve into a Gyarados, but it's like really pathetic. This is a prank channel whose name I won't mention because very clearly they are just trying to get their name out there through very vile stunts. So I'm not going to be saying who it is. I'm going to treat their name like Voldemort here. And also, please don't go out of your way to find them or harass them or anything like that. But this is a small prank channel whose entire shtick is just actually harassing people in public and committing crimes and filming them as a joke. Committing real crimes that he himself is filming and documenting. This goofball is actually compiling evidence against himself. He's building his own case report against him. He is his own worst enemy. It's mind-blowing. I was going to make this video a few hours ago, but ended up needing to go out, and in the time that I was away, he went viral on Reddit, and I guess he panicked a bit and just went full cowardice and deleted the video that was having him go viral, which contained one of his worst offenses here. So I can't show you the whole clip, but I can still show you a piece of it and then tell you what happened next. So this is his jerking off in front of a Starbucks employee prank. Yeah, this bold little maneuver right here would absolutely earn you a spot on the sex offenders registry. This isn't just a shitty prank, it's an actual crime. It's sexual harassment. You could even make a case that it's fucking sexual assault, I suppose. It's not a prank by any means, because whether or not he was truly jerking off there, the effect is still the same on the victim. She has no idea whether or not you're jerking your tiny meat. Like, there's no way of knowing, but you are simulating it, you're making eye contact with her, and it, for all intents and purposes, it's real to her. Like, no matter what you say or do, like, oh no, it's just a prank, I was just pretending to sexually harass you. It just doesn't work. And this isn't even the end of it here. This goofy goober decided to double down, so the employee tells her boss, like, hey, this guy needs to go, he was beating his meat in front of me, and the guy acts like she's crazy, and he has no idea what she's talking about, and he makes a big scene and song and dance out of it, like, oh, what? Excuse me? Touching my penis? Absolutely not. And just continues to go on and on about it. It's so fucking infuriating. It was making my blood boil watching him argue with her and her boss about this situation. It's just so fucked up, and it breaks my #1 golden rule. Like, if I had 10 commandments, all 10 of them would say this exact same thing. A cardinal sin that can never be forgiven. Don't be rude to customer service workers. I think there's never an excuse for being an asshole to anyone in the customer service industry. Anyone who is, I think, is just a worthless douchebag.
This is our first time having Sonic. We never ate here before. Really? Yeah. Here, you want to fix the cup holder?
I eat it every day. So.
You're pretty tired of it, huh?
Yeah, sometimes. Should I get you anything else?
Oh, that'd be all. What's our total?
21.33.
21.33. Where is my card? Here you go. Yeet. Have a nice day. Easy. Damn, my adrenaline. That's funny. It's too easy.
Oh yeah, that adrenaline rush must have been nuts. What an extreme moment here. Fucking epic prank. This guy probably damn near has a heart attack watching Paranormal Activity. What a crazy moment. You drove away without paying for a meal. I also can't help but laugh at him saying it was too easy. His smugness is so goddamn pitiful. Acting like he's just done something special, that it's a criminal mastermind scheme that only a genius with his skills would be able to pull off. Like, bro, what did you expect? Every Sonic's employee to be a trained assassin who's gonna beat the shit out of you or, like, fight you if they notice that you're about to step on the gas? What you did isn't something that requires extreme bravery and talent to pull off. You're just an insufferable asshole, just constantly making customer service employees' lives miserable and making their days more stressful for no reason other than the sake of having 3,000 views on YouTube, you absolute scumbag parasite. I have no doubt he and his friend were so proud of this maneuver here, patting themselves on the back and talking about it for hours, bragging. Not only are his pranks absolutely fucking awful and literally documenting crimes half the time, but he's also just a genuine weirdo too. Look at the way he interacts with some kids at Walmart.
Hey, excuse me? Do you know where I can find the pussy at? Yeah, I can tell you don't get any pussy. What about you? Do you know where the pussy's at?
Yes.
Where can I find some pussy at?
In the back.
Okay.
Going up to children and asking where's the pussy at? I don't even get what the prank here is. Like, what's the joke? Is the joke that you're a creep and weird with kids? Like, what's next? Are you then gonna start trying to lure kids with candy out of a Walmart to see how many you get into your van as a joke? Like, I don't understand, like, what this even is supposed to be. It's just weird.
Hey, does anyone know where I can get some pussy at? I'm just trying to get some pussy, man. Ooh, nice bike. I like this bike, I want it.
Out of here, come on.
Hey, I'm just trying to get some pussy.
Alright, come on, get out.
He's really exhausting the where's the pussy at segment here, but I mean, it's hilarious every time, I suppose. So now he's in the back of Walmart asking where's the pussy at, and then decides to try and steal a bike. So he just starts walking out with the bike, and an employee stops him saying like, hey, don't do that, get out. Then our insecure prankster gets an attitude about that and I guess gets very salty because then he just continues to insult the employee who's just doing his job and asking him to leave. Like, if you want to be an unbearable douchebag for your shitty prank channel, that's one thing, but why continue to stay there and make a bigger hoopla out of this than there needs to be? He asks you to leave, you could just leave, like you already got your shit content anyway, and now you just look weak even to your subscribers who start wondering, why are you now getting so offended?
Dude, who the fuck are you, man?
Get out. Come on.
You're a manlet. You're 5'5". I'm not afraid of you.
Okay.
Calm down. You're a worker.
I'm not gonna do anything.
If you put your hands on me, I'll fucking sue you.
I wasn't going to. Get out.
You're a manlet.
Okay, can you get out? Yo, come really talk to you.
You're a small man. Are you mad?
I love the camera pan because his friend is the same height as the employee that this guy is making fun of for his height. So his friend's just kind of a cuck. Like, oh, haha, yeah, that guy's short. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? Ha 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 ha. This isn't nearly the end of all of the awful content this guy's made, but I don't think I need to torture you with more of it. It's just terrible. The majority of prank channels are fake. Clearly this one isn't, and it happens to be one of the worst channels I've seen for pranks. It's just fucking awful from top to bottom. And I just figured I'd talk about it since I've made a lot of content making fun of prank channels before, so why not make fun of the worst one? So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Have you seen Lil Wayne's solos? Hits hard. Oh, Lil Wayne used to tear it up on the skateboard and the guitar. Woo! Almost as good as DJ Khaled playing the Bob Marley guitar. Nah, DJ Khaled's got too much talent. Lil Wayne couldn't do it. This one was pretty awesome too. He fucking went in on it as well. He made that guitar his bitch. Bob Marley almost resurrected out of like pure envy.
You know what I'm saying? And a special note from the Marley family. Shout out to the Marley. Melissa, can you read this for me? Can you read this to the world, please?
Songs that help unite the world, and we hope it gives you inspiration as well.
Woo! Fucking going in. Yeah, buddy. Sounds like a sound effect in Ed, Edd n Eddy when things are crashing. DJ Khaled is just probably one of the most talented men on the planet. I always appreciate him sharing his art with the world. He's gonna break the strings. No, it looked aggressive, but that's the thing with DJ Khaled. He's able, it's like a changeup in baseball. It looks like it's going fast, but he's actually just gently caressing the strings. It's almost sensual in a way. He's very delicate, but he's able to make it look aggressive. The dichotomy that he's able to display is amazing. The key is to ignore everything this man has ever said. Why would you say that? DJ Khaled's like a modern day Socrates. Remember when he said he wouldn't eat pussy because it's yucky?
Take care of my family, you know, put in the work.
So you saying you don't go down?
Nah, never.
All of that to say you don't go down? Come on.
You don't eat the box?
Come
Nah,
on,
can't do
Khaled.
that.
Oh,
You
my
ain't no
God.
Nah, I don't do that. I don't do
No,
that.
Not even
germs.
like
Nah.
Pee comes from there.
Jeez, I put in that work. My work is great. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do my thing.
So now if she told you she don't do that, is that okay?
It's not okay. Because, you know what I'm saying?
I'm confused. So,
okay.
He's just on a different level of intellect. Like, we're just not ready to hear his wise, sage wisdom, I think, is the problem. Remember when he got lost on his jet ski? Oh, I was really worried for him on that jet ski. I thought we might lose him. Fuck, man, it was scary. Like, it started out so wholesome, DJ Khaled out at sea, like Davy Jones.
Not sure if that's them going.
But things went south quick.
It's what you call a crazy big yacht. Now,
That is a
them
very
boys,
big
they
yacht.
lurked away, but
Almost a
they
cruise
around.
ship, even.
We not falling for the trap. They everywhere.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what he's talking about, so. God, this could have been a lot worse.
The key is to make it.
Yep.
The key is to make it.
Amen.
It's so dark out here. We don't know where the hell we at, but the key is to make it. The key is never give up. It's not easy to win.
That's the number one thing you have to remember in a life and death survival situation. You just have to fucking make it. It's that simple. Just remember what DJ Khaled said, the proverb.
I know that it's so real out here right now. The key is
to
not
make
to
it.
drive your jet ski in the dark. This is against the law, not even just that. This ain't right. This shit real out here, boy. This shit real out here. This shit.
It's like a horror movie, but with the smartest character in the world as your protagonist, DJ Khaled. How the fuck is he not anywhere yet? I think he's just driving in circles, like a dog chasing its tail.
God is good.
From the jaws of defeat, DJ Khaled was able to find success. A victory. Welcome back ashore, Captain. Oh yeah, he's also the only guest in Hot One's history to eat like a wing and say, "Damn, it's too hot, I'm not eating anymore." He tapped out after which wing?
This shit ain't no victory.
Does anyone remember which wing did he tap out on? It was the third wing?
No, we're gonna go I'm gonna keep it. I'm not doing it, man. Like, I'll answer your question, but
I have to eat your wings.
Alright.
Unlucky. Those wings. To be fair, though, they spiced them up super hot for Khaled because they knew what a tank he was. So the third wing that he ate was actually like the 10th wing for everyone else. So I think a lot of people don't realize that. That's why he tapped out there. If he kept going, by the end of it, he'd be eating just straight fucking magma, right? So I think it was smart overall. Just a disinformation campaign, honestly. Did you see his performance at the Overwatch League? You mean one of the best live concerts ever held? Yes. Of course I saw that. In fact, I hope they bring him back for the Overwatch 2 launch tomorrow. I hope at 3 p.m. I boot up Overwatch 2 and I've got DJ Khaled hitting the Orange Justice on me or something. Yep. DJ Khaled in the house, baby. Bust it down.
Let's go! New York! Sing it!
You can play as him in Overwatch 2? Yes. I hope so. Sing it! Sing it! I forgot that move. That move's iconic. Wafting a fart at him? Yep, take that. Thank you, Khaled. God, it goes so hard. I also love this song, by the way. What's my favorite word? Another one. It's 2 words, Khaled. That is 2 words, my man. That is not 1 word. It is 2. He thinks because it comes out of his mouth in 1 breath that it counts as a single word. Uh-oh, you got him. You got him on the turntable. It's about to get ratchet. Hope you didn't bring your girlfriend. Because Khaled about to take her. Nope. Crowd's dead. I mean, it's Khaled, man. Of course they're dead. The fact they're even still awake is impressive.
If you a winner like me, put your hands up.
I love the way he moves. There's something about his movement that is so cartoonish.
Let's go. I
He hasn't even done one song, he just plays shit and yells over it. Yeah. And then he usually turns the song off and like puts the mic to the crowd like, now you sing both verses in the chorus. That was the day Overwatch League died. Amen. Internet drama is a lot like a Pokemon. It can always evolve, and that's exactly what we've seen today. A very spicy piece of drama recently just entered into its metamorphosis stage, and now it's about to pop out of the larva and become a beautiful butterfly. And unfortunately, this butterfly is coming with bad news. It seems like we may have all been lied to, fed a fib, played for a fool, schmeckeldorfed. It's in regards to the Bayonetta 3 situation. I recently made a video covering all of the drama with Bayonetta 3, and within 24 hours of posting this video, the entire situation got flipped on its ass with a stunning plot twist the likes of which George R.R. Martin could only dream of writing, and it's left me out in the rain, cold, scared, and wondering where everything went wrong. For those that aren't caught up to speed with this latest drama lore, I'll give you the quick breakdown. Helena Taylor is the voice actress behind Bayonetta, an iconic character, and she made a series of posts on Twitter that all went viral, the first of which being a video that has nearly 10 million views, stating that the reason she's not voicing Bayonetta in the new game coming up is because they were only offering her $4,000 for the whole game. Obviously, $4,000 for a role this size in a AAA game of this caliber is pretty low. You could probably make $4,000 quicker and easier just pretending to be a girl in RuneScape, so she called it an insulting offer, and everyone on the internet agreed, because obviously this is a pretty shitty deal. So she turned down the role and walked away and said that it's because they were only offering her that $4,000 for the whole game. She then urged fans to boycott Bayonetta 3 and instead spend that money on charities instead. Now, Nintendo does what Nintendo does best. They ignored this whole situation. I think they're still trying to figure out how email works, so they probably never even saw this to begin with. But Platinum Games lead Hideki Kamiya did at least become aware of this situation by making that post saying, you know, it's sad about the untruth out there and beware of my rules. The tweet reads like a monologue from a villain after they've been caught in Scooby-Doo, but the beware of my rules that he caps locked in there refers to his rule of if you speak English, you get blocked. For many years now, Kamiya has been well known to block anyone that speaks English at him. His fucking block list is longer than the Yellow Page phone book. There are more people on his block list than there are registered in the goddamn US criminal database. It's wild how many people he's blocked. So that's what he's talking about here. And for the last couple days, this is where the story had stopped. This is where the brakes were really pumped into full effect until last night. A Bloomberg article came out that really absolutely changed the entire situation here. Bloomberg, more like Boomberg, because this shit was a bomb. The report comes from two people who were familiar with the negotiations, and the documentation was reviewed by Bloomberg and confirmed to be genuine. So according to them, Platinum Games really wanted to get Helena Taylor back in voicing Bayonetta. According to the documents, they didn't offer her $4,000 for the entire game. They offered her up to $4,000 per session for 5 sessions of 4 hours each. So about $1,000 per hour, which is very different than the claims Helena Taylor was leading us to believe. So in response to the initial offer here of the $4,000 per session, Taylor allegedly asked for a 6-figure sum as well as residuals on the game, which Platinum declined, and then after those negotiations fell through, she walked away and they took auditions for a new voice actress for Bayonetta. According to professional voice actors, that $4,000 per session rate that Helena Taylor was being offered is above the norm. Now, I do think it's important to mention that there's still plenty of room here for a debate on whether or not voice acting talent is paid reasonably. As I understand it, it's actually been a long-running thing for a while that voice actors get fucked in the face when it comes to what they're paid for their work, at least in comparison to other mediums, and I didn't realize how big this problem was. Even just recently, the Jujutsu Kaisen 0 dub actors came out and revealed that they were only getting paid $150 each for their roles. And these were huge roles. Like, that is outrageous. And I've seen plenty of actual fucking stupid brain takes from Twitter assholes who love to take their pants off and wiggle their little wiener around saying, voice acting's so easy, they shouldn't even be paid at all. They're paid in exposure more than anything. They should be grateful to even be in the game to begin with. It's an honor. I don't know why they're even asking for pay. $1,000 is too much for how easy the job is. And I think it's pretty clear how dumb that shit is. Voice acting is a legitimate talent that takes years to perfect, and it's a very important part of media, especially games. If you have shitty voice acting, the character is going to become a laughable joke and the narrative is going to fall flat on its face. We've seen it a million times before, and we'll see it a million more into the future. Voice acting is integral to these stories, and if you don't think so, then please just play the games on mute from now on. Put your money where your mouth is. I'd like to see how much you really connect with a game when it's just completely fucking muted throughout all of its cutscenes and shit. It is a big component, so I'm really tired of that dumb take. But Helena Taylor here, if all of this is true, which it seems like it is the worst person to try and spark this kind of debate, because she's just completely framed this wrongly by lying and manipulating everyone. She also did respond with an email saying that it's all an absolute lie and said Platinum was trying to save their ass and the game. She said she stood by everything she said in the video. I would like to put this whole bloody franchise behind me, quite frankly. Get on with my life in theater, she wrote. So this is an absolute dog shit response from Helena Taylor here. I don't even know where to begin. I guess we'll start with the obvious one. If this is all a lie, it should be extremely easy for her to prove that they're lying, because she's already broken the NDA. You know, she's already wiped her whole ass with the NDA. You might as well just show the contract they offered you, the negotiation documents they offered you that would confirm your side of $4,000 for the whole game. You should be able to easily produce that, considering you've already broken the NDA, so there's no reason not to prove that you're being truthful here. This should be an easy slam dunk if this is all a lie. But then she goes on to say that she wants to put this entire bloody franchise behind her and move on. You started this. You were the instigator. What do you mean? It's not like this just came out of nowhere and threw you into this whirlwind of chaos. You were the one that came here and made this whole hoopla. So I really don't understand why she's trying to portray herself as the victim here now. Like, in the first place, she was viewed as a victim of a very shitty negotiation on behalf of Platinum Games and Nintendo. But now, after this information comes forward, her response should be, this is a lie and here's my proof, as opposed to, it's a lie and I just want to move on, I just want to wash my hands of this. Now they're being childish. Now they're playing dirty in the pig pen and I just won't have any of that. I'm moving on. Like, that's not how you do this. You've ruined your own career now. If all of this from their side is the accurate one, your entire career as a voice actress is kaput. You've completely lied about what happened here and fabricated the story and even called on a boycott of the property, trying to directly hurt them financially off of a completely manufactured story. Again, this isn't directly from Platinum Games nor Nintendo, so I still think it should be taken with a grain of salt. But the fact that this came from two people in the negotiations with Helena Taylor, as well as confirmed by Bloomberg, as well as corroborated by a few other sources inside the industry, it's very strong evidence here against Helena Taylor's claims. I'd like to believe that Helena Taylor didn't lie about this whole thing and is going to come out of nowhere with this ace card like Yugi Moto pulling out the Dark Magician at the last second, but I'm very skeptical now because of this email that was released in the report as well. But we'll have to wait and see. If she lied about all of this, I think that is beyond scummy. What a fucked up, messy situation. I really don't even understand what the end goal would have been for her in this case. All it's done is ruin her career as a voice actress, as well as maybe even just in theater to begin with, because if anyone looks up Helena Taylor now, they're going to find this massive scandal, if it's proven that she lied about all of it. So this was legitimately just a career ender. She just checkmated her whole acting livelihood. And I just don't even understand why. If, of course, it all is confirmed. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about it because this was kind of a wild development, and that's about it. So yeah. I'm ashamed to admit this, but I've already confessed to this sin numerous times now, and I'll do it again in front of you and God. I use Twitter. Actively. I spend a decent chunk of time on Twitter. It's this beautiful cesspool that acts like a portal into the dimension of pure, unhinged lunacy, and I can't look away. It's like a curse that keeps drawing me back in. And you'd think that after spending so much time on Twitter, I'd seen all the stupidest shit the world had to offer from all of the dumbest people in this godforsaken dimension we live in. But you'd be wrong. Somehow there are still videos that shock me with the pure level of absolute insanity that's put on display. You may have heard this story already, or you may not have, but regardless, I'm gonna drag you kicking and screaming into the light and show you an imbecile that's so stupid they're a legitimate danger to the people around them. You remember Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy? Yeah, he was a big fucking idiot, real silly, but he was a harmless moron. The goofy goober I'm about to show you nearly got a woman killed for no reason and left her with permanent injuries that will haunt her for the rest of her life. A Colorado officer pulled over and arrested a woman on suspicion of road rage, and she put the suspect in the back of her police vehicle. A police vehicle that was parked on fucking train tracks. Something that an actual child, a baby brain, would know not to do. In Mario Kart, no one would even park on the train tracks. Yet, in the real life, a police officer parked their vehicle on train tracks, put the suspect in handcuffs in the back of the car, and then, guess what happened? A fucking train came and obliterated the car, with the suspect inside. It's a miracle she didn't die. Somehow she survived with very serious injuries, but this officer pulled off like a Looney Tunes level assassination plot here. Like, parking your car on train tracks with a suspect inside, that's like something you do in Red Dead Redemption 2 as a way of like torturing someone, like tying them to the tracks or some shit. This honestly feels like an elaborate attempt at murdering the suspect. It's actually fucking wild. I'm going to show the video now. There's nothing graphic in the video, but it is still disturbing knowing that there's someone inside this vehicle that gets hit by the train. So just a fair warning there.
Is that Hart?
No, that's time check. Oh my god.
Officers noticed what was about to occur. A freight train colliding into a Platteville police cruiser parked on train tracks along Highway 85 and County Road 36.
Dispatch Central 346, get us medical emergent. The suspect was in the vehicle that was hit by the train.
You'll never guess the outcome for the officer that did this. Paid administrative leave. So, nearly kill a woman by having them be hit by a train and then take a little paid vacation. It's crazy how this happens every single time like clockwork. It's a fucking joke. I'm not here to even really talk about that. I want to focus on this situation in particular. How the fuck can you make this kind of mistake? It almost feels like it's not a mistake. It really feels like this officer was just trying to kill this woman in a really creative way. If I'm being honest, I don't know what's scarier. This being a case of an absolute villain, a psychopath just trying to kill this suspect, or it being a case of her being so fucking dumb that she actually thought it was okay to park on train tracks. I really don't know which one's the scarier situation. Because if she's this stupid and somehow a police officer, how many others are this dumb and also police officers? Fucking terrifying. In the video, not only can you hear the train for a good like 8 to 10 seconds, you can hear it coming from miles away, it's a fucking train, but you can also even see the train in the background because of the goddamn lights. It's a fucking train. It's like one of the hardest things in the world to miss. Now, I know I've been singling out the protagonist here, the officer responsible for handcuffing the suspect and putting her in the police cruiser that she parked on the train tracks, but it's not just her. Every officer at the scene is at fault here. How could not a single one of them use their brain for even a fraction of a second and rationalize that this is probably not good? You don't need to be a turbo nerd with perfect scores on your SAT, pass the bar, and solve the Millennium Math Prize problem in order to figure out that something's gone awry if your vehicle is parked on train tracks. It's a dangerous situation. Not one of them stopped for a second and just looked around like, these tracks. What are these peculiar markings? They look man-made. I don't think these are naturally occurring Colorado dirt tracks. What uses tracks? Alright, trains. Oh my god! Like, how? How are the neurons not firing in this situation? Like, do they just have no survival instincts whatsoever? Obviously, they don't care about the suspect. No one really gave a spirited attempt to save their life or anything. But even still, they clearly didn't recognize the danger here, so I'm assuming they also could have just been hit by that train as well, because all of them failed to recognize the situation. This happened in the middle of the night. There is not a single other car around. There's not a single sign of life around. They could have parked those cars in any position for miles around that area and been safe, and somehow they chose the only position that was dangerous, on train tracks in the middle of fucking nowhere here. Like, this isn't a freak accident. This is gross stupidity on a level that is downright dangerous, and it almost cost a woman her life. According to the report, the lady was kicking and screaming and like frantically trying to get their attention to the oncoming train because, obviously, just panicking because she had her eyes open and could obviously recognize the imminent threat. Whereas apparently all of the officers, I believe it was 3 officers in total, somehow all of them went deaf at the same time, as well as got hit by like a flashbang and couldn't see the train somehow and just missed it and let it hit their car with the suspect inside. It's just crazy to me. Like, it is actually wild. But hey, at least they're investigating themselves. Those usually go well and turn up fucking nothing. But in this situation, I truly don't see how they could possibly drum up any kind of explanation that excuses this. Like, this is just so fucking dumb. I can't possibly think of any kind of explanation. Like, you can't even blame the suspect here. Like, well, while the woman was in custody, her road rage took over again. The demon came out, and she started planting a railroad system underneath our car in order to divert a train onto the path of hitting our cruiser in order to blast herself out and free herself and escape. So, this is her fault. Like, there's nothing and no one to blame except all of the officers at the scene here. They're all so fucking stupid. And I don't know how this investigation could prove anything otherwise. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this one got my blood boiling a bit. That's about it. So yeah. You wouldn't pull that stunt at Waffle House. Oh my god, so true. Oh, you just reminded me. I saw a video... Was it last week or the week before? Fuck. Shit popped off at a Waffle House, as it does every day. But they fought by throwing every single pot and pan they had behind the counter at each other. Does anyone know what video I'm talking about? And how can I find it? Because that shit was crazy. I've never seen so many, like, objects flying through the air.
Beef for breakfast wasn't what Christopher Campbell wanted when he placed his order at Waffle House.
What a okay, hats off to the local news here. Beef for breakfast, huh? I like that. What an immediate hook into the story. Good shit.
Campbell says that's the sound of a juice bottle knocking his cap off, barely missing his face.
It was the worst experience of my life. I literally thought to myself, like, wow, I'm a Waffle House victim.
Although the manager apologized for what happened,
I'm very sorry.
Campbell believes...
Yeah, is Waffle House known for anything besides fights? I can't imagine. That's like all anyone ever goes to Waffle House for is fights and then maybe like a waffle. Where the fuck is that video though? They had like 1,000 things flying through the air. I'm talking pots, pans, salt shakers. How can I find that video? It wasn't that long ago. Not this one, but there is a lot being thrown here. This isn't the one I was thinking of, but there is a lot of glass being thrown here. I feel bad for the rest of the customers. There's gonna be no salt left. Damn. What a waste of good condiments. That was not the one I was thinking of, but it seems to be a pretty common occurrence just to throw all the items in the kitchen. The kitchen served multiple purpose, projectile weapons, and to make very mediocre food sometimes.
My kids are right here.
Well, you better arm them with a pan before it's too late. Oh wait, this actually might be it.
Subscribe.
Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Like, it actually just... Bro, it fucking sounds like Looney Tunes stock sound effects. Like, it's just like perfect breaking, perfect, like, dinks and dongs when pots get hit and thrown. It's so good. Oh, that wasn't even a spirited toss. Oh god, watch out! No, come back! You haven't finished your waffle. Then break a plate over their head. Luckily, the last thing you need at Waffle House is a plate. The #1 item they should have is like boxing gloves for you. Really throw it down efficiently. They seat you by weight class. Here's our featherweight table. You can fight anyone in this section. But if you cross over here, you're getting 5 plates thrown at you. Yeah, I've been to Waffle House probably only maybe 8 times in my life. I haven't seen any crazy shit. I've heard arguments, but I had never seen actual crazy shit, and I think it's the time. Because the only times I've ever been to Waffle House, even when I was younger, it was late as fuck. Because they're always open somehow. I'm pretty sure they stay open during hurricanes, if I remember correctly. They have a corporate philosophy that if there's a hurricane or a storm, they try and get their stores open. It doesn't matter if they don't have power. It doesn't matter if you don't have gas. Yeah, that sounds like Waffle House. Yeah, if Waffle House is closed, something has gone awry. Something has gone wrong. Come hell or high water, Waffle House will be open somehow. Cooking waffles on pure hope. Yeah, they just rub the waffle between their hands really quick and hope to get enough friction to heat it up somewhat. It amazes me how this is legal. I think Waffle Houses are just a government-sanctioned fight club. I don't even think they're formally recognized as a restaurant chain. It's just kind of like the Octagon, but in a more official capacity. Instead of the Thunderdome, we have Waffle House. Because if you go to a Waffle House, it's almost set up for a fight. It's an ingenious design, honestly, that's super conducive to a full-blown brawl. Because the kitchen is right in front of you, but it's also sectioned off. So you come in immediately looking at the kitchen, so you have all of your weapons right in front of you that you can immediately start scoping out in case things get a little hectic. And then you have nice hallway right in the entrance, and then 2 side wings for a brief respite. So you can go to one of your corners, get some water, maybe get a waffle in between rounds, and then come back to the middle and throw down again. They are the PvP enabled zone. Yeah, pretty much. Look up Waffle House Index. What's that? Is that a video or a philosophy? There's an actual metric scale called the Waffle House Index that is used for when there's a storm. Green means there's power. Yellow means they have to use a generator. And red means the restaurant... And red means the restaurant is completely destroyed. And red means the restaurant is completely destroyed and cannot be opened. So the only time a Waffle House won't be opened is if it is completely fucking crumbled to the ground and covered in debris and ash. It just fucking buried. I have to see that. It's used to determine the effect of a storm and likely scale of assistance required for disaster recovery. Coined by former Administrator Craig Fugate on the Federal Emergency Management Agency, metric is unofficially used by FEMA to inform disaster response. The index is based on Waffle House reputation for having good disaster preparedness and staying open during extreme weather or reopening quickly afterwards. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's really bad. Bro, this is the head of FEMA saying that. Levels. The index has 3 levels based on the extent of operations and services at the restaurants following a storm. Green, full menu. Restaurant has power and damages. Did the stream go fully down or just pause? Because I had myself a little Waffle House code yellow here. The internet blipped. Who signs up to work there? What, at a Waffle House? Man, I think that'd be an incredible place to work. The food's super easy to make, and you just get to watch people fight. As long as they're not picking the fight with you, I'd just be the most agreeable employee there ever. If a guy doesn't want to pay the full price of the menu item, I'd just say, you know what, sir, that's fine. I'll cover the difference. As long as he's not picking the fight with me, I think that'd be a really fun place to work. Just let them fight outside of our zone, and we just watch. You have to clean it up. Well, yeah, I'd probably just quit. After the first fight involving broken plates and shit, I'd probably just quit on the spot and then just go work at a different Waffle House. Just bounce around. Scroll up to the first image. It's an example of code red. Where? This? Oh, this was a Waffle House? Oh, no. Oh, that is indeed a code red. Damn. Fuck. I'm surprised they didn't try opening with just these 4 seats. Oh, I didn't realize what this was. I thought this was like a Waffle House under construction. It's a fallen soldier, I see. But the only reason why, like, there were more plates thrown at Denny's during their brawl than at Waffle House is because Waffle House doesn't have that many items. I'm pretty sure once a plate gets thrown at a customer, it never gets replaced. You know, it's not like, you know, when you cut down a tree, you plant 2 more in its place. When you break a plate as the Waffle House employee during a fight, you don't get a new one. They don't replace it. So eventually they just bleed out there. No more plates. I don't understand what's going on. Perhaps the ozone layer is fully withered away, but instead of being blasted by intense heat and sun rays, we're being blasted by drama right now. It has been about 8 days of non-stop crazy shit happening all across the World Wide Web. I'm not a meteorologist, but I'm just going to make a prediction that this isn't the last of it. The rain will continue to pour until it floods. It's like the movie Snowpiercer with that perpetual motion train, the train that never stops. That's what we're in right now, except our train is powered by drama. So we have to keep shoveling drama into the train like coal in order to power it. With the rate all of this internet drama is going, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow I woke up to an Instagram live of Mark Zuckerberg unzipping his fucking face and revealing that he actually is a reptilian lizard man. It hasn't even been 2 days since I made a full breakdown on all of the Twitch drama, and already 1,000 new things have happened over there. But that's not even what I want to focus on with this video here. I just want to talk about the last 8 days worth of stories that have come out outside of Twitch as well. Because it's not all localized to Twitch situations. However, I would argue that this was the patient zero here. This was the genesis of all internet drama over the last 8 days. All starting with Shit Camp. That was like the nexus event for us. And from there, the cup runneth over. So all of the controversy that started on Twitch started leaking out elsewhere like a plague. And then all of a sudden, drama from all places on the cyberspace, the cyber realm started to surface. And it's just been almost indescribable. It's like reading a book, and by the time you finish it, the sequel has come out. And then by the time you're halfway through the sequel, the next sequel comes out. And then before even getting to that follow-up 3rd entry into the trilogy, the 4th and 5th book have come out on the same day in a surprise double drop, double fist. It's just overwhelming, almost daunting to try and get a handle on all of it and keep up. Like a toilet that blew up and now it's just spewing shit non-stop. So let's just go ahead and start with Twitch, since I already made that video breaking it all down and a lot's changed and a lot's evolved since then. So I briefly mentioned a very serious thing that happened on Twitch involving sexual assault, a potential cover-up, all kinds of moving parts to that story. That's not something I treat as goofy drama. So again, I'm not going to like go into super big detail on that whole situation, but I will say that story has had a lot of twists and turns to it, where now all of a sudden the focus isn't even on the victim of the sexual assault or like the perpetrator accused of committing it. It's now shifted entirely to big streamers just pointing their fingers at each other and calling each other names and throwing as many debate term buzzwords at each other as they could possibly muster. And it is just kind of a mess. I, again, don't really treat this super lightly, so I'm not going to talk too much in detail about it. I'd recommend listening to Adriana Lee, the victim of the case, and get it from her. I know that was pretty brief and a bit vague, but I think that situation is one that is very serious and deserves to be treated with quite a bit of respect. And in this video, I'm just going over like a lot of wacky shit that's going on. There's nothing wacky about all of that. So moving on, let's get into something that is wacky. Twitch killing itself. I made a whole video yesterday talking about Twitch's new policy update and how it could very well bury the platform, and only a few hours later, there were already big streamers talking about how they most likely won't stay on Twitch should this new policy go into effect. One of the biggest ones is Jerma. Jerma is one of Twitch's most creative streamers. He does some of the best events the platform ever sees. He has a massive audience, and this is what he had to say in response to the Twitch announcement.
If I am forced to run ads on this platform, I will leave this platform. 100%. So I'm not going to be forced to run ads. Now, here's the thing. Ads do play. Pre-rolls play. And I don't really have that much control over that. I do have control over if one essentially runs while you're sitting here. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to run ads.
Germ is not alone here. Most streamers feel this way. Being forced to run ads sucks ass. No one wants to do it because it's intrusive to the content, it breaks everything up, and it's a terrible experience for your viewers. No one likes to be running ads. The people that do it, myself included, are contractually obligated to. For me, it's 3 minutes per hour. For most streamers, it's around that same as well, maybe 4 for some of them. But yeah, everyone hates running ads. It's like Garfield hating Mondays. It fucking sucks. And now Twitch is putting a much heavier emphasis on it, and like I mentioned yesterday, I'll briefly recap. Twitch put out a statement saying that they're getting rid of the 70-30 revenue split with streamers. The 70-30 split was the streamer gets 70% of subs, whereas Twitch gets 30. That was a deal they were offering to their top-level streamers. I would imagine most, if not all, of the top 200 streamers on Twitch were likely on this 70-30 deal, and all of them were used to this split. And they announced that that will no longer be the case going forward. It will be dropping back down to 50-50 in the future. And they also made it clear that they'll never do the 70-30 again, which means all of the streamers that never had the 70-30, who've always been 50-50, won't ever get to experience it, which is just another slap in the face to them. And I argued that by doing this and driving away their top-level streamers, it'll motivate them to go to a platform that has that 70-30 deal they're used to, like YouTube. YouTube has a 70-30 split. It's standard for all of their streamers. And the Twitch streamers that are the top level ones, that's what they're used to. And when their contract ends, they might just take that because it's an overall better deal. And the ads on YouTube aren't nearly as intrusive, so it's a better viewing experience for their fans. So, why would this kill Twitch? Well, it's because Twitch is an extremely top-heavy platform. According to a 2020 statistic, the 0.1% of Twitch streamers control 74% of all the watch time on the entire site. This is a 2020 statistic, so it's a little old. I guarantee you that number is much higher. The top 0.1% control much more than 74% of the watch time on the site now, I imagine. But to go a little bit deeper on how top-heavy Twitch is, the top 1% of streamers are streamers that can average 51 viewers, at least. 51 viewers. If you get 51 viewers, that puts you in the top 1% of the entire site. That's crazy. That is insane. I don't know if you're as blown away by that number as I am, but I think that is wild. So going by the 0.1% controlling 74%, you'd have to imagine that the top 1% control like 99% of all the watch time. You know, those viewers aren't trickling down to like 1 or 2 view streams. It's just not happening. They're staying with the larger streamers. So once those larger streamers are driven off the platform with this terribly greedy idea from Twitch here to take 20% back from their revenue split that they're used to, once they're driven away, where are those viewers going to go? Normally what would happen is one big streamer leaves and some of his audience follows him, but some of them just stay on Twitch because it's what they're used to, and then they just go to the second most popular streamer in that same category. But let's say more than just one big streamer leaves and now it's 2 people in that category. Well, now they're starting to run out of options because clearly these viewers aren't trickling down to the smaller streamers that are less than 50 viewers. It's just not happening, clearly. And I think a large part of that is currently their pre-roll ad system. I think Twitch themselves is hurting their viewership for smaller streamers because, as I've mentioned twice now, no one's going to click on a stream they're unfamiliar with and watch 6 ads before getting to see the content and figuring out if it's a streamer they even like. They'll get those ads and immediately leave, and now that small streamer has lost that viewer forever. They probably won't come back. And it's not their fault. Twitch put those pre-roll ads there. So, like, they're not even able to share these viewers on their own platform because of their own ad practices. So if the top streamers start leaving, the ads keep piling up, making it a worse experience to stay there, the viewers are going to leave too. They're going to follow the streamers they're used to on whatever site they go to because now Twitch is just in the dumps. The streamers they like aren't there anymore. If they try and find a new stream on there, they're just inundated with ads, so they'll just go somewhere else. And I don't think Twitch fully understands that, so I truly do believe that this will have a massively detrimental effect on the platform. And this is just the latest unfolding. Germa's not the only streamer threatening to leave. Nick Paulum also talked about, focusing on maybe doing YouTube. Code Miko mentioned it. There's been quite a few large streamers that are talking about, maybe looking at other options because they're not confident in Twitch's ability to actually stay a good streaming platform anymore. So the signs are there. The cracks in the armor are there. It looks like Twitch's reign as king of streaming is soon to crumble should this actually go through. And that's the update there. There was also a false flag operation of drama that happened this week on Twitch. You may remember not too long ago, there was a streamer who went live and just fucked on stream. She received a 7-day ban for having sex on Twitch, which was just outrageous. And she came back, and a couple days ago, clips started circulating on Twitter again saying that she fucked again on stream. But what actually happened is some people just released the director's cut, the extended cut, Snyder cut of the first time she fucked on Twitch and claimed she did it again. So people were a little misled there. She still only fucked on stream once, but she may do it again any day now. But right now, it's just once. Now let's move on to some butt plugs and anal beads. This is the follow-up to the Hans Niemann vs. Magnus Carlsen cheating allegations, where a large part of the community is talking about how Hans Niemann may have cheated against Magnus Carlsen in a tournament where Hans Niemann beat him. Magnus Carlsen's the best chess player in the world, and people have accused Hans Niemann of having anal beads in his asshole that vibrated to give him the best moves to use against Magnus and defeat him. They believe that there was a chess bot programmed into a butt plug that was firmly planted into the colon of Hans Niemann during their match that basically just gave him the cheat code to beat him. After these allegations came out, the two met each other in a tournament where Magnus Carlsen forfeited against him immediately after the second move, thus continuing this soft accusation of cheating. And today, Magnus Carlsen was finally directly confronted about it. They asked him straight up, "Why did you resign against Hans Niemann?" And he said he'd like to give his opinion on it and say why he did it, but he can't yet. And then towards the end of the interview, I can't show you this because, like I said, chess is very cutthroat with their copyright. Towards the end of the interview, he lays yet another breadcrumb in the Hans Niemann cheating accusation. At the end, he said he believes Hans' mentor, Maxim Delugi, must be doing very good. Now, Maxim Delugi is a chess player who was accused of cheating. And as I understand it, was even kicked out of a tournament, mid-tournament, for cheating accusations. His name kind of lives in infamy. I was unfamiliar with this player until this interview, and I was reading up on them. It's a player that has a lot of controversy surrounding him and cheating. This obviously got the chess community pretty fired up here, because that can't be a coincidence that he would name drop that player knowing his history. So everyone believes that Magnus Carlsen is gearing up to finally speak about his thoughts on Hans Niemann and his play, whether or not he's cheating or this and that. So that's the latest little scoop there. And now let's move on from everything Twitch related. Anthony Fantano versus Drake. The Melon versus Drake. Anthony Fantano is the biggest music critic on the internet, and he is hated by a lot of people for his opinion on music, including artists themselves. But none have embarrassed themselves quite to the same level Drake did. So Fantano made a joke saying, "Drake sent me a DM with a vegan cookie recipe." And in response, Drake, he doesn't want to look sensitive. Like, he's not a vegan. Are you kidding me? This is a man's man. He'll fuck a girl's pussy while also fucking her butt at the same time with his double dicks. Like, he doesn't want anyone thinking he's sending vegan cookie recipes to Anthony Fantano. How soft can you be? So, in response to that joke from Anthony Fantano, Drake himself leaked his DMs, and what he actually said to Anthony Fantano is this. This isn't Photoshop, this isn't smoke and mirrors, not make-believe, not clickbait. Drake himself posted this on his own Instagram story, thinking that it was like a slam dunk, but it just bleeds insecurity here. This is clearly a reference to Anthony Fantano himself, the light to decent one thing, so it shows that Drake actively watches him. And I really get the impression Drake just scrolls through Twitter and reads all kinds of opinions about him, because he always seems so hurt when someone doesn't like him. It's crazy how insecure Drake comes across from time to time, and shit like this is so embarrassing. What a fat fucking L. I can't believe Fantano has beef with Drake, and that Drake is playing ball with it somehow and doing such a poor job of it. So, I mean, this story's not super deep or anything, it's just really goofy and I wanted to bring it up. Another thing that came out only a couple days ago is Adam Levine of Maroon 5 having an affair with an Instagram model, even going as far as to ask the Instagram model's permission to name his upcoming baby after her. Now, apparently there's more than just one person that he's allegedly had an affair with or cheated on his wife with, but the only one that I've seen come forward with a lot of stuff is an Instagram model named Sumner, and the texts, the DMs, have gone viral as a meme format because this guy flirts like a fucking Redditor. Don't just take my word for it though, listen to this silver-tongued devil yourself. It's truly unreal how fucking hot you are, like it blows my mind. You are 50 times hotter in person, and so am I. Ha ha ha. And then you also have this timeless classic. This one is what's become a big meme on Twitter. Holy fuck. Holy fucking fuck. That body of yours is absurd. Bro, that body is... It makes no sense. Bro, that body straight up goes wacko mode. Your body is a scientific anomaly for which I cannot calculate. It makes no fucking sense to me. I can't empirically prove why your body is so good. And then, of course, you finish strong. This is like mid-nut. I may need to see the booty. Fuck. Adam Levine really channeling his inner pirate there. About to plunder that booty. And that's where the story's kind of at right now. It's only been like 2 days here, so that's still developing. But anyway, these are like the main stories. There's been quite a bit more than this, but it's not like huge stuff nor goofy stuff. This has just been like the main things that I've been following and seeing. So I just wanted to at least bring everyone up to speed here, give you the little update here, and that's about it. See ya. Hey, it's the Lunchables tier list. You had questions?
No, so this is how I remember Lunchables.
Yeah.
These little packets. And then we got uploaded, which I don't understand. There's like tattoo figurines on it.
It's like their No Mercy line, like the tap out line for Lunchables.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
And then these are what really confused me. These are the normal ones, but I feel like we're not questioning enough.
This has 11 grams of protein.
You're gonna get. I literally in the kitchen. Danny pulled one out. One said 13. Yeah, 13 grams of protein, and I almost said to him, "Who do you think this marketing gets?"
Me. I'm about to get jacked off Peter Rabbit's Lunchable gummy worms.
All right, let's break into it. What you want to start with that one?
I'm already holding it.
What else is in here? You've got 360 calories.
Great. Now we're eating like kings.
You want the juice?
No, you can have the juice.
So.
This is like a classic experience of turkey cheddar cracker
This was
stackers.
one of my favorite as a kid, which a lot of other people hated it, but I loved it.
They refine the formula a bit though. They give you gummy worms now too, I guess.
Would you go in with a gummy worm?
Yeah, they're really hard.
They have been in the fridge, and
they're frozen. No.
That's what you get for eating dessert first.
That's true.
True.
That's Satan punishing us.
That's what a kid would do. Now let me show you what a man would do.
We do have rules. Danny set the rules that we have to eat it how it shows it on the
At
box.
least, like, you can have it
Yeah, like,
your
you
own
gotta
way, but at
stack
least one time you have to try it the way it's intended.
The feeling on the turkey is a little spongy.
What's crazy is out of everything in here, I can just smell the gummy worms.
Yeah.
I can smell the turkey.
When I was looking up how many variations of Lunchables there were, one of the main articles is why Lunchables is so detrimental to the health of children.
We had to send Caleb back out, by the way, because he couldn't find hot dog Lunchables, which is what Charlie really wanted.
I loved hot dog Lunchables.
Good.
That is exactly how I remember it.
Yep. I mean, exactly the same, which is good because it was good.
Yeah, I used to love it.
I don't get the point of diet channels. Buy a Lunchable, don't drink the juice, you're good to go.
That's a life hack right there.
Well, I really wanted to drink it down and make the old cell phone like you always would with the Lunchable. Do you remember that?
No.
What?
What the fuck is that? Oh, he's chugging it. This guy's going in. Bro, right now the lunch table would be cheering you on so hard.
Are you gonna get one of those in every single Lunchable?
Fold it over. And then you fold this. One sec.
Oh, I see. That's the antenna.
Yep.
I never saw that either.
That is the biggest loser lunch table shit of all time. That's probably just S tier.
It's an S tier.
It's classic.
You know, you can't. Here's one that I remember. I can distinctly remember biting into these nuggets as a kid because they're cold. You can't heat your nuggets up. You're 4. And this one comes with the Oreos, which I do remember. 8 grams of protein.
Oh, this is for those chunky little stupid glue sniffing idiots. Not enough protein.
I like that you just called toddlers idiots and fat.
I was gonna say toddler's a little young.
Yeah,
it's like, it was like elementary
children.
school.
Yeah, they were a big elementary school meal. That's not the color I like ketchup to be.
I was never a toddler, to be fair.
Ooh, that
Born a
ketchup
man.
is
pungent.
Oh, that's good.
That's a cold chicken nugget, baby.
That's good. I don't think, yeah, I don't think I ever had this when I was a kid. This is going in. This is better than half the other shit we tier list.
I will say, they found a way to make a cold nugget enjoyable. Which, if I went and grabbed a cold nugget, I wouldn't like it. So I don't know how they did that.
This is a S tier as well. I think all Lunchables could be S tier for me.
They are just really good. So I'm gonna dive into one of their new series.
One that looks like shit. Yeah.
Uploaded. It's like Supreme and Lunchables did a crossover.
Yep.
This one comes with some upgraded shit, brand name food. We've never seen that before.
Oh wow, that's bougie. Look at that.
You get one deep dish pizza to make. You get sour gummy worms.
Oh, that's so much better.
Cheez-Its.
Oh wow.
As a kid, we would have gotten cheese nips. Let's be honest. Kool-Aid singles. Oh my god.
And a water.
I'll do all of it if you'll put the pepperoni on it.
All right.
Are you a lot of sauce or a little sauce kind of guy?
Oh, that's a lot of. Their sauce I remember being very good.
I do too, because it's mostly sugar.
It is all sugar.
They learned how to market to kids.
No, they
I'll tell
even,
you what.
they even advertise it. Their ketchup is ketchup with starch.
Why?
I don't know.
It smells like pepperoni when you get close to it. Maybe it was the gases they used to seal it. That's fine.
Yeah,
It'll be fine.
smells normal.
Alright. Thanks.
What'd they give us for dessert?
They gave us Trolley Bowly Goalies, the sour crawlers. Ugh. Now they're ruined. Oh. This lunch sucks.
Okay, so when you were a child, is that also how you like made your entire pizza?
I don't ever remember getting pepperoni with my pizza.
I very distinctly remember it. It's just the other pizza's better.
Oh.
It's not bad. We made like a cool little snow angel out of it.
We did. That was pretty cool. I don't dislike it. That's great.
Oh, well, if you're
right.
right.
Yeah, just button that corner, make it symmetrical. Then I'll put this side in my mouth. You put that one in the middle. I'd give it.
That should be.
Yeah, I was thinking B. I was gonna give it a number, and then I remembered what we were doing.
Yeah, that's a B.
Here, don't forget.
I've got some controversial takes here. I think Cheez-Its are fucking weak compared to Goldfish. Yep, I said it.
I love these.
I don't regret it.
These are not good for you.
Well, that's what the internet says. If you believe those assholes.
Why drink Kool-Aid when you could drink G Fuel? We should get Lunchables to put your G Fuel flavor
That
in
would
it.
be so
imagine.
massive.
It wouldn't be that expensive either, since they could get 30% off with code MOIST.
Good, oh my god, you're so fucking right.
Give it a try, bud.
I never actually liked Kool-Aid.
I'm shocked you had Kool-Aid. Based on every time we have a new drink, you've never tried it before.
Yep, that reminds me why I don't really like Kool-Aid.
Oh. Whoa! Pause!
Whoa!
14 grams of protein.
Wait, that's huge, yeah.
Matt, you must have been so cool at the lunch table.
Oh.
You got cell phones,
I
you're
made
sliding your
phones, yeah.
Lunchables out without using your hands.
Everybody's a critic. Anybody want the Capri Sun? Because I don't. You do?
You have to tier list it, Matt.
Nice catch.
What if that one tastes different?
She'll let us know.
So what's the difference between this pizza and the last pizza?
This one gives you 8 of them?
Yeah.
3 of them.
You get more patties. Alright. Put your cheese on. They're definitely using different bread.
Think?
Yeah, it used to be a lot like harder.
Alright. Let's dive in.
That sauce is so good.
Alright.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
This is a lot better than the other one.
Yep.
That's another S tier.
Put it up there.
This is it is honestly like better than the majority of food that we have tier listed.
That's great. Oh, we got an airhead. I don't know that we need to eat that. All right, go ahead.
I hate airheads.
What?
You want it?
Yeah.
I hate
No, what,
fun.
mystery
I fucking hate anything made for kids.
I thought you were actually gonna.
But
whip
he
it
loves
out.
every Lunchable.
Yeah.
Well, these
I hate anything made for kids except all of their lunches.
they started as MREs, Danny. They were made for soldiers, so only the strongest of men.
Cheese? Oh, it's mayo.
Oh,
Let's go.
yes.
There's a lot of power in the hands of a child. This is just Wawa's deep marketing teaching children how to make hoagies from a young age. They've infiltrated the minds of our youth.
Wawa's the only place that sells hoagies.
They have Hoagie Fest. I saw the parents.
Come on, Charlie.
doing
A
that.
child can open it.
No, they can't. This is
These are
parental
for
supervision.
soldiers. I
Are you
don't
sure
know.
it's not just like a peel from a corner kind of
It is
thing?
Here,
It
can
is
I? You want me to take a look?
Oh,
Look
wow,
at that
that's
baby.
Very good and stale. Put her in.
You want to start with mayo?
Oh yeah, here I'll give him a nice clean coat. Gonna taste better than Jersey Mike's. I
I
promise you
believe
that.
it.
Jersey Mike's is utter shit.
The cheese looks
Wait,
okay.
we like Jersey.
Yeah,
Jersey
we
Mike's
love
is good.
Jersey
What are you
Mike's.
talking
Oh,
about?
Jimmy John. I'm thinking Jimmy
Yeah, you don't
John's.
like Jimmy. I was
Jimmy
like,
John.
Charlie, we get
I am
Jersey
so
Mike's
sorry.
all the
Mike's
time.
slaps.
I'm so sorry.
Best
to
sub
slander.
out there. Turkey quality.
I really loaded this bad girl up with mayo.
They
I'll
wouldn't
tell you
get.
what.
God only gives you as much as you can handle. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Lunchables delivers exactly the amount you need.
So here, I've been to Subway.
Oh, yeah. Spread it around a little bit. We got globs.
Yeah, we don't want to glob.
Yeah, baby.
You want to go pizza strat? You
Yeah.
take a bite, I take a bite.
Pizza strat.
Meat in the middle.
Oh.
Oh, great bite. Charlie's ravenous today.
He is.
I love it.
I'm coming in again. Oh, here.
Whoa.
It's the hoagie monster. Ooh.
I mean, it's a sandwich.
Not so bad. Better than I expected.
What a complete meal.
I've now changed my mind. Aaron, could you do us a favor? There's another hoagie in the fridge with a different kind of meat. You want to try that one too?
Yeah.
Alright, do you mind grabbing it? Oh, hell yeah. Thank you.
Do that one last.
Yeah. I'm just seeing. Oh, ham.
That last one was A tier.
Yeah, I'd give it an A. That one, I would say, most surprising of the day.
What is this one? You didn't show me this one.
Oh, this one's just crackers.
Those
again.
crackers look different.
Yeah, these are the Ritz ones though. But this is the pepperoni stackable backable. You know what? I remember having this exact problem as a kid. This fucking cheese.
The cheese is always tough, especially mozzarella. It's a soft cheese. It's hard to. Only hard cheeses
It's
in lunch.
not even perforated.
Wait, no, it is. They're tricking you. Look, it's perforated this way.
Oh.
That's such a. They picked way too soft of a cheese. What's next, brie? The cracker's good. It's like a graham cracker.
Yeah.
That's odd.
Feels
This
good.
is meat, cheese, and a cracker, and it's got only 3 sugars.
Oh, that's not bad.
Only 3 sugars total.
I'm actually shocked. That might be Boar's Head. They might have changed it up when
They-
they picked up the Ritz crackers.
They refined their formula.
You're really struggling with the cheese.
Yeah. I give it an A. I'm growing big and strong. Thank you, Kraft Lunchables.
Yeah, I feel like you're gonna eat it all though.
No, you already had a cheese, so.
Yeah, there's no cheese, but.
Oh, that's great. I'll just have a pepperoni on a cracker. Mmm.
People would kill for that, and you're complaining.
There's people starving in the world, Danny. Don't be so selfish.
Eat your food and shut up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, pepperoni's
Also,
fine.
eat this Hershey Kiss that was on the floor. Hit us-
Alright,
hit us
we
with-
got nachos, baby.
Oh, that's gonna be dog
This was the
shit.
one you walked into school. Oh, we're going different directions.
Oh, you like these?
Yeah, you would walk into school, and when your mother would buy you the nachos Lunchable, you flop it out on the table, and everybody wanted to be you. That really hurt my hand.
You think they use like super spicy salsa?
I'm sure they do.
Carolina Reaper paste.
I was never a fan of the nachos because the cold melted cheese always weirded me out a little bit.
That's just
like the cheese is. You don't microwave a Lunchable.
Where did you go to school?
It's a plastic container. You would take this and dump it on a plate. I was in elementary school. I could barely walk.
Yeah, wait. They wouldn't even. They also wouldn't let us use a microwave if I asked.
Yeah, not a
I also
shot.
couldn't think. I was still. I didn't open my eyes till I was 12 years old, Chelsea.
It was crazy. I was there. We all thought he was blind. To this day, little backstory of He's gonna be bouncing off the
I know.
fucking walls in a minute.
He's gonna be addicted to Capri Suns now.
The sugar demon.
Every time Charlie has sugar, the next month is just he consumes so much sugar.
No, it's after the Kit Kat
He's
already.
gonna put on 20 pounds in a week.
Well, they always say, you know, you gotta have dessert first.
Oh, he's gonna do it. I knew it. You're gonna get so much shit just for that.
I know.
I can't believe you just did that. I cannot.
Kit Kats are my favorite candy bar of all time. What?
Why? What's the point in breaking it when you're just gonna have both anyway?
That's just what you do.
Okay. All right. So you get. What happened to the whole rebellious Chelsea with the blue hair?
I still have blue hair.
No, she conforms to big chocolate.
Now you conform to the government's expectations.
God. Dye your hair tonight. Yeah. I'm just piling on. Oh shit! Zoom in on that, Dave.
Okay, I'm zooming in on it. Show it off.
You got the Lisa Frank spots. Back to elementary school again, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I had in
Back when they
elementary
had
school, too.
microwaves and they were lawyers.
Yep.
So the size of the nacho is way too small. It's way too small.
As a kid, they used to make them with X's and O's too, and that was always fun.
Also, their hands are probably significantly smaller than ours.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just the right amount of kick to that salsa.
Yeah. Little under the ketchup. Good cheese.
It's alright.
I don't know what they're doing in the lab at Lunchables,
but it's working.
But somehow they've done cold things that should be hot, and they still taste like the hot flavor.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, so now bear with me for a second. Get some cheese on that.
Okay.
Got it.
You're gonna
And
take
you
me
come
through a
over
war
here.
story?
Yep. You go over here. Boom, boom. You mix it.
Oh, it's like a chimera.
Oh God.
Whoa! You're onto something.
That's crazy.
That's pretty good. I'd give that probably an A. Cheese is a little weak, kind of whack.
I think it slaps.
He's got to try every chip though, just to make
Yeah,
sure.
it might get better towards the bottom.
Man, these Lunchables are fucking good.
I agree. These are real good. That being said, I mean, we can cut whatever we want. Did you want to go into ham?
Get the ham out here. Why are we...
It's the same
Or
thing.
just our ranking.
The ham... We don't know what kind of ham... Look at the difference. A fruit roll-up for Charles? That's so big.
Everything good I have, he steals from me.
You got lucky.
I've never seen someone be picky about the color of their fruit roll-up.
They
Do you guys remember the ones that had the tattoos,
on them? Yeah.
Oh, those are so good.
Those are one thing, if I started eating them, I would get addicted to them, and I'd have to eat like 15 of them.
I love this bread.
Those are Capri Sun. The whole crew is going to be hopped up. Nice.
So you have to throw it in there with disrespect so it knows it's not
so that
charged.
you get it all in one bite.
Yep.
How can we rate it honestly now? I don't know that I trust ham or Lunchables. Yeah. Maybe we'll just take this one out.
Oh.
Is it pretty bad?
Yeah, that's not good ham. That is so much worse.
I thought you were spitting it out.
Oh, that leaves a little aftertaste.
Yeah, it's just not good.
It's like it's tickling.
That's F tier.
I agree. That's the first Lunchable we've had today that disappointed me.
That's the first F tier Lunchable. Shit is dog ass. Alright. Man, fuck Lunchables. How about that?
We loved almost all of them.
How about that?
We ended on the one bad one.
How about that?
Oh, well, fuck you guys. So, thanks for supporting our soldiers.
Thanks, Lunchables. Yeah, thank you for that.
You made that up.
3 weeks ago, America faced one of its darkest moments when its most beloved theme parks shut down permanently. I'm talking about Grand Prix in Tampa. If you never got the pleasure of experiencing the Grand Prix, then I pity your soul. You're incomplete. It offered a unique experience. You got to ride go-karts, go into batting cages, play mini golf. It had a world-class arcade, as well as a Michelin star restaurant serving up the finest botulism you'll find on the East Coast. Grand Prix had a little something for everyone. It really made you feel like a Florida man. I can't count the number of fights I got to witness break out at Grand Prix, and I'll miss them dearly. It was kind of like Waffle House, but you could count on fights more often and the food was a little worse. Grand Prix just has some very fond memories. I went very often when I was younger. I'm confident anyone who grew up in the Tampa area went to Grand Prix a few times and still has some war stories to tell. It was a really fun experience, honestly, and, you know, it hurts to see that it didn't make the transition to eternal glory. It had a good run, though, lasting about 40 years and some change, And it still was the gift that kept on giving. It closed down, but they held a public auction to sell off all of the assets and pretty much everything in the park that was movable. And so I posted that video where me and the gang went there to buy as much as we could from Grand Prix to maybe try and keep its spirit alive a bit. So I already posted that video, but this is just going to be a follow-up to show you what all we got. Now, while Grand Prix's doors may be permanently closed, I was able to pry open its legs one last time and take a few bites. I got to eat that pussy out just a little bit more. I got some great items that I think we're going to be able to put to good use. So I'm going to show you those, but before I get into it, I'd like to mention there's a few things I bought that I wasn't able to retrieve. I mentioned they had mini golf at Grand Prix, but what I didn't mention is they had these absolutely massive statues, like the 8th wonder of the world. They had these crazy, beautiful statues, and we were all under the impression they were made out of like fiberglass or even foam, but it turns out they're made out of pure concrete. So I won their Taj Mahal. I bid $60 and uncontested won it, and it was like a 20-foot massive structure, superstructure, and I assumed it'd be easy to move because I thought it'd be like fiberglass or foam, but it weighed over 5 tons. So we couldn't move that. I also won their giant Cinderella castle, which was again about 20 feet tall, pure concrete. Couldn't move that either, so unfortunately we weren't able to bring those back with us, and they've been demolished. I wanted to make a big hoopla about it though, like chain myself to those statues. The Grand Prix is being torn down for apartment buildings, I believe, but I wanted to go there and just like, you know, protest like, this is my property, you can't tear it down, this is mine, I own it, like, and just like make a big scene. So then they'd have to build the apartment complex around my Cinderella castle and Taj Mahal. But there was a clause that if we couldn't move it within a week, they had full right to just demolish it, which I was unaware of. So it's been demolished, rest in peace, but I did own it for however brief a time. Also, just one more quick mention, a few of the items we won aren't present in the video because we weren't able to get them operational in time. 2 of the pitching machines we won are so ancient that the technology no longer exists to fire them up. So we have to completely re-engineer those if we ever want them in working order again.
One was the mistake.
Yeah, so that one better travel through space and time for what I paid for it.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty absurd.
The best part is how we parked them. I'm just gonna have to push everybody out.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take her on the maiden voyage.
All right.
You want to back her out?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you back. So turn the wheel to your right.
Yes. Yeah, I'm ready to go fast.
Run it. You got this.
That sounds awful.
I feel like everyone in the middle has an advantage.
Ready? Go. I don't know what like their objective is here. Like they're just kind of going. Whoever decides to be done first wins, I guess.
If you look at that footage around here on the first lap, Matt kicked up a huge rock that blasted me in my face. It was like he threw a green shell behind him and hit me.
So I went where no man's gone before, and I've learned they can't
go on grass.
No off-roading?
I didn't quite make it there. It's kind of suspended. Ready?
Nice. Wow.
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Keep that all in.
Wait, stand on this.
Oh, that'll get a snap right off.
This is one of the pitching machines we got at the defunct amusement park now. So we've got a brand new toy to play with. The other two use like old forbidden socket.
Yeah, we literally have to rewire them to make them run. They're so old. But this one works.
Yeah, no, this one's crisp. So yep, we're gonna shoot some old shit out of it, like really fast at me.
Alright, let's fire her up.
Caleb, don't stand in front of it.
Take your pick.
Let's fire an onion.
Oh, that's a
good size onion.
You drop it in here. It goes down. It rips out, but it might not fit.
I don't think it fits. It's just dust.
Unplug it! Don't do that!
We're going back in.
Why are we going back in? Alright.
That was cool.
That was very cool.
Let's go with it.
It smells just like onions in here. There's just onion smoke. It's foggy.
Pick your favorite baseball-sized one.
Oh, this one's good.
That is a good one.
All right, we're 2 for 2. 2 hours.
I prepared for this, okay? I made sure that we had tubular optics. I'd like you to fire the
When we
first
said
one.
we need baseballs, and you said I prepared for this, and you pulled out squash.
It's gonna be fine. Trust
so
me.
different than a baseball.
Don't worry, Caleb's always prepared.
I prepared for this.
This is the one thing I knew we'd encounter, so I brought the squash.
I told you!
Yeah, that was big.
No! I'm a potato!
Oh, there we go. We're getting better.
I'm severely disappointed right now.
All right. Let's do a nice debriefing. How did that go, Matt?
Really badly. I've never felt this defeated in a video before.
Yeah, it's unlucky. You guys had this bad girl cooking the other day.
I almost put a hole through Caleb's guitar with it.
Well, to be fair, we got these at a park and these
We did. We bought 3 out of 100.
Yeah.
So
Nice cutting board though, man.
that is, yeah.
All right. Well, this was good.
Yep.
Right.
Let's cut that one. So, woo!
You all know how much I love awful YouTuber apology videos, but today I've got something truly special to show you. This is the magnum opus of saying I'm sorry. It doesn't come from a YouTuber either. This comes from a basketball player, and he completely redefined the apology video meta. He made an entire apology documentary. I'm talking about Draymond Green. Now, I don't know how many of you are some red-blooded American, brewski boofing, patriotic sports fans, but I'm going to break down the situation for those of you that aren't and don't know what I'm referring to. Draymond Green is a professional basketball player, plays for the Warriors, and recently he was filmed in practice punching his teammate after an argument. I can't show the video because YouTube will probably age restrict it for shocking and disturbing content, which it's not. So I'll just paint the picture with words here. So Draymond Green and Jordan Poole are at practice, and then some words get exchanged between the two. I can't read their lips, and the quality looks like it's straight out of 2001 off of a goddamn Motorola Razr, so the quality's fucking abysmal. Don't know what they said to each other, but they were some not nice words being exchanged. Perhaps Jordan Poole hit him with a SpongeBob reference that he didn't appreciate, something like, "Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town." Then Draymond Green gets up in his face, Jordan Poole pushes him off, and in response to that, Draymond Green fucking cranks a mean one and lets a go-go gadget extendo knuckle sandwich fly, absolutely blasting Jordan Poole. I don't think it was a full-blown knockout, but Jordan Poole did hit the ground hard. Like, he went down harder than the UPS delivery driver throwing my packages at the door. But this is where this fight started and stopped. The team separated the two of them, and the video was leaked to TMZ, and this became a huge deal in the entire sports world. Afterwards, Draymond Green did issue an apology publicly, saying he was sorry for the whole situation and how embarrassed he was by it. But clearly he wasn't embarrassed enough, because he decided to shamelessly make a documentary about this whole situation as well. The man made a full-blown, goddamn Michael Moore-style documentary on his punch of his teammate. It's so weird and goofy. I'm going to show that to you now, at least bits and pieces of it. But I also want to let you all know, if you're not familiar with Draymond Green, the guy has a reputation for being a bit of a douchebag. If you just type in Draymond Green hitting players in the nuts, you can watch full compilations of how many times he's kicked other basketball players in their ball sack. He's made a habit out of it. There's one player in particular, Steven Adams. I believe he's kicked him in his fucking jewels 3 times. 2 times in one game, if I remember correctly. So he's got a reputation for being a bit of a dirty player and a bit of an asshole. So this was just a nice cherry on top of that already pretty bad reputation.
On October 5th, Draymond Green and teammate Jordan Poole got into a verbal altercation during practice. The incident ended with Draymond punching Poole in the face.
Yeah, they pulled out all the stops for this one, all the bells and whistles. They got a professional voiceover here, making it sound very official, professional. And you would think most people in general would want to move on from a controversy like this. Just, apologize, put your head down and ignore it, so that way we'll hopefully go away faster. But for some reason, Draymond and the whole team that put this piece together really like to roll around in the drama of this, making it a spectacle. I don't know what they thought was a good idea about this, making a documentary to explain the punch. It's totally unnecessary. I think everyone understands what happened here. Draymond got upset and punched his teammate. It's very simple. It's like the simplest story ever told. Yet they're making it seem like a very complex issue with very many moving parts to it that we don't fully grasp, thus need a documentary to explain it to our little idiot brains here. It makes no sense to me. They're just here trying to squeeze as much milk from this controversy as possible, just grabbing it by the tit to get as much juice from the squeeze as they can.
I think you're initially upset, pissed off, which is why you have the reaction you have.
You don't say. The reason you punch people is because you're upset and pissed off? Fucking truly groundbreaking revelations here. My third eye is open. My mind is being expanded. Just please slow down here, Socrates. We're tackling some very profound and deep things now. You're telling me there's a correlation between being upset and punching someone? No, what?
Part of the process of why did this happen? And walking yourself through why. The different things that can get you to why what took place actually took place.
It's not that deep. I wasn't even there and I could tell you why this happened. Because he hurt your feelings and you lashed out, you had a little temper tantrum and punched him. It's not a confusing situation that needs like a deep explanation. The only question I'd be asking is, why didn't you aim for his nutsack like you normally do?
Now that you process what just happened, now you've processed the why. Now how do you feel and what do you feel about it?
What in the fuck are you even saying? Jesus Christ, you punched your teammate. That's it. I don't think after the punch you immediately went into a sensory deprivation tank to meditate on it and really dig deep into the weeds and figure out, well, why did this happen and how am I feeling about it? Like, did you go immediately and see a psychiatrist or something? Like, what are you going on about here? Jesus. Imagine Jordan Poole. You get punched and the guy who punched you makes a documentary about it. You already know Jordan Poole and the rest of the team are laughing at Draymond Green for this one. And rightfully so. The man is the protagonist of premium cringe right now.
So you get at a time, you give it some time to allow people to throw their opinion out, which quite frankly, I don't care about people's opinion.
Yeah, this really seems like someone who doesn't care about people's opinion. He cares so little about your opinion that he made an entire documentary whining about the situation. That's how little of a fuck he gives about what you think about him. Now, please, shed some tears for this forgiveness documentary he's made.
I don't spend much time, I don't really read many tweets at all. And so I was just at home chilling with my children. If you want me to be honest with you, I still don't know how much the world may think it blew up.
Sparked by the leak of the video, the incident did blow up.
The classic, oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't think it was a big deal. I was at home with my family being a loving father, and in fact, I'm one of the best fathers on the planet. I'm not a bad guy. In fact, I was just so preoccupied being the best dad of all time that I didn't even stop to notice that people were upset at me for a video that was taken or something. I don't even know if it was a big deal at all.
I apologize to his family. For me, that is the task at hand, to rebuild trust in our locker room. I felt as a man, I felt as a leader, that I will do everything that I can to make this right.
That's a clip from his public apology when this first started blowing up, and I actually thought it was fine. He said, I'm sorry to Jordan, his family, his team, and then explained how he's going to try and make things right and make things better and get trust back in the locker room. And then a week later, he makes this absolutely insane documentary about the punch. So clearly something went awry there. The first response he had, I think, was okay. He's just like, you know what, I fucked up. It is what it is, and I'm sorry. And now he goes full Hollywood here, sniffing his own farts, and makes a documentary surrounding this punch.
It's on me to make sure we're headed that way. Time clarity, you know what it is, I know what it is. Continue to move forward, put it behind us. It helps, allows you to start the process. And get back to business. That's where I go from here, that's where we go from here.
Gotta love how this video is supposed to be like an explanation for why it happened and a little documentary surrounding it, but it doesn't even do that. It doesn't do the bare minimum. He just says well, why did it happen? And it's the process of understanding why it happened, but never even says why it happened. He never even explains why he did it. I mean, everyone knows why he punched him, we all get it, but this whole documentary was built around the idea of, well, here's his chance to defend himself and give his side of, what happened here and how regretful he is. But it doesn't even do that. But you want to know the best part of this documentary? It says nothing. It doesn't even make a point. It's just hey, here's Draymond Green, he punched this guy, and here's him moderately reflecting on it. And then he goes back to practice, and he says it's time to get back to work, and he hopes he could lead the team better now. That's it. That's the whole documentary. It has no purpose whatsoever. It's mind-blowing that this got made, but regardless, that's pretty much where the documentary ends. It's very silly. And I just wanted to talk about it because I think it's a wild set of circumstances here. Making a documentary about your outburst punching your teammate is such a bold move. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. I've never made a video where I've cried or shed tears during it. In fact, I've never cried in my life, not even the day I was born. I came into this world stoic and strictly business. But by golly, I tell ya, I'm coming close to leaking a little bit from the eyes during this one. When I turned on the camera moments ago, I couldn't help but feel my eyes fill with tears. I felt like a little kid again watching the Pokemon movie for the first time when Ash Ketchum turns to stone. By now, I'm sure many of you know that I'm a huge DJ Khaled fan. So is Io. She must have just sensed I was about to talk about DJ Khaled. I don't think there's a single moment of DJ Khaled's recorded life that I haven't watched by now. I'm like an actual scholar when it comes to DJ Khaled lore. I've seen all of it. I feel like I'm part of his family. From watching him absolutely ruin Bob Marley's guitar as he badly played it and slapped it around like he was trying to beat the devil out of it, to the time where he took the pressure washer from his gardeners to pretend to pressure wash his pool deck while saying, God did. Everything he's done, I love. The time he got stranded on his jet ski, the time that he crashed his jet ski into a fucking tree branch at less than 2 miles per hour, the slowest speed collision that's ever been recorded in the history of our human species. It's just, everything about him is just perfect. He's like a real-life cartoon character. Everything he does, I could absolutely see Ed, Edd n Eddy sound effects behind it. It's just amazing. So I love DJ Khaled. This is all to say I'm a huge fan, and I recently learned about a competition that he was holding to stay in his shoe closet for 2 nights. for $11. It was a great deal. $11 and you get to live in DJ Khaled's shoe closet for 2 days? Sign me the fuck up. That's like visiting heaven for a brief moment of time before being revived on Earth. What a treat. The fact that DJ Khaled would even open his shoe closet like that is something us mere mortals don't even deserve. If I had the choice between living in DJ Khaled's toilet for 2 days or staying in a 5-star resort, I'd choose his shitter every single time. And can you believe my excitement when I learned that this was a real thing? He was listing his shoe closet on Airbnb for $11. This was a Willy Wonka moment with the golden ticket to the chocolate factory. You get to stay in the fucking shoe closet of DJ Khaled. Just look at this paradise right here. It's like you're staying in a GTA 5 online custom home. Like, this unironically looks better than some Airbnbs I've stayed at. So $11 and you get to live here and be surrounded by the stench of DJ Khaled's feet? I'm kidding, of course. There's 0% chance he's worn any of these shoes here. But either way, the idea of DJ Khaled's feet being anywhere near this room is euphoric. And it's only $11. And goodness gracious, hold me, I'm about to faint. What if DJ Khaled was there? The way that these articles that were written about it read makes it sound like you do actually get to meet him. That's like meeting a character from the Bible. You can only imagine how excited I was to learn this. I was like a little kid getting ready before Christmas, just waiting for Santa Claus to wiggle his big ass down the chimney to bring me the presents I've wanted. It was exciting, exhilarating, but I knew the competition would be fierce. Anyone in their right mind would be trying to book this Airbnb. So, I told all of my friends to set an alarm for the time that this went live, which was earlier today. Everyone set their alarm, getting ready to try and book this instantly before anyone else did. So we all had our alarms go off, we all tried, and we didn't get it. We didn't win. Someone else did. And the hardest part about this failure isn't so much not winning, it's the knowing that whoever did win won't appreciate it like I would have. We had big plans for this shoe closet. We were going to bring a Ouija board and try and communicate directly with the spirit of DJ Khaled. Even though he's not dead, I do imagine he has the ability to walk between realms. Like, we had a lot of great ideas. I was going to bring an EMF reader and maybe do a little complimentary ghost busting for him to make sure that the shoe closet wasn't haunted. It's just, I know whoever won that isn't going to take that kind of energy to that room. And that's just so painful to know that. They probably didn't even interact with DJ Khaled's tweet where he let us know that this was a major key alert, major key alert. They probably don't even know what that means, those simpletons. They didn't earn the right to stay in DJ Khaled's shoe closet. I did. But this taught me an important lesson, and a lesson that DJ Khaled's talked about before. They didn't believe in us. God did. I'm kidding. He clearly didn't. We didn't win the competition. And I learned that, you know, sometimes shit just isn't fair. We were all eager and ready ferociously at the fucking, the millisecond 1 p.m. rolled around to book that room. And yet somehow we were beaten. I have half a mind to start throwing the challenge flag on the field and calling scam. I'm calling bullshit. What if this was all just a publicity play and DJ Khaled never intended to open his room up to the public? He just made this as like a fun little goofy thing to do, but no one actually gets to stay there. I just find it hard to believe that someone bested us. We had a full goddamn strike team at the ready to book this fucking room. Whereas some goober sitting in his shit-stained tighty whities probably just accidentally stumbled across this at 1 p.m. and said, oh, that sounds fun, $11? Sure, I'm in. Like fucking Dorito dust on his fingers and slowly books the room and somehow beats us. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Damn it. I don't want to whine too long about this. I just wanted to let you all know that I didn't win this. I've talked about it on stream for the last few days about how excited I am. I felt like we were kind of a shoe in there. I was of course nervous because everyone and their mother was going to be trying to win DJ Khaled's shoe closet stay. But I just felt like we had such a good chance because so many of us were committed to the cause of booking this room. But we lost. And it hurts. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. That's about it. See ya. I'm coming, boys. Ugh. Oh, the reload. Yikes, that reload came at a really bad time. Fuck. You liking the maps? The last map we played on, I like. The desert map wasn't too big of a fan. And this is my first time on here. This seems alright so far. No, like, big complaints thus far. Where is that? Man, that guy is ass. I'm playing objective like a good team player. Okay. I mean, that ended up working out. Not the way I drawn it up in my head, though.
Requesting recon at this time. Copy. UAV is on. You're halfway to mission complete. Stay sharp.
So clutch. Oh, you are so lucky. Fuck! Damn it! This geek is playing the objective. I know, I feel like such a cuck playing the objective. Thanks, you sub coyote. Can I go in here? Nope. There is a roof there. Easy game. Did I top frag again? Yes, sir. You bet your sweet bippy I stay top fragging. Game's too easy. (3-0), and I've been top frag every time. Well, score-wise, not the most kills, but whatever. Isn't this supposed to be third person? Oh, there we go. Huh? How did... Was my head still popping over it? Damn it.
Target area updated. Move to the hard point.
Enemy UAV overhead.
That guy's still there. That's big. Triple kill. Let's go. No way. What the fuck? They just spawned? So unlucky. Man, that thing really kicks up some dirt. Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so much dirt everywhere. Holy shit. There's still so much dirt! Seems like most of this map, like all the action takes place indoors. Oh my god, I can't believe I just missed that. That's so embarrassing. Why is everything just fucking covered in smoke? Smoke and dirt everywhere on this map. I'm coming down. You know, pistol only. What are you gonna do about it, kid? Who else is looking for some ass? What? Ah! Wow, the prone, you sack of shit. I didn't see him. Damn, my team was getting spanked till I came in here. Not that I did all that well, but I came in super late. Maybe not. Oh god! Oh god, my no-scopes are nuts! Jump. He's gonna jump through? Unless you can go around left, I don't really know. Well, the second I stop looking there. Damn, that's embarrassing. I'd really like to push, but I just don't want to get fucked by 3 different dudes there in the showers. Okay, now I can... Oh my god! No, I can't see shit! Watch this one tap. Okay. This gun is nasty, what the fuck? Hold on, pistol only. Okay, that was sad. Oh yeah, I'm coming in hot. I can hear this guy screaming, "Fuck me, silly Charles." Well, I hate to disappoint. Here I come. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bah! Oh, yeah. I can smell your... Love that. Oh. One of the few times I actually got a hit marker with this thing. Skill-based matchmaking sucks. I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. I don't see the point in putting it in casual. You can just have 3 game modes. Ranked, obviously with skill-based matchmaking. Casual with skill-based matchmaking. And then casual, no skill-based matchmaking. For people that just want to go and have like an extremely casual time. It just seems like such an easy solution. There's no rational argument against it. People just jump on YouTuber bandwagons. I mean, there is a rational argument, like, I don't want to always have to be trying. Though, then the counter to that would be, you still don't have to try just because it's skill-based. But even, it's such a simple fix. You can just make a 3rd mode where it's casual, no skill-based matchmaking. I hear you. Where are you? Oh. Damn, Jesus Christ. We collided with each other and both got confused. I can't believe I just missed that. Oh my god, what is going on? I'm missing everything now. I'm missing all the easiest shots. Holy shit. I'm falling apart. Oh, what? Fuck. Okay. Thought I just saw one. Guess not. Huge. For my montage. How did that miss? You got me fucked up. God damn it. I'm going... Can you go in here? Oh my god, you can swim? Wait, can you go all the way... Oh, no, you can't go over there. Alright, I'm really in there now. I'm feeling a no-scope coming on. There's something inside me. Oh, Jesus. Push me. Oh, you fucking coward. Damn it. Hardpoint has been, like, ridiculously difficult to actually get, like, some sniping streaks going because everything is so close and I have this very slow scope on. Oh, that could have been, like, an actual quad collateral. I only got one. There we go. Much better. I just need to stop playing objective, but I don't know. If I don't, no one does. I can't believe I just missed that. I missed it twice. Holy shit. Oh. No! How did I miss? Unlucky. Oh god. I'm too deep. I'm too deep. I can't turn back now. How the fuck? What is happening? My aim is bad now. Oh. Don't need the gun. What level's the gun? Oh my god, it's level 8. What? There's only 27 levels total, so to unlock optics I need to be basically maxed? What the fuck? That's so stupid. What? I might stop just trying the close quarters snipe here. It's gonna take literal, like, 10 hours. I've been almost exclusively sniping since hopping in multiplayer, and it's still only level 8. Peek, 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 peek. Oh. There we go. Is it looking better? Now that I have a little room to breathe. And now let's stop breathing. Here I come. Ah! Going back. Huge. Love that. How did this one guy solo cap it so quick? Son of a bitch. Looking good though. I'm missing the easiest shots right now. There's one more here. I can't believe that. Did that miss or I just can't wallbang that? Nope, I hit right there. Just can't wallbang it, I guess. I'm not playing objective anymore. I just need big moments. Like this. Oh god. Big. Keeping the streak alive. Ow! I missed. Am I level 10 on this bitch yet? Let's see. I'm going to assume no. Because it takes so fucking long. I'm level 11. Is it a good time to start playing COD multiplayer with this new game? I mean, if you're ever going to play COD, it needs to be the newest one. Otherwise, you're never going to find any games. So yeah, if you're going to play it, it should be the new one. Okay, this thing seems strong. This thing is fucking good. The iron sights are a little wonky, but other than that, this is nice. Oh! Clutch. Doesn't help me though, I need this fucking sniper to level up. Okay, is this thing not always a one-shot? Because that was definitely the chest. Can't go through that. I am not getting it done with this bad boy. Maybe I'll just treat it like a shotgun. Yeah, that might be the play.
On your 6.
Gotcha. The old loop-de-loop and pull. Got those shoes looking good now, baby. Here comes the shiny teeth around this corner. Bang. Oh, there's someone actually there. Okay. Didn't make it through the window. Alright, time to toggle on. Here comes the aimbot. Activating wall hacks. Oh, I was looking at RuneScape. Why? Oh my god, why? You couldn't have just waited an extra second? Yes, sir. I'm in the zone now. I've dialed in. That's 1-800 my dick in your mouth. And I do deliver. Fuck objectives, here I come. Okay, having a hard time finding people now. They're all hiding. Okay, where is everybody? I should have just grabbed C, I guess. Pardon me, is there anyone else playing the game right now? Didn't realize I queued into campaign. Okay, where is everybody? Lovely. Just hiding. I know Thanksgiving's right around the corner, but I'm too excited. By golly, I tell ya, I can't wait, so I'm serving up the turkey early. So I hope you've brought your appetite, because here comes the choo-choo train open wide. I'm feeding you something very wacky today. This week, 2 Arizona school teachers lost their jobs after some of their OnlyFans content they were producing leaked. And it wasn't so much the existence of the OnlyFans itself, it was more so the fact that some of that content was filmed in the classroom that the woman teaches at. Her name is Samantha, and she was an 8th grade science teacher by day, but by night, she was a penis professor. And she filmed videos with her husband where he would just fuck her in the classroom that she teaches at, just reducing a holy dojo of education to a simple cum dumpster. Now, in response to all of this blowing up, she's come forward with another video, but this time she's not getting her ass spread open, she's spreading her side of the situation. So, she has this video that explains why she did all of this, as well as going over how everything unfolded, and I'd like to share that with you all, as well as going a bit deeper about the situation, because it's maybe even a bit more than wacky. This is starting to teeter on the edge of being pure silliness, even, I dare say.
I created content at the beginning of the summer in order to earn extra money on the side to help pay for our basic necessities that our salaries were no longer meeting.
So she starts by explaining that teacher salary, especially in Arizona, is dog shit. And you'll get no argument from me there. Teachers get paid in popsicle sticks, basically. I think their salary is laughable compared to the work they're expected to do and how miserable the job can be. You make more money boosting League of Legends accounts every other weekend than you do as a full-time teacher. It's fucking ridiculous. I think it's just sad. And her husband is also a teacher, so a 2-teacher salary isn't exactly like hitting the jackpot. That's not an infinite money cheat code or anything. So she says that her and her husband started to struggle with being able to meet the basic requirements for their family and their children, which is why she looked for alternative income methods and chose OnlyFans. But then the question still exists of why do it in the fucking classroom that you teach your students at? It makes no sense whatsoever.
I chose an anonymous name as well as blocking the entire state of Arizona on my OnlyFans so that it wasn't accessible to anyone living in the state.
I didn't even know this was something you could do. I had no idea our technology was this advanced where you could just ban an entire state from checking out your OnlyFans. It makes sense that she tried this approach here, so that way no one in the immediate area would ever find it, but clearly something went awry. The technology must not be bulletproof because they still found it, and rather easily, it seems. Just listen to this. One student reportedly told his mother that his teacher was spread over his desk. What a crazy conversation that must have been. Just picture yourself being that kid. You're hanging out, sipping your apple juice, just a normal 8th grade day, and a friend of yours sends you a link to a video your teacher filmed and says, "Isn't that your science teacher, Miss Samantha?" So you click it, you open it, and there it is. No secrets left. Your teacher is being spread like butter on toast, and it's on your desk. You just sit there thinking to yourself, oh man, I did algebra on that desk. And then imagine going into school on Monday and coming right up to that desk, like you'd have nothing but like these war flashbacks, these visions of cheeks being clapped on your desk as a tear streams down your face. I'm also curious how many desks she was fucked on top of, because in another report someone said, "That was my friend's daughter's desk, and she is mortified over the situation." It really seems like no desk was safe in this situation here. And I have to wonder, did they like clean up after themselves or anything? Because they didn't set it up like it was a scene out of Dexter where he puts up like all of the, sterile environment, like surgery operating room kind of shit. They just went in there raw, in the actual classroom and fucked. Did they at least bring Clorox and wipe off the desks when they were done using it? Or did students then go into that classroom after the weekend and wonder why their desks smelt like asshole? This whole thing just doesn't make any sense. But you know what does make sense? How great my G Fuel flavor is. Divine Peach. Anyone that's tried it has had their lives improved for the better. I have no doubt about that. And now I'm happy to report that the cans are here and they're a GNC exclusive right now for stores. So if you want to find your closest GNC, there's a link in the description for that to pick up a can of Divine Peach. Now I've mentioned this on stream, but I'd like to mention it here as well. The caffeine content on my flavor is 140 milligrams as opposed to the standard 300 milligrams for other cans. And I'm really happy about that because that's the caffeine that I prefer. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. And there's also a sweepstakes going on right now for anyone who buys a can and takes a selfie of themselves dressed as me. You stand to win a G Fuel mini fridge or a 12-pack of Divine Peach.
The video that was created and advertised was made after contract hours on the weekend. No minors were ever present or involved in the videos.
I don't think anyone was ever trying to make the accusation that minors were present or somehow involved in the content, because that would be a whole different ballgame. This would be an entirely different conversation. That would be a massive, massive, massive crime. Now, what people are saying is even though minors weren't present, the fact that you're using their space for adult content is a problem, obviously. So although there's no kids there, like Junior's not knocking on the door to the classroom, Miss Samantha, I've got my extra credit homework. Oh, jeepers! Like, even though there's no kids actually there, the fact that you're fucking in their playground is an issue. You can't just go to a kid's space and film this kind of content. It's not okay. You can't just like venture on over to Chuck E. Cheese and get your back blown out in the ball pit, film it, and expect nothing to come from it, expect it to be all honky-dory. And again, why did you want to use the kids' space for your porn? Why? It's not like that was your only option. You could have done your OnlyFans anywhere else, like at home. Why did you take it and film fucking porn in the space that you teach children? It is so fucked up and weird. And also, I'm sure all of you have realized this by now, but after school hours and on weekend doesn't necessarily mean there's no kids on the campus. I remember growing up, there were always club activities and shit that would go on weekends. So it was still very possible that there were kids in the nearby vicinity. It doesn't mean that there was no kids ever even close to their situation. It just, luckily, none of the kids ever, like, walked in on this shit. The whole video also isn't helped by the fact that she's clearly reading something she wrote in Microsoft Word and is trying to, like, keep up with it. So she'll take these long pauses to scroll, and you can see sometimes she loses her place in the document. So it also comes across as very insincere since she is blatantly just reading it very monotone from her monitor. So I don't think that helped anything that she was saying here, to be honest.
I am already paying the consequence by losing my teaching certificate as well as losing the job that I loved most. I thoroughly enjoyed working with my coworkers, teaching my students science, and it brought joy to me every day. Looking back at the situation, I wholly regret creating the video in the classroom after school hours. But I felt trapped in my financial situation, and I felt this was the only way that my family would be able to survive.
Really? This was the only way, the only option? Having your husband give you the Big McThankies from McSpankies in the classroom you are a teacher of. That's the only way your family could survive? How? And why couldn't you just film yourself getting fucked by him at your house in the safety and comfort of your own house, in private, away from everyone else, and certainly away from the area that kids go to learn? Jesus Christ, if the whole idea was to sell a fantasy to perverts about a school teacher being fucked on the job or whatever, why not just set that up at your house? Just get a little desk, a TI-85 calculator, and a ruler, and then still have your husband give you the business there, away from actual schools. Like, it just seems like a no-brainer. So yeah, overall, a pretty wild and wacky situation. Again, I do understand teachers do not get a fair salary. Their pay is pathetic for what they do and how important teachers are. They're like probably one of the most important jobs, and yet they make no money from it, basically. So I do understand the financial struggle, but that doesn't excuse what Samantha and her husband did here. All of their actions fucking in the classroom that they teach kids at is despicable and sick. So it's no excuse for their actions, but I do understand that the teacher salary is terrible. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I really didn't think Twitter would ever have a stupider idea than super follows, that paid monthly subscription to your favorite Twitter account. I thought that was going to be like the magnum opus of incompetence for the site. But Elon Musk took over now, and his neurons are working overtime. He's rubbing the Dogecoins in his brain together and creating some absolute insanity when it comes to bad ideas for monetization. So let's talk about his new $8 a month subscription for check marks on Twitter. Elon Musk has only been the head of it for like less than a week and is already proving me wrong. I said he wouldn't make like any change whatsoever. It'd say exactly the same. But dude is fucking cleaning house at the company and implementing some absolute brain dead ideas. So I'm sure you guys all saw he's looking to charge like $20 a month for verification. After Stephen King's like, nah, I'm out, he started haggling with Stephen King in this public embarrassment, like a humiliation fetish from Elon Musk. He's like, oh, bro, but what about $8 a month? So now he's rolling with $8 a month. Here, actually, I'll just pull up the tweet so you can read it. He like starts groveling at Stephen King's feet. Like, no, what do you mean you're leaving? Yeah, we need to pay the bills somehow. Twitter cannot rely entirely on advertisers. How about $8? I don't know how he wasn't embarrassed posting that publicly. That's so shameless. But yeah, so that's the idea, charging $8 to keep the checkmark, as well as opening it up to anyone who can pay $8 a month and have a checkmark. Oh, here it is. Lords and peasant system, power to the people for $8 a month. So I think most people can sniff out some problems right away with the idea, and Elon Musk himself. So Rubius point this out. What happens when a random user pays $8, changes his display name to Elon Musk using your same profile pic, starts tweeting like you, verified checks exist so people know they follow the real person. He doesn't even address that, he just said it already happens, which he's just blatantly wrong about. There's currently, at least not from the last time I checked, which was 2 hours ago, there is no verified Elon Musk scamming accounts, but there are people like impersonating him without the checkmark. Whereas this can have verified scammers. But regardless, not even the biggest takeaway here. I think anyone who pays $8 for a checkmark is an absolute certified fucking loser. It should only be used by like companies, maybe. I could see that like companies or businesses wanting it. Individuals, I think that shit is trash. Like you are basically just begging to be bullied. Like that's like an elevated chat, but on Twitter. That's just a -8 in every reply. I would not take a checkmark from anyone seriously anymore. It would be too embarrassing. But yeah, his whole thing is like, it's going to... Actually, here, let me just pull it up instead of put words in his mouth. Here. You get priority in replies, mentions, and searches, which is essential to defeat spam and scams. Which I cannot believe he's that out of touch. This will only increase that because anyone can do it now. So now you can have verified scams, which are going to take priority in the replies and in the searches. I'm not paying $8 a month for the checkmark, I'll tell you right now. That is no shot. That is so dumb. It is more productive to burn your $8 a month. You are getting no value from it. So when that happens, there'll be like 1,000 moist criticals everywhere, and they will all be in the priority scamming people. So it's only going to increase that problem. And you don't even get an ad-free experience, you just get half as many ads. So imagine paying $8 a month for a stupid little Boy Scout badge and then still getting ads. How silly. This is like actual pay pig behavior where you just pay someone to get nothing in return except insults. $8 for a check mark. I see why he's doing it, because now he just paid $44 billion for this pile of shit, and there is no way it's making money, not even close, so he's just scrapping together every shitty idea to try and squeeze a little money into it. And he also has a problem right now where advertisers are pulling out. So not only is he losing all of his like members in the company, the employees that he's firing en masse, but the advertisers themselves are starting to pull out because they have no faith in Elon actually steering the ship. So he can't rely on them anymore, which he publicly admits to Stephen King. So he's just trying everything to make something back on this absolute massive shitpost that was so costly. Man made a $44 billion joke and is starting to regret it like a Darman video. This shit is super follows on crack. Oh, that is such a... I keep forgetting about super chats. Like, super chats is absolutely inviting wedgies into your life. If you are, super follows. Super follows invites like actual swirlies in the bathroom from the football team. If anyone sees that you are a super follower of someone on Twitch, you will never hear the end of it. You are going to be absolutely bullied on Twitter forever. So people don't do it. You never see super followers because you're paying for fucking nothing. And that is exactly what the checkmark's about to be with the $8 a month. It's so beautiful. I want to quickly explain super follows a bit more since I'm aware that most of you probably don't even know what it is. It's a system Twitter rolled out where you can do a monthly paid subscription to your favorite Twitter accounts, and you get like a little badge that highlights you that you're a super follower publicly, so you can stand out in conversation, and you get bonus tweets. You probably haven't seen any super followers because no one uses it because it's downright embarrassing. This is just like going out in public and asking to be spit on. If someone sees you're a super follower on Twitter, good luck having anything you're talking about be taken seriously. And this is what I feel the checkmark will become with this new system if it goes into place. Because you're paying for nothing, and it publicly shows that you are wasting your money. So of course you're just going to be insulted for it, and I think that's going to be a deterrent for people buying it. Like, I just don't see why anyone would when you don't get anything in return for it except for a public badge that lets people know you're wasting your money. Oh, to all complainers, please continue complaining, but it'll cost $8. Fucking epic. That's a fat own right there, noobs, from the mastermind of memes. Let that sink in. I mean, I wish he would have just shut it down. Maybe this is like a long-term play to like slowly wean people off of it, which would be pretty big brain. But it would have been better if he just like, yeah, I regret it, I'm shutting it down. That would have been fantastic. But now he's just gonna go out sad here with this one. Just a way to make money. Yeah, it's a desperate way of making money. One that I don't see going super well. The only people that are gonna use it are people that do it to troll or scam. Why the fuck is a normal person gonna care about having a check mark on their name? Yeah, I'm Biff Cheeseburger from North Baptist University. I want to be verified on Twitter. I'll pay $8 a month for it. I saw, like, even the Elon meat writers that pretty much support everything are kind of scratching their heads here. Because for $8 a month, you're getting nothing. You get priority in replies, yeehaw, so you can say L+ ratio quicker than most people and have it at the top. Like, you don't get anything out of that subscription. They keep comparing it to things like Netflix or Hulu subs, but think of all the content you get from anything else with a subscription. Fucking RuneScape, you get an entire thousands hours worth of gameplay. World of Warcraft, and then any streaming service ever. You get fucking tons of content. On Twitter, what you get a check mark, you get a badge. It's worthless. Like, if it was a one-time payment, I could see some people doing it. But a subscription, a monthly subscription to have that, nobody's doing that, except for businesses maybe. No shot. And you don't even get an ad-free experience, so it's even worse than like anything else, like alternative. OJ Simpson finally getting his checkmark. True! OJ Simpson made that post to Elon. Now that Elon's got Twitter under his control, maybe now I can get verified. And he can for only $8. So we finally got the real OJ with that check mark. You can be like OJ Simpson on Twitter. Let's go. Fucking huge. So I can make fake government accounts for only $8. We were talking about this on the podcast, and someone in the chat made like a really fun suggestion of just impersonating foreign policy like higher ups. Because you can do this infinitely, right? Even if you have to verify via photo ID and you get banned for impersonation, you can just do it again. You can just keep doing this over and over again and keep changing your handle to like anyone with a position of power and just going fucking hog wild. He said the $8 will help fund content creators. Is there any info on this? Oh yeah, he did say that. No, that just seems like buzzwords to get people more on his side because people love that kind of sentiment. I don't know how the fuck that's going to fund content creators on Twitter. Like, what the fuck is a Twitter content creator? Like, just anyone with a big following on Twitter? I think the payable verification at this point is meant to reduce bots and not meant to signify that an account belongs to a public figure. Yeah, but it's not going to stop anything with bots or scams or anything. because it's open to anyone. You can just pay $8 a month. It's just going to be a little costly to promote your scams, but you're going to get more out of it because it's going to fool more people because of the check mark. And since it floats to the top of the replies now, and since it's going to be the first things that come up when you search things, scams are going to be much more prevalent. Assuming it goes as he has it stated so far. Maybe he has fail-safes in mind, but he certainly hasn't said that yet. How will this stop bots? Bots already exist now, and when you implement buying verification, you'll have the same bots plus easily verified bots. I don't know, like, he's not very in touch. It doesn't, like, I don't see how this stops spam or bots. It seems to me to only increase spam and scams, but I guess we'll see. Like, it doesn't seem to stop bots. The bots are still there, and now some of them can be verified. It's the same devs as Bloodwash if you played that. Oh my god. Wonderful. Hey, Henry made this. Let's go. Henry only makes bangers. Yeah, this looks like Bloodwash. Alright, I'll turn the lights off. Now I'm gonna shit myself. It's too immersive. What is this filter? It's the, like, old-fashioned, grainy Game Boy kind of filter, I think. It's supposed to be scary. You got me, Razor. That was a good one.
Haha, I can't believe I scared you.
Ugh, dag nabbit, you old prankster.
Don't be ridiculous. Of course you didn't scare me.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
Why is Liam so combative? You're not gonna get laid with this attitude, Liam.
After all, how can you expect a man such as myself to be afraid of someone like you? A woman.
I see. A hustler university grad, eh? Very good.
Come over here.
You're still gonna fuck me after that? Let's go. Or she just killed herself. I can't really tell. It's so fucking grainy. What's up, Razor? Oh, baby!
Whoa, are you serious?
I'm serious.
You can get lost if you don't come back with a condom on your dinghy.
Who wrote this? I'll be back soon. Alright, let's get a little stinky on our wiener. Game time. I'm coming, Razor. Let's take a peek at those titties. Titterooskies. No! She's being... Oh, God! Such an aggressive motorboat. No! Oh, jeez! Ah! Are you okay, Razor? How did she even get caught? Yeah, she must have been asleep, I don't know. They're very slow. To be fair, this is her fault. She chose this fucking weird cemetery to have sex at. Oh, jeepers. Ah! It's Marilyn Manson. I can't tell what that's supposed to even be. Oh my god! Oh no! She's gonna take us to hell. Oh
it seemed to have happened
no!
almost overnight. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Everyone thought it was some elaborate hoax, but we were wrong. Dead wrong.
They move so slow though. How would you ever get killed by these? Ah! The resub loca. Oh goodness. The love of my life, huh? I mean, we could have moved the body. Like anywhere else. Hell. That's a bad place. Yeah, this is gonna be scary. I didn't know this game took place in hell. No! Oh, goodness! He even hurt his little ankle. What did he just say? Shungite? What did he say? That is super loud. Oh, it's the hammer from Super Mario Bros. Or Super Smash Bros. Which is set in the Super Mario Bros. Universe. That's huge. Oh no! Oh goodness. Is he dead? I can't... How did he even die? It just looks like he was smiling and watching TV. Must have had my stream playing on the TV. No! I can't believe I had to kill her! It's all so cruel. Hell hates electricity. Oh, check it out. Secret room. Oh goodness. I don't want to waste any shots. I'm stuck. Those are some very heavy doors. Oh, well, this isn't good. No! Ah! Oh, wait. Ah, I see how it works. So if I get grabbed while I have a knife, it automatically kills them. He wiped his nose on you. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Kind of fucked up. Don't make me do it. He's just a boy. Okay, come on. I really don't like wasting my knives. This is so fucked up. Even the kids have succumbed to hell. Is nobody safe? I bet there's a cool secret area over here. No! Ouch! Oh, God! Jeepers! Zoinks! Oh, that didn't kill me? Alright. Can I just pop that back in, maybe? Stay back! Why did it have to come to this? That was big. Outplayed. Can I pick up the knife? Oh shit! Oh, that's so sad. Oh! Broke her ankles. Oh shit! There's another one! I don't feel like wasting a bullet on you, you're way too slow. They're everywhere! They're everywhere! Oh fuck! Okay, let's leave them to the side. Come on, come on, come on! Let's go! I've got you, Violet. Oh, they're trying to pincer attack me. Man, I must be so strong just to carry her straight up. Just dead weight. We're safe now, babe. Oh, man. Hell. No place for cowards. Now we're going down to super hell. Ah!
Stop staring at my mommy's big, incredible boobies.
What? Charles? Learn to share, bub. How about that, sport? Her succulent honkers are for the whole class to enjoy, Charles.
I'm her little boy, not you. I'm her little cuddle bug, her little man, a cutie patootie.
I wasn't questioning any of that. I'm getting uncomfortable now.
That's right, just a normal kid. Matter of fact, don't stare at me either, you ugly, ugly man.
My hunch was right on the money. I tried to put this guy down before ever even talking to him. What a good judge of character.
Go away.
Who's it? Oh, wow. That one actually, I knew there was going to be something there and it actually got me. Huge. That was so much louder than I expected that to be. Holy shit. Oh no. They're all going to stand up and scare me. And they're all dickless. Ah! They're all sitting. Come on, move. Okay, they're pretty fast. Not fast enough, though. Alright, you're just being an asshole. Oh, what? What is happening? Pardon? Where do they even come from? Bro, the shotgun sucks. What?
Ah, you scurvy dog.
Yes, sirree. I'm here.
Oh, we need to leave this hellhole. I'll have this boat up and running in 2 shakes of a mermaid's tits.
I like this guy.
In the meantime, let's all take a rest. We've been on our feet for a long time.
You are quite right. Come, Charles. It is your dinner time.
Yes, Mommy.
Now, I think it's important that we need to
This
keep
game's
our
pretty
guard
good.
because I have a bad feeling that
Okay, the optimism's appreciated. I'll steer the ship. Oh no!
Davy Jones' freaking locker. What was that? Someone check the motor around back. If something hit it, then we're sitting ducks out here.
That's fine. They're fucking zombies. What are they gonna do? They can't swim. Unless they can! No! It's not zombies we should be worried about! Damn it!
Everyone, get in!
Stan, come on.
that thing will swallow us whole.
We've got no other
I've
choice.
killed it.
Actually, we do. You all get going.
What are you talking about?
I'll stay with the ship and keep its attention. You all just roll like hell and don't look back.
What?
Soldier, that's suicide.
I'll catch up. Go!
What is that plane? Like, what the fuck, Stan?
Come get me, you rotten piece of shit!
Why would you do that for us? We're just strangers. Stan! Am I getting attacked right now that just spit blood all over the thing? What is happening? I'm guessing that's me dying? I can't. Oh my god, I'm soft locked. Oh wait, no, we're good. No, I'm actually soft locked. I really hope that's saved there. Oh my god. Not on my watch. Nope. 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 Alright, I'm gonna speedrun the shit out of this. Oh, okay. It'll actually be faster just to let them in, I guess. Is that all of them? We win? Nice, good shot. Oh, they're coming from all angles now. Where's Charles? He should have been watching the flank. Oh. Where is he? Oh, maybe Charles will be the one to save the day.
There's more coming. We need to fall back.
Charles will suckle the devil's tits and close the gate. No, prisoner!
We can't hold any longer. Fall back to the church.
I'm right there with you. No, Skeeter! Ah! Holy shit, Charles is gonna be the last one standing.
It's been a hell of a ride. No one else I'd rather die beside. Now, let's blast some brains.
Charles, you fucking coward, get out here and help us. Good shot, Captain. Damn, he's going full auto right now.
Come get me, you smelly ass maggot fuckers!
Jesus, Captain. No! Punch him! Punch the... No, Captain! Oh. Just me and Charles, I guess. Or was Charles the big bad the whole time?
This is it. There's nowhere else to run.
Charles was the ultimate evil. Is this... Do I just hold out for as long as I can? Because if so, it could literally be forever. Since I'm invincible when I crouch. Whoa, Stan! I told you, we never saw him die. He's a time traveler from the future! Could you have come a second sooner to save the captain? Come on. Also, where's Charles? Wait, that can't be it. What happened to Charles? Oh, there's gonna be a sequel. Also, what role did Liam play in all of this? And Razor? Like, what was the entire purpose of the first level? Nice. Man, that felt like so much more than 2 hours. Oh my god. I honestly thought that was like 3 hours. 3 or 4 hours. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Right now, the current state of Twitch is like a bag of dog shit on fire. It is a complete disaster. It's like the most degenerate reality TV show program ever broadcast, and the entire internet can't look away. Myself included. I wanted to break down every single plot line going on in the Twitch drama sphere, but that would consist of more chapters than a Harry Potter book to it. Every single day, a new bomb gets dropped. Every time you go to sleep, you'll wake up as if Santa Claus visited you, and instead of putting presents under the tree, he put coal and drama in your stocking. And for a lot of people that enjoy watching a shit show from the sideline, that's better than any Christmas present you could ever get, I suppose. So overall, I just thought it'd be helpful to be like an almanac here, a little guide to help you navigate through this wild web of wackiness that's been going on Twitch with this crazy soap opera. So I'm going to try and enter into a flow state here and explain it all as best and as quickly as I can. So I'm going to try and really tap into the avatar state here to drive home all of the important stuff happening there. So let's take it from the top. This story starts with an event called Shit Camp. It's the follow-up to an event that QT Cinderella hosted last year where a lot of big streamers came together and did a lot of really fun IRL content together, and it was just a really memorable, really positive experience. So this year, QT Cinderella was putting on the sequel, Shit Camp 2022, And unfortunately, before the event even began, it was plagued by a bit of controversy because the biggest streamer in the world, XQC, had already said he'd be attending, he'd be going to shit camp this year as well, but last second decided not to without informing QT Cinderella beforehand. He didn't give like prior notice that he wasn't going to be going, so it caught her as well as a lot of people off guard. And I'm going to go ahead and give my take on this because this is kind of where blood started boiling a bit. This was like the first bit of drama to start this incredibly apocalyptic week off. I'm just going to play a clip from my stream where I briefly talk about it because I don't want to just plagiarize my own stream here, so I might as well just play the clip where I already talked about this. So it all started with shit camp. It all started with XQC not going to shit camp and not telling anyone that he wasn't going until it like happened. Which is very standard for XQC. Usually he'll say yes to anything he's invited to, but then not show up, but he doesn't tell anyone. Like for Creator Clash, iDubbbz didn't know he wasn't coming until the day that the event happened. He's not good at communicating. There's nothing wrong with not going. I just think he needs to be better at communicating. I don't think he does it maliciously. I really think he just doesn't think to do it. People like to try and spin it as like a malicious thing. I don't get that impression. I really just think he is so focused on stream and content that things like checking in with people, updating people, he doesn't even think to do. It never at any point comes across his mind. Now, this event on its own was a big controversy, but it wasn't a massive one. It was frustrating to QT Cinderella and, organizing the shit camp. But overall, I think everyone walked away from this situation still on decent terms with one another. But it really set in motion a series of events that ended in an absolutely cataclysmic disaster for streamers. And it can all be traced back to one single event that happened at shit camp that was nobody's fault. Just a pure, innocent accident. A force of nature that no one could have stopped. E-Rob. E-Rob is another big streamer, and E-Rob attended shit camp. E-Rob made a joking threat to one of his longtime viewers in a chat. I believe it was offline chat. E-Rob made a joke about beating him up at TwitchCon. And Twitch banned E-Rob for this. He got a 7-day ban for joking with one of his viewers about beating his ass. And then Twitch eventually revisited this ban not long after issuing it, and they decided to increase the duration from 7 days to 30 days. E-Rob received a 30-day ban for joking with one of his viewers about beating them up at TwitchCon. And that's where everything went to shit. That's where we shifted to a different dimension of pure darkness, sadness, and filth. Our entire timeline shifted from this one event. E-Rob's unjustified banning over nothing. E-Rob would have got a less harsh sentence if he got butt-fucked by that viewer on stream. We just saw Twitch give a 7-day ban to that girl that had sex on stream. E-Rob would have been better off filming a fucking sex tape live on stream with that viewer. He would have got a less harsh ban. Such an unbelievably silly ban, and this event was a lot like the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand and how that event helped kick off World War I. This was the catalyst for all of the shit that's been going on Twitch right now. So shortly after E-Rob's ban, there was a very public breakup between XQC and his longtime girlfriend, Adept. The two of them then went even more public with information around the breakup, even arguing in a Discord call while being streamed in front of an audience of 120,000 viewers, all waiting on bated breath for new, juicy, spicy drama. There was a lot of very private, personal stuff that was revealed, and it was a big deal for about 8 hours until the next bomb on Twitch dropped, which was Slicker and the scamming that came to light. I made a whole video about this because this is one of the biggest scams I've seen on a live streaming platform. I'll break it down to like the bare bullet points here. Slicker, very popular streamer for a time, was using his viewers as piggy banks. He would message a lot of his viewers and his mods with sob stories about like his bank being closed and how much he needs the money, and he was able to gather a lot of money from fans as well as friends. He reached out to pretty much all of his streamer friends and begged them for money and got money from them too, promising to pay them back, but only paying back very few of them. He spent it all gambling. He used roughly $300,000 of funds that he got from friends and fans and used it all gambling. So that all came to light, which then overshadowed the breakup stuff. and the Slicker scam being the biggest news on the platform until the next day. That had about 24 hours worth of being Twitch's biggest controversy, so that had a pretty good run, all things considered. There was a lot of longevity there. The next day, this whole gambling situation started to bubble over onto Twitter, because this was such big news. Everyone was then talking about gambling addiction, like, look how bad slots are for you, look at what this streamer did, and it all ties back to Twitch allowing gambling on their platform. So then it became a big movement on Twitter with, the hashtag Twitch ban gambling, and a lot of people giving a lot of takes on, the proper way of handling gambling on live streams. And this started a war, because there's a lot of popular streamers that do gambling. So then a lot of those streamers were feuding with streamers that were vocal against gambling, and they were clashing on Twitter all night. And then about 6 hours after that, we had another fucking massive bombshell drop with a different piece of drama outside of like the normal streamer category. This is chess. I made a whole video about the chess cheating scandal that's going on right now with the anal bead cheating hypothesis. This had a new development. To break that down, a chess grandmaster named Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen, the #1 chess player in the world, in a shocking upset, and Magnus Carlsen withdrew from the tournament that he lost to Hans in and insinuated Hans may have cheated. So then speculation ran wild, and eventually people started to wonder, did Hans Niemann cheat by using a chess bot programmed into a pair of anal beads or a butt plug? So that's been like the big chess drama there. And 12 hours ago, 6 hours from the gambling fighting on Twitter, Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen faced each other in their first chess match since the controversy. And they were playing online chess. Magnus Carlsen resigned after 2 moves. Magnus Carlsen rage quit his match against Hans Niemann right away, thus continuing this soft insinuation that he believes Hans Niemann is a cheater. So that spiraled chess into an even bigger pit of controversy, because that is a big deal. That is very unprofessional. That affects the entire tournament, not just Hans, with him resigning like that. It's a very bad look. So the entire chess community was outraged with Magnus for this action, because it's childish. It really is. To be that salty, mauled that hard, and still not have the confidence to say with your chest, Hans Niemann is a cheater and I refuse to play against him, it's a bad look. If you really believes he's a cheater, say it, and don't just go into the tournament and then rage quit and fuck it up for everyone else. It's very simple. If it was anyone besides Magnus, the repercussions here would be extreme. But Magnus gets a pass because he's the #1 player in the world, but the chess community isn't happy about it, and that's a still developing story, but that's the latest in the anal bead conspiracy for chess cheating. And that was the hottest news on Twitch, because it was broadcast on Twitch. But that was the hottest news in Twitch drama for only about 4 hours. Because 4 hours after that, the fighting on Twitter reached an absolutely crazy climax. After getting into a disagreement with fellow streamers on Twitter, Trainwrecks TV released this tweet here, which made hefty accusations about one of the largest streamers being complacent in a cover-up of a sexual assault. This, of course, is a massive deal. This is no longer just petty internet drama. Sexual assault is a crime, and it is something that should never be taken lightly. So this kind of accusation clearly had a massive effect on the entire platform, and throughout the course of the night, over like a 4-hour period, a lot of clips were surfacing. The victim of the story that Train was alluding to in the tweets also spoke out and went live to explain the story. If you'd like to understand more of it, I'd recommend going to her Twitter or watching her VOD. Her name is Adriana Lee. I'm not going to go into detail about this story in the video here, because it's not just petty, goofy internet drama when it's dealing with something this serious. Obviously, this situation was a massive deal on the platform, and as of right now, it is still developing. And as I'm making this video, yet another massive bomb has dropped on Twitch that is creating drama. Twitch put out an official statement on their stance on gambling, and it seems like they have outright banned any kind of gambling involving slots and shit like that, which was their main category for gambling. In their statement, they said they're making an update to their policy effective October 18th that'll prohibit the streaming of gambling sites that include slots, roulette, or dice games that aren't licensed either in the US or other jurisdictions that provide sufficient consumer protection. These sites include Stake.com, Rollbit, Duelbit, Roobet. However, we may identify others as we move forward. We will continue to allow websites that focus on sports betting, fantasy sports, and poker. So, for those that don't know, Gambling on Twitch has been an absolutely massive category for quite some time now, specifically slots. That's where most of all of the gambling streams take place, in the slots category. And the biggest sponsor of gambling streams on Twitch is Stake.com. The fact that Twitch put Stake.com in their statement by name is huge. They are paying millions upon millions of dollars for streamers to gamble on their site. They have so much sponsorship money that they've tossed around on Twitch, and the fact that they are now prohibited immediately cuts that entire thing off. I truly never thought Twitch would outright ban gambling like that. Now, of course, they did allow exceptions for like poker, sports betting, and fantasy sports, but I genuinely never thought that they would cut off slots, roulette, and everything there. That is a wild, big dick move there that is going to cause at least a month worth of controversy on the platform, because there's a lot of gambling streamers that just lost massive amounts of money from their Stake.com sponsorship deal, as well as just content, because streaming slots for a lot of streamers was the main source of their content for a while now. So that's just going to be a huge change for a lot of people on there, not only streamers but viewers, because there's a ton of viewers that only watch gambling content. So that whole situation there, that's a game changer. So it has been a fucking crazy week on Twitch. It's fucking wild. Hopefully this caught all of you up to speed. I gave you like the bare bones essentials to every story that's been going on recently. That's about it. See ya. When it comes to internet drama and controversy, I've got my finger on the pulse and I'm always ready to go wild with it on day one. I'm like Jimmy John's with that freaky fast delivery, giving you a take and then goofing around with a topic for a bit. But this week was a little different. I showed up tardy to the party today on the Bayonetta 3 situation, and there's a good reason for it. I wanted to wait to see how this one unfolded over the last few days, but it hasn't changed much, so I figured I'll just talk about it now and show you clips from my stream when I went over it. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Bayonetta 3 drama right now. A series of clips went viral on Twitter where the voice actress behind Bayonetta, her name's Helena Taylor, made a series of tweets with a video talking about why she's not voicing Bayonetta in the new game.
Hello, my name's Helena Taylor, and I am the voice of Bayonetta, and I would like to explain to you why I didn't voice Bayonetta 3. What did they offer to pay me? The final offer to do the whole game as a buyout, a flat rate, was $4,000 US.
This is obviously extremely low for an incredibly large amount of work that's required for AAA game voice acting, especially at the level of Bayonetta, a huge franchise, so it's absolutely a slap in the face. This is Platinum Games and Nintendo spitting on her, and the internet was rightfully upset. Bayonetta is an iconic character. It's a very big title. It's one that I'm sure most people at least recognize, even if they don't play the games themselves, because the character's very popular. And a large part of it is thanks to Helena Taylor's work as Bayonetta. I did see a couple of bah-humbugging Scrooges out there that were saying, who cares about Helena Taylor? She doesn't make the character, she just voices it. And I feel like that's just such a brain-dead take. Like, if you really don't care about the voice acting, then play your game on mute every time there's a cutscene and see how much fun you're having there. Like, it's a very big part of characters. Of course, you can have good characters without voice acting, but having a good voice actor or actress helps elevate the character as well. But anyway, I'm already veering off the trail here, going off topic on a tangent, tackling dumb opinions from the Twitter cesspool of piss-brained babies. But the thing is, $4,000 for that kind of work at that level is nothing shy of criminal. That shit is downright insulting, and obviously this made Helena Taylor walk away from the project since this is the most they were willing to offer her. Now, I don't know if this was Platinum Games that came up with that rate for her or if it was Nintendo. In my heart, I truly believe it was Nintendo. There is just a holy spirit within me that is screaming, Nintendo, because this is like some real textbook Nintendo shit. Nintendo is cheap on everything they do. Look no further than Nintendo Online, for God's sakes. Paying for that service should have that company shut down. It is the worst online service of all time. They don't bother changing it. It's expensive. It's trash. And also, historically, Nintendo doesn't put a lot of money behind things. For example, let's just talk about like sanctioned tournaments from Nintendo where the grand prize isn't money, it's a controller. You know, shit like that. They have a history of being extremely cheap with their things and the things they put out, that I imagine they're also very cheap with their wages and trying to like cut corners on salaries or making offers like this. There is absolutely no reason at all why Helena Taylor, someone who helped build Bayonetta into the iconic character she is, should be getting an offer this low. They should be begging her to continue working on the character and building the character, because her voice is now synonymous with Bayonetta. Hearing any other voice is going to be jarring. Now, she's been replaced by Jennifer Hale, one of the largest voice actresses of all time. There is no shot she accepted a $4,000 offer. So I, as well as many others, believe that that $4,000 offer to Helena Taylor was their way of having her leave on her own terms by giving her a shitty offer they knew she wouldn't accept. So this tells me that they wanted a bigger name attached to the project in order to hopefully boost sales or come with a built-in audience. So they got rid of Helena Taylor, but instead of just firing her and like kicking her out saying like, hey bub, it's time to pack your things and go, they instead did this in an extremely scummy and shady way by just completely devaluing her talent to her face by making this terrible offer that they knew no one in their right mind would accept. That's the theory, at least. It's just a game theory, but I believe that's probably the case here, and it's absolutely tragic. Now, again, the reason why I didn't cover this, like, the day that it started coming out is because I wanted to see if Platinum Games or Nintendo or even Jennifer Hale would make a statement about this, where, you know, like Jennifer Hale, whom I don't think bears any blame in this situation. I'm sure she didn't know any of this. I was just wondering if she would come out and say something like, yeah, I definitely was offered more than $4,000 for this role. Something weird is here. But of course, that's a little unrealistic to expect considering NDAs and all of that shit. But I just wanted to see if something like that would happen. So far, it hasn't. Platinum Games hasn't put out a statement. Hideki Kamiya is just blocking everyone on Twitter like he normally does. He said that there's a lot of untruth out there, which I'm guessing is in reference to this, and then made this bold statement of beware of my rules. So he's already speaking like an actual villain here. And so far, that's the only statement. Helena Taylor also called on fans to boycott Bayonetta 3 and instead spend their money on charity instead, which I think is a sweet sentiment overall. I don't know how successful a boycott's going to be, but I can understand where she's coming from in trying to get some kind of action against Platinum Games Nintendo here for this situation. But anyway, let me show you some clips from the stream where I dive into it a bit more. Yeah, I'll briefly mention the Bayonetta 3 stuff. I feel like I've already talked about it like 5 times, but I'll do it again in case my take was lost to the river of time. Absolutely terrible what Helena Taylor was offered. $4,000 to do that whole game on a character she helped build as an iconic character. Her voice, very recognizable as Bayonetta, offering $4,000 to her. Truly shit. I don't think anyone would disagree. They very clearly did that because they wanted to force her out. I don't think it was a legitimate offer. They replaced her with Jennifer Hale, one of the biggest voice actresses of all time. You've got to be out of your goddamn mind to think Jennifer Hale accepted that role for $4,000. So 100% they wanted a bigger name to push that game. So they got rid of Helena Taylor for her, but they didn't want to just fire her. They gave her an insulting offer so she'd walk on her own. It would have been better just to fire her. I mean, it would have been a lot less scummy. Still shitty considering everyone recognizes Bayonetta's voice. It's very distinguished. It's very silly to replace it in the third fucking game. But let's say you did want to move on to a bigger name. There's a way of doing that gracefully. You know, like a thank you for all the hard work you've done here, as opposed to insulting their work with a $4,000 offer to replace them. It's silly. How much did they offer the new VA? I have no idea, but it's very, very, very much higher than $4,000. You guys might not know Jennifer Hale's name, but you know her work. She has voiced in pretty much everything that you've watched and played for 20 years. Why did I go to her Wikipedia instead of her IMDb? Literally everything. She is not getting signed on for $4,000, I'll tell you right now. I don't know if it was Platinum Games or if it was Nintendo, Because from what I recall, the reason Bayonetta's even on the Switch, why Bayonetta 2 even happened, is because Nintendo agreed to take up all of the financial burden of the game. So I really do wonder if it was Nintendo who said we need a bigger name for Bayonetta, so we need to get Helena Taylor out, here's $4,000, or if it was Platinum. I would be very curious to know, like, definitively, who made that call. Because it definitely seems more like a Nintendo decision than a Platinum Games decision, but I could be biased because I'm such a Platinum Games fan. They've made some of my favorite games. Nintendo would have sued her as well. True. I mean, they still probably will. I'm pretty sure her telling her salary, like their offer, was against the NDA. And with Nintendo, they are going to enforce the fuck out of that, I bet. Yeah, like Babylon's Fall, right? You take that name out of your mouth. That wasn't Platinum Games. That was Platinum Games' evil twin. Platinum Games have made so many bangers, but they have been in a downward spiral, I will admit. Fucking Babylon's Fall. Is Hideki still on Twitter? I believe his account is restricted. So I think this is important to clear up confusion. Hideki Kamiya, the one on Twitter who everyone immediately flocked to start, like, bringing this to his attention, he blocks everyone. And he's blocked everyone for 10 years. One of his rules on his Twitter is if you speak English, I block you. Like, he blocks legitimately everybody. So everyone's saying, like, oh, he's blocking me, which means I got him where it hurts. You didn't. This guy is just a menace. He blocks everybody. The Wonderful 101 Kickstarter reward was getting unblocked by him. I didn't remember that. Jesus. Yeah, I'm surprised more people didn't know that. It became a big meme on Twitter, the check if you're blocked by Kamiya meme. Because almost everyone who speaks English is. If he sees you speaking English, he blocks you. Even if you don't reply to him, if he sees you speaking English, he blocks you. And has for years. Yeah, most people just wrote it off as him being quirky. But it is kind of cringe, especially when like a legitimate situation gets brought up. Man, he is wilding out on Twitter right now, though. He has made, Jesus Christ, about 20-something tweets in the last 15 hours. The man is a prolific shitposter. He's got 240,000 tweets. He spends more time on Twitter than he does at the studio. Sucks knowing the full story because from what we have heard, she's done a great job with Bayo. Jennifer Hale does a great job in everything she's in. I can't recall a single one of her 2 billion games I've played where I'm like, damn, this voice acting's shit. At least from her. Like, she's just good, which is why she's one of the biggest. Would you have taken the offer to voice Bayonetta for 4K? That's not a good question to ask me. I'm not in a position where, like, I need money for voice acting services. I do voice acting because it's fun and I know I'm bad at it, so it becomes like a self-aware kind of joke when I do it. But for an actual professional, that is beyond insulting. Especially for a title like Bayonetta. I don't like that she's throwing shade at the new actress. That was the only thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. How she was saying Jennifer Hale doesn't have the right to call herself Bayonetta or something to that effect. That was a little weird. Like, it's not Jennifer Hale's fault, right? I don't know why she would get mad at Jennifer Hale. She took the job. She took the job probably not knowing Helena Taylor was offered such dog shit to force her out of the game. I don't think they told her, like, hey, Jennifer, we want you to voice Bayonetta 3 because the last voice actress we decided to offer a terrible salary to because we didn't want her here anymore. We want you instead. Like, I don't think she, like, fist bumped them after that. Like, good plan.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new remake, remaster, reimagining of The Last of Us Part 1. So let's get down to business. The first Last of Us game is an absolute masterpiece and a damn near perfect story. This isn't any surprising information. If anyone's played The Last of Us, you absolutely remember it and will likely put it in your top 10 games of all time for good reason. But for the moist meter here, I'm kind of in a bit of a weird pickle because there's no real reason to talk about the game itself since it's the same game that released back in 2013, just with a lot of upgrades to its visuals as well as a couple of tweaks to its combat. But overall, the narrative, everything remains completely unchanged. And what more can possibly be said about The Last of Us that hasn't already been said? So instead of focusing on the actual game itself, I'm going to be focusing on all of the changes and upgrades that they brought to it. Now, this is the third time The Last of Us has been released. It came out initially in 2013, and then they had a remastered version in 2014, and now there is yet another remastered / remake, whatever you want to call it, now. Now, I don't like to call this a remake because I think that should be reserved for massive overhauls to the likes of like Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, those really big game changers where it's a lot of things like core gameplay, even story changes, like that. Those to me are full-blown remakes, whereas The Last of Us Part 1 is more in just like a really passionate remaster. There are a lot of things they did remake in terms of its visuals, like they rebuilt a lot of things to amplify it all, and I get that, but it's to me more of just like a really high-quality remaster. So the question is it worth $70? And my answer is no. I think it is extremely well done, but it's also highly unnecessary. Last of Us isn't even a 10-year-old game. You know, it still looks good, but it obviously looks better here. They put a lot of work into making the characters' faces more emotive. They look a lot better. Everything looks a lot cleaner, a lot more high resolution. Reflections actually pop. There is so much from a technical perspective that they have nailed. And if you've never played The Last of Us, then this is the optimal way of experiencing it. However, for anyone that has played the original or the remaster, I just don't see why this would be worth $70. It's a $70 visual upgrade. So if you really just got the itch to replay the game, then yeah, this is the way to do it. But $70 to me is just way too steep. This should have been $40 tops because they also took out the multiplayer. So this released with less content and a higher price tag than the original. You know, like to me, it just $70 isn't justifiable here. But yes, everything they added to it, I think, is pretty substantial. After having played it, you can really feel the difference. You can see the difference. The combat is significantly smoother. You know, the combat actually flows really nicely now. There's nothing janky or wonky about it. All of it just it's a much better experience. But it's still the same exact core game that has already been re-released once. You know, you're paying for the same thing a third time. It's kind of like in SpongeBob where King Neptune takes his first Krabby Patty and he's blown away. He's like, holy fuck, that's so good, I think I'll try it a second time. So he vomits it into his hand and eats it again. That's kind of this here, you know? It was so good the first time, I can't wait to have it a second time. And now we're going for thirds. I just don't think it warrants a $70 price tag, especially because they did remove multiplayer. Like, that was a big component of the first Last of Us game. And it's not here. And this is more expensive. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I understand they remove multiplayer because they're trying to do like a standalone multiplayer Last of Us experience. At least that's what I'm told. So I get it, but if you're going to do that, then have the price reflect that. You have taken a lot of content out now. Content that people liked in the first Last of Us. When you're charging more. You should be charging less because you're giving less. The visual upgrades, again, are huge. Like, they're meaningful. It's not just a few pixels or a little upscaled resolution. They have completely overhauled certain things, and the faces especially stand out. Like, the faces really help amplify the story because you can see a lot more emotion on them. So, like, they did a great job visually, but it's not $70 texture pack worthy. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. To me, that just seems a bit greedy. If you're curious about how big of a difference it is graphically and visually, I would recommend looking at Digital Foundry's video that compares it to the others. It does a great job of highlighting just how impressive the improvements are. But even with all of that considered, it still doesn't make sense to me that this would be at $70. Now again, if this was at like the $30 to $40 price tag, I would have zero complaints. I would say this is fantastic and it does a great job of really bringing The Last of Us to next gen. And I think it is great for people that have never played it. I think this would be a really great way of experiencing it, but just not at the current price. That's really just my major complaint. And also the removal of multiplayer is a complaint as well. Even though I didn't get super into the Last of Us multiplayer scene back in the day, I still would have liked to experience it again in the modern age, but still. Overall, I think they accomplished their goal of delivering a really high-quality Last of Us 1 remastered, remake version. I think they really knocked it out of the park here. It is jaw-dropping what they've been able to do, and it's clear that a ton of work went into it, so I appreciate that, and I think they nailed it. I just think they missed the mark on how much it should be. So plugging The Last of Us Part 1 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a nice 70%. The game itself it's a fucking 10 out of 10. Like, the actual Last of Us game, everyone already knows how incredible that game is, and everyone already knows how much I enjoy the first Last of Us game. It is so fucking good. But we're not talking about the game itself. We're talking about the changes, the visual upgrades, and everything here, which I do think absolutely slap. It's just, I think they needed to reevaluate what they're charging for it. So that's why it's at a 70%, but make no mistake, the actual Last of Us game is fucking amazing. So if you haven't played it, you definitely have to play it. And if you're just really itching for a replay through, this might be a good option if you've just got $70 laying around, I guess. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. I know I haven't made a video on the Mick Gordon and Doom Eternal soundtrack drama that's been cooking for the last week, and the reason is I wanted to wait to see how Bethesda would clap back, and today they've given a response, and it is weak. They dropped a wet sock on us. Now, while overall the appetizer they served up was underwhelming, and we'll get into it in a moment, they did, however, make a threat of having something substantial to back up their side of this drama, but they haven't revealed that yet, so for now, it's just kind of empty. But who knows, maybe pretty soon in the future they'll come with something stronger after boofing creatine and taking HGH, but as it stands right now, this response from them I think is less than satisfactory. So let's go into the whole situation here from the start, because it's pretty wacky and it's pretty sad. Hopefully all of you are familiar with Mick Gordon. He's one of the most well-respected and most talented video game composers of our time. You might know his work from Killer Instinct, Doom most likely. I absolutely love his work. I always compare him to like Hans Zimmer in the way that if his name is attached to a project, you know that that soundtrack is going to be slapping. And of course, Mick was brought back on board by id Software to be the composer for Doom Eternal. Fans were pumping their fists, sodden, sopping panties, everyone was excited, and it all seemed fine until the Doom Eternal OST released. The original soundtrack. So the OST is different than the game scoring, and when the OST came out, everyone was surprised that it just really wasn't good. Like, it wasn't well made, it was sloppy, and Mick Gordon's got no blemishes on his report card. This is a straight A student. His whole resume is nothing but hits. He's never had a miss, until Doom Eternal's OST. Most people were criticizing it heavily, and then out of nowhere, Marty Stratton of id Software dropped a Reddit post that blamed Mick Gordon for why the OST wasn't great. And this Reddit post came out of absolutely fucking nowhere, like a jump scare, and it pins the entirety of the blame on Mick Gordon, makes it seem like he's hard to work with, lazy, doesn't do what he's supposed to do, and this is the accepted perception of Mick Gordon for 2 years. 2 years ago, Marty Stratton dropped this, and for 2 years, people believed it, which of course had a wildly detrimental impact upon the reputation of Mick Gordon. Most people used him as an example for talented people who were lazy, and that's just the way people perceived Mick Gordon from that point forward, and he never came forward to defend himself until last week. Last week, Mick Gordon came with an over 14,000 word thesis, a fucking Harry Potter book worth of evidence to disprove that, saying that that Reddit post was misleading, factually incorrect, and downright fucking wrong. I'm not exaggerating the scope of this. This report here, it's not a twit longer. This is a goddamn twit novel. Like, it has its own table of contents, and he has printed more receipts than a Walmart. Mick Gordon came with an overwhelming amount of evidence to prove his side of the story, and it highlights a lot of fucked up things in here about what happened behind the scenes. There's so many layers to this onion, it'd make Shrek shit himself. It's wild. And it really seems like Marty Stratton has a personal grudge against Mick for some reason. I don't understand why, but it really feels like Marty fucking hates him. I don't know if Mick Gordon fucked Marty's wife or something, but my god, it really sounds like Marty was twirling his evil mustache here in order to make Mick's life miserable with this project. Let me show you just a quick excerpt there before getting into the deeper stuff. So this is in regards to that Reddit post. So the OST, it was a poor quality release which drew criticism. Marty asked Mick for assistance, and they eventually came up with a couple of ideas. So he offered to draft a joint statement addressing the situation and announcing plans moving forward, and requested that Mick hold off on making further public comments until they could address it together. And Marty then told Mick to expect the draft within a few hours, but it never arrived. Instead, what arrived was a fucking tank of dog shit. Instead, days later, Marty put on the fedora and wrote his infamous open letter Reddit post, which blamed Mick for everything, with the botched OST. So that's the level of respect Marty has for Mick. And that's really just the beginning. Get ready to have your heart broken here. Awards. I'm happy to hear Marty feels I deserve Doom's music awards, because the truth is those trophies are kept locked in the id Software office. I've only ever seen them once, behind glass, from a distance. Nobody has ever offered to send me copies, and thanks to the show's producers, I was invited to perform at the Game Awards, but other than that, id Software never invited me to collect the awards in person. Marty invited himself to collect the awards on my behalf instead. It would mean a lot to have a memento of all the hard work I poured into Doom franchise, but as it currently stands, doubt I'll ever see those awards again. So Marty, being the saint that he is, didn't invite Mick to claim his own awards, and instead invited himself to claim the awards on Mick's behalf, and then never sent him the trophies. I don't know why he hates him so much. I don't get it. Now, before diving deeper into the bowels of this filthy colon, let's go ahead and go through some of the summary of facts that Mick Gordon provides here. So he still hasn't been paid for over half of Doom Eternal's music, which is fucking criminal. That is a massive, massive problem that he has still not been fully paid for his work. The Doom Eternal OST was announced with his name attached and made available for pre-order before Mick was even contracted to produce it. And despite Mick's alarm and constant appeals, Marty refused to do anything about it, which led to a 9-month delay. And after 7 months of inaction, he reported his concerns to Bethesda, and Bethesda and him negotiated the Doom Eternal OST directly without Marty's involvement, and he received the contract for this just 48 hours before Doom Eternal was released. The delay was announced a week earlier before he was under contract, and the deadline was 29 days later. This is really only the tip of the iceberg. Things were just filthy with id Software and Bethesda and how they treated Mick. One thing that I think is very important to note is they attempted to bribe him into silence. According to Mick, they allegedly offered 6 figures in order for him to not come forward with his account of this situation. So one of the reasons it took him so long to come forward with all this, not only because of the length of it and how in-depth he went, obviously that takes a lot of time to get all of those ducks in a row, but another reason that there was such a long period between that Reddit post and this, 2 years, is because they kept trying to legally scare him and intimidate him. So there were lawyers involved that would constantly just kick the ball down the field, hoping to keep putting this off, because they knew Ragnarok was coming. They knew Mick Gordon wasn't going to stay silent. He didn't accept the bribe, so all they could really do is try and stall for as long as possible. And that's just one of the reasons that it took so long for him to come forward. They tried to legally strong-arm him and bribe him into not coming forward, which clearly didn't work, and I'm glad Mick Gordon's coming forward, because this is a really valuable look into some super shady shit that I'm sure isn't the only time it's happened in the industry. So Mick Gordon calling attention to it and highlighting it, breaking it down, I think is beyond valuable. And it's so great to see Mick Gordon come forward with an attempt to clear his name. And I think this is perhaps the best defense I've ever seen on the internet. This is like a professional S-tier rebuttal. Like, it's actually wild how much evidence that Mick presents here to disprove everything Marty was claiming. When you look at Marty's post in comparison to this, it's laughable. It's written by a clown. There is no evidence to support any of Marty's claims. Meanwhile, Mick Gordon has 14,000 words full of receipts to support his side of this whole thing. Now, you might be asking, how did the OST end up so bad? Well, it's because Marty and id Software passed it off to Chad Mossholder, who was an in-house audio engineer for the team, and Chad Mossholder took it on and produced less than stellar work. Now, I'm not here to critique Chad Mossholder's talent, and from the quality of the OST, I'm pretty sure he didn't put his best foot forward here. I'm imagining that he only worked on this OST while blackout drunk and pissing his pants and forgetting who he was, because it is so sloppily made. It is amateurish. I refuse to believe a high-level audio engineer actually worked on this in any meaningful capacity. This may have been Chad Mossholder passing this off to an intern so he didn't have to. I don't know. But it is terrible. Like, from an actual quality standpoint, it is awful. It wasn't Mick Gordon who produced this bad OST. It was the id Software team that forced this poor OST and blamed Mick. Now let's turn our attention to Bethesda's official response that they posted last night. This is the legendary Double Down. The recent post by Mick Gordon both mischaracterized and misrepresented the team at id Software, the development of Doom Eternal, and Marty Stratton and Chad Mossholder with a one-sided and unjust account of irreparable professional relationship. We are aware of all the details and history in this matter and unequivocally support Marty, Chad, and the team at id Software. We reject the distortion of the truth and selective presentation of incomplete facts, in quotation mark, which I find very humorous because facts in quotation marks when talking about actual receipts, legitimate evidence, and they're putting facts in quotation marks. We stand ready with full and complete documented evidence to disclose in an appropriate venue as needed. The statements posted online have incited harassment and threats of violence against Marty, Chad, and the id Software team. Any threats or harassment directed towards members of our teams will be met with swift and appropriate action to protect their health and safety. We remain incredibly proud of id's previous collaborations with Mick Gordon and ask that fans refrain from reaching conclusions based on his account and, more importantly, from attacking any of the individuals mentioned on either side, including Marty, Chad, or Mick. This whole statement, I think, is an absolute toilet paper roll because you didn't release a statement when Marty went rogue, off book, off script, fucking full-blown James Bond off the grid and released his Reddit post shitting on Mick. Where were you condemning that? That was a one-sided account of this situation from Marty, and it shit all over Mick's reputation for 2 years and incited harassment against Mick, and it also irreparably damaged his reputation for 2 years, probably even prevented him from getting some work, I would imagine, because people would read that and be like, well, Mick sounds hard to work with and he won't reach the deadlines, you know, because everyone believed Marty because his word meant something. They assumed he was telling the truth. Where was the Bethesda official statement then? Marty didn't even drop any level of facts. He just dropped the fan fiction out there. He had no evidence in his post to begin with. And Mick Gordon even made sure to let fans know that he doesn't want this to lead to harassment or anything like that against anyone involved in the team, and even highlighted how there were so many talented people at id Software that he really appreciated and how great it was overall with id Software. Just wanted to highlight these specific problems, which was a luxury Marty didn't afford Mick. Marty at no point made it seem like he didn't want Mick to take the full brunt of the impact from the fans' upset anger. At least Mick went there with class. Now it's a problem, and now you condemn it, and I'm very curious to see what full documented evidence you have. If you do have those kind of receipts, why didn't you lead with that? Why lead with this wet noodle? Why come out here with a threat first instead of just, here's our evidence? I always hate this move where it's, no, we have the full story, and we will release it eventually. Just fucking start with it if you have it, coward. Christ. Maybe they do have something that somehow disproves Mick. I would be shocked. I don't even really know what that magic bullet would look like here. I guess maybe contracts that would poke holes into the timeline or some of the claims Mick would make. I'm really not sure. But if they do have that evidence, I really don't understand why they wouldn't start with that as opposed to just putting out this statement saying that they have evidence. Like, I know a lot of people are saying it's an intimidation tactic, but intimidating him to do what? Mick has already dropped his 14,000 word massive report on all of this. What's there to intimidate? He's already dropped the bomb. So why even try and scare him anymore? Like, if you have the evidence, there really was no reason to start with something like this. You could have just immediately went into, here's our proof of our side, and this is what's wrong about his statement. There was just no reason for this. This is just absolute nothingness. And I do want to highlight something in particular where they say that Mick's statement has now led to threats of violence and harassment against Marty and Chad and those involved. I hate that. Unfortunately, that's just a byproduct of assholes on the internet. Mick Gordon tried to handle this as professionally as possible, was beyond generous and patient with this whole team, and eventually, when he found himself out of options, released this publicly. Marty did this as a first resort and led that harassment against Mick. And for some reason, they're especially highlighting it on Mick Gordon for some reason, even though Mick made a very special effort to let people know that it's not okay to do those things. But there's always going to be douchebags online, and it happens, unfortunately. But for them to come out in their official statement and say that because of Mick, now their lives and their safety is in jeopardy, I think is just fucked up. Trying to villainize the victim here for coming forward by using some assholes leaving mean tweets to them as like proof that, oh my god, now everyone's in trouble, like all of their safety is compromised. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. I'm excited to see what happens next if they really do have evidence. I'm curious to see what it is. But for now, I am definitely on Mick Gordon's side here. I've never seen a response that professional and that thorough. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Sonic Frontiers. Now, I was very public about how awful I thought the early trailers for this game looked, and I'm happy to say I was pleasantly surprised with how the game actually turned out. So, let's just get into it right away. Now, I think the game overall has a lot of great ideas, but the execution is lackluster in a lot of areas. It has wonderful ingredients, but the recipe's a little fucked up, so it ends up tasting a little shitty at points. But overall, I still really enjoyed the meal. So, the big thing with Sonic Frontiers is its open world. Obviously, that was like their main selling point. And it was the most concerning thing for me. From all of the early footage, it looked like a bland, empty, lifeless open world with nothing to do, nothing in it, and then just random obstacles thrown all over the place for some rails to grind and some pads to bounce off of with no rhyme or reason. And now that the game's fully out, I can say with confidence that's exactly what the open world's like. But it's still a lot of fun to play, and I see the potential for the formula here. The worlds are huge, so well, I don't want to get into spoilers, but there's more than one world. I'll tell you there's at least 3, and they're all pretty similar. They're large, and they just have a ton of haphazardly thrown together boosters that'll take you on like a short little adventure in order to get a memory fragment, which you use to progress the narrative. So you collect these memory fragments by going off of the rails that are throughout the levels, and when you collect enough, you use them on your friends in order to help save them. And on paper, it sounds bad, but playing it, it's really not. I really enjoyed it, especially in the first world. The first world I actually thought was the most fun world, but it is very empty. There's some enemies in there, but not many. There are mini-bosses, though, in these open worlds, and the mini-bosses are very fun to fight. I actually found the combat to be a breakout, joy for me. I thought it was going to be pretty uninspired and pretty boring, but it's not. It's fucking hype. So fighting the mini-bosses was always enjoyable because there's actual mechanics to it. It's not just a DPS check. You can do some fun stuff. There's some fun combos to experiment with. The skill tree's simple. It's quick to finish, but it is enjoyable. So fighting the mini-bosses in the world is the most fun to have in the open world. But yeah, there's not a lot in there, and it also has a huge problem with pop-ins, especially on World 2. Oftentimes with these floating rails and shit, you won't even see them until they're right in front of your fucking face. So you'll be going through like the booster, you hit the bounce pad, and then it seems like there's nothing there until you do a double jump and then some shit pops in. It seems like the game had a really tough time rendering everything at the speed you go. So there's just tons and tons of pop-ins, which is super rough and noticeable when the game open world hinges on you being able to figure out what path you want to take next. It really feels like there wasn't a whole lot of design thought that went into doing these things because they don't really connect to each other. Like you'll go through one of them, you hit the booster, you hit the bounce pad, you jump off a wall, you take another booster, you grind a rail, it sends you through 3 rings and then you get your memory fragment at the end, and it's just you floating above like the open world. And then you come back down to earth. They don't connect to anything, they don't go to anything. Like in most games, there's a rhyme and there's a reason for why things are placed where they are. Here, it just seems like they dumped a ton of these assets all over the place in order to make you farm these memories. And it was fun at first, but by the time you get to like World 3, it really starts to lose its luster and becomes more of a chore. But of course, they're not the only thing in the open world, like I mentioned. There's also a fun progression system where you can even increase things like Sonic's speed, his overall speed, his power, his defense, ring capacity, shit like that, by getting the materials through fighting the mini-bosses or through fighting just normal enemies or finding them in the world. There's even fishing minigame with Big the Cat, which is great. So there is stuff to do in the world, more than I expected based on the early footage, but overall, yes, the open worlds are pretty lifeless, and it does feel pretty uninspired from a design perspective as well. But I don't think it's trash or anything, and I can absolutely see the potential because going fast, like you can collect 400 rings and you get like a fucking turbocharged super boost and you're just going at light speed, fucking Mach 25,000, and you can zip around the map and it's fun. Like it is super fun to do that. But it's just not fully realized yet, and I do think they can get there in the future as long as they commit to like improving this formula. They got the great groundwork right now. Now, I want to highlight World 3 in particular because I think that's this game at its weakest. World 3 is some of the worst design I've seen in a fucking open world game. There's a bunch of islands that are not connected super well, so you have to go way out of your way to go from one island to the other or find a bird to take you there, and it's just such a fucking headache. It completely puts the brakes on this entire experience and does not go way past cool. It goes way past fucking frustrating. It's miserable to play World 3. It slows everything down, and it is awful. I hated World 3. Everything's too spaced out, and you have to go to very specific paths in order to find the right rails to get where you want to go. And when you're doing like the little exploration stuff for the memories, it'll lock you into the 2D camera perspective so many times, and you can't break out of it until you get out of that little section, the rail section, or that whole area. And that's another complaint. The camera has a mind of its fucking own, and it hates you. The camera wants to make your life as miserable as it can. You are not only fighting enemies in this game, you are fighting this camera. The camera loses its fucking mind, especially starting in World 2. That's when it really started to stand out to me. Now, the highlight of this game, I think, is the cyber worlds. So that's the shit within the open world where once you defeat like a mini boss, you get your portal access and you get the key in order to unlock a cyber world of your choosing that's throughout the world. And that's the more focused traditional Sonic levels. Some of them are 2D, some of them are, full 3D, everything. And they are really fun. There's only like a couple cyber worlds I thought were kind of shitty, and that's only because they were really, really short. Now, they're super forgiving. This game's not a massive challenge by any means, but to get an S rank in a cyber world, you actually have to like try to suck dick in order to fuck it up. The only hard ones to S rank are World 1-1 and 1-2. After that, they just become super, super easy. They're very, very generous. You'll be getting S rank by like 45 seconds. You'll have so much time left over. But that doesn't mean that they're not enjoyable. I think the cyber worlds really stand out, and I liked it a lot. And another big standout to me is the soundtrack. This game's got an amazing soundtrack, especially during their Titan fights, which are their massive boss battles at the end of each world. Those go so fucking hard. Really reminded me of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance at certain points. It dials up the hype. It's really fun choreography. Sonic goes like fucking Turbo Insano style, murders these Titans while some great metal's playing in the background. They have like screaming, which I didn't expect in a Sonic soundtrack. It was so fun. The Titan fights are amazing, and the soundtrack is just great across the board, especially in the cyber worlds. Another thing that I found really surprising is the depth to the mechanics here. There's a lot of mechanics in order to like traverse, in order to fight. Like there's just a lot that you can master. So there was a lot more depth to this than I was expecting, which I was pleasantly surprised by. Now, I don't know how important the narrative is to Sonic fans, but I will talk about it here because, there's a story, and it's not bad by any means, but it's very standard, what you're expecting kind of story. The power of friendship, I'll do anything for my friends to save everyone. Sonic's got his classic snark, but none of the other characters really get a chance to shine except for a new character named Sage, who is introduced in here as kind of like the antagonist, and I think that character's pretty solid overall, and, Eggman's great, but the story isn't anything that anyone's going to be like writing home about as like a powerful, profound piece, but it allows for really hype moments. It gets you from point A to point B to allow these amazing set pieces in the world, and I think it succeeds at what it wants to do, so I don't think it's bad. I just wanted to like briefly talk about it, that it's nothing super special. But I do like a lot of the callbacks, and there's a bit of fan service in there as well, and I just overall didn't mind it whatsoever, but I don't think it's great either. Plugging Sonic Frontiers into the moist meter, I'm giving it a clean 70%. This turned out a lot better than I expected it to. I went in there with very low expectations and I was very pleasantly surprised. I always approach games with an open mind, even if it's one that I don't think is going to be great, and I'm always happy when it turns out that I'm wrong and the game is good, and that is the case with Sonic Frontiers. It's got a lot of problems. There is a lot of jank. I didn't even mention this. Let me mention it now. The combat when you're fighting a lot of these bosses is fun, but so fucking janky. Sometimes you just shoot across the world for no reason because momentum gets carried in a weird way after you use some of the combos. So the combat gets very, very janky, and with the camera being as unpredictable and shitty as it is, it can just become really nauseating sometimes and lead to some unfortunate deaths that sometimes are just straight up out of your control. So yeah, there's some jank to it, but overall, I do think Sonic Frontiers is a really great attempt at making something special with Sonic. It's not a full, swing and a hit, like knocking it out of the park by any means, but they don't miss here either. There's a lot of execution that's sloppy, but if they stick with something like this, I think they can make something amazing in the future. So I think there's a lot to look forward to for Sonic fans. That's about it. See ya. I've been back and forth for a little while now on whether or not to make a video about this topic because it's not exactly goofy, but the more I read about it, the wackier it becomes and the more unbelievable the story is. I'm sure you've seen all the headlines by now that Brittany Griner is being exchanged for a Russian criminal known as the Merchant of Death. Now I'll go ahead and bring you up to speed on the lore if you don't know exactly what this is referring to. Brittany Griner was one of the best WNBA players in the league, and she was detained in Russia on drug charges about 10 months ago. The drug charges were super minor. It was like 2 tiddlywinks of weed. They basically threw her in the slammer for thinking about marijuana. The actual story was they came after her for smuggling because they found vaporizer cartridges on her person which contained less than a gram of hash oil. So super trivial amount really. You'd find more devil's lettuce in a church bathroom. She wasn't exactly some drug kingpin who was trying to escape the country with a duffel bag full of jazz cabbage. It was very small stuff. She was detained and thrown into a labor camp for the last 10 months. And since then, the US has been working to try and set up a trade with Russia to get her back. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tackle this complicated issue real quick, just right away, because I've seen so many people mention this, that this same thing would happen in America for the same level of, possession. People in America get thrown in jail for years for very minor drug charges. And you're right. That's horrible, too. It's horrible when it happens in America. It's horrible that it happened to Brittany Griner in Russia. They can both be terrible together. I think we can all agree on that. That's not some big gotcha moment. Now getting back on topic, today the US has finalized the trade agreeing to swap Victor Bout, the Merchant of Death, for Brittany Griner. And a lot of people have been scratching their head saying that this seems like an unfair trade, a pretty lopsided deal, because the Merchant of Death isn't exactly some lightweight. And that title alone is scary. That's like releasing Cobra Commander, like freeing him from the G.I. Joe prison. This isn't just some nobody. This is a very, very well-known arms dealer. In fact, they have a whole goddamn movie about this guy called Lord of War, starring Nicolas Cage. This isn't some small fry, not some faceless old pop Wiggleberry that was convicted for kegeling heroin. Like, this is a big deal. Now, of course, I do agree that this was a wrongful conviction. Brittany Griner's punishment didn't fit her crime. This was pretty outrageous. Like, yes, I understand, like, a law was broken, but this kind of enforcement of it is absurd. And I think getting her out is great, but I do agree with a lot of people that are wondering, could we have got more for this trade? Like, right now, there are still 2 other US citizens that are imprisoned in Russia. And we just gave up like our biggest Yu-Gi-Oh card here to barter with. Could we have maybe grouped them all together? Be like, we'll give you the Merchant of Death. We'll give you the super duper ultra rare prisoner if you give us all 3 of your prisoners of ours. Like, I feel like that would have been a much more fair deal. Like, right now there's a Marine sitting in there that's been there since 2018. Like, I definitely feel like maybe we could have played this a little bit better. Now, of course, I'm not looking at the deeper political motivations and angles to a negotiation like this. I'm not here to dissect the inner machinations of this kind of swap. I'm looking at this as a pure layman reptile brain. And to me, while I'm happy that she's been able to return to the US, I would have liked to have seen that for the other 2 victims there. I would really like if we made the same level of effort to bring them home as well. And I feel like this could have been a great opportunity for it, since they were using the goddamn merchant of death. Like, just imagine the perspective of the Marine that's currently there for the last 4 years. You know, he hears Brittany Griner got released in a prisoner swap. He's like, oh, who did they trade? The fucking merchant of death. And then, like, well, who are they? Are they trying to get me out? Oh yeah, they are. Well, who are they willing to trade? Oh, just some, like, Russian dude who stole a pack of cigarettes from a gas station. For some reason, the Russian government's not taking that trade, though, but they're doing their best. Like, I think this was a good opportunity to swing for the fences, get the whole kit and caboodle, grab the other 2 prisoners as well in this swap. That seems like a much, like, more even deal, if you ask me. You get all of the U.S. Citizens that are held captive in Russia right now out all at once, in one fell swoop. Of course, I'm just a pea-brained fucking idiot, so perhaps that pipe dream was never an actual possibility, but, you know, to me it sounds like it could have been feasible. Like, get Saul Goodman on the line and work the deal. Like, it just seems like the Merchant of Death had a lot of weight for bargaining. That's just how it appears to me. Now, if you thought that's where this story ends, you're a damn fool, because there was a massive plot twist nobody saw coming. Vin Diesel may have played a role in this. He may have been the one that actually saved the day here. A lot of people are praising him for an Instagram post he allegedly made last month, where he had a picture of himself at a Lakers game giving a thumbs up with the caption, "I need Brittany Griner home before Christmas." Now, when I first read about all this, I assumed this was a fake screenshot. I mean, it doesn't even have a verified checkmark on his name. It just seems like a meme that was made to troll and get a little goofy on Twitter. But Rolling Stone and Yahoo both seem to think that this was a real post Vin Diesel made and then deleted shortly thereafter. So who really fucking knows, honestly? I just love to toy around with that fan fiction that Vin Diesel somehow scared the Russian government into accepting a trade to get Brittany Griner home after he made his Instagram post. Like, they're all just panicking at the headquarters, going from phone to phone. No, I saw it. No, I saw it. Yep, I know. Jesus Christ, I understand. It's all gonna burn down. Vin Diesel's gonna come over here with his goddamn Dodge Charger, and he's gonna kick our ass. He's gonna beat our fucking ass. It's just such an entertaining idea that they never had any intention of ever trading Brittany Griner until Vin Diesel made his post, and they're like, oh my god, we're on a tight time crunch now. Now we're on the clock. This is a cutthroat schedule. Vin Diesel wants her home by Christmas. Okay, get the Americans on the line. We'll orchestrate a trade ASAP. We cannot allow Mr. Diesel to get involved in this. like, that is just so, like, amazing to think about. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this situation a little bit because it's a pretty wild one, and really, that's about it. So yeah. Oh, nice. What the fuck? That started so quick. Jesus.
Wait, that killed? That killed?
Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. That's Fox McCloud.
Why'd he
Professional player, by the way. Lol.
Alright, I missed the first stock. That's alright. That's alright. Yeah, this is the biggest Smash tournament of the year. It's Summit. So this is Gauntlet stage. This is for tomorrow.
Getting out of the ledge.
Oh!
Yeah, my goodness.
I was had a feeling.
Okay.
Oh man.
Jazzo is playing very well today. That's alright though. Let's go, Light. Let's feed him the vegetables. Please God. There you go, Light. There you go. Let's bring it back.
That was great. The eye coming out from Light. Oh my goodness.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, bro, these Shotos are hurting my feelings recently.
Jimmy back and forth.
Come on, Light.
Not too much jump nair coming out from
God, that's so much damage.
Scenarios, but not really giving him that. See, you just kind of backing
Good up tilt, yes sir.
You have to open me up.
Now we get our dick out, yes.
Here
it comes.
And Jazzo's always going to prioritize the parry.
Nice.
He wants to keep his feet on
Nice. Huge stock.
Light extending that.
Let's fucking go.
He's insane extension.
Yes.
Jazzo cannot find any room to breathe.
Here we go. Let's go, Light.
This Fox is a
safe way.
Yeah. Or sometimes you catch them.
Nice. Good
just
read.
kill them,
Big F smash. Now let's close it out.
Oh my. Not a stop.
I hate it. I hate it. Please, Light. Finish him off.
Wow.
Throw him in the dumpster.
Is just beating him.
Jazzo's winning.
It's stuck. All right. Next. Okay, we're living. The chosen one, please, Light.
This was now look at this deficit. Jaws
Nice.
did such an incredible job.
Just don't let him play the game anymore.
Not
Come on,
waiting for
Light.
the tech, gets the downer, doesn't fully connect though.
Turn off his controller. Well, that's gonna be tough. Oh my god.
Jazo isn't shielding the whole thing.
That's so big. Oh my god, that's so big. Jesus Christ.
You can see what me and Charles are talking about too. Like,
That was so fucking clutch. We have so much content today.
That's the one thing that makes
Let's go, Light.
so incredible.
Let's keep this content hot. A big W.
Just hesitated a little bit, which gave Jazo
Nice. Good reflexes. Yes, sir. Back to even. There you go, Light. Oh, it's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, really greedy from Light just now, and like now that.
Oh no. Oh no. All right.
That could be it.
Okay. I believe in miracles.
Light is landing on top of him too. Like, he really, that's
Nice. I still believe in miracles.
He needs to slow it down.
Like it's just he's gonna be looking for it.
No. Oh. We just got so lucky. Come on, Light.
And we're at a tie game.
This is the same game.
It's insane, right?
As last game.
Is this matchup insane?
No. Oh. Jesus. Those multi-hits are so clutch for us right now. Come on, Light. Nice. Off the top. Off the top. Let's go.
Yeah, Jazo, he can't quite parry them the way
Nice.
he wants. Huge dash attack there. Light
No.
hit away.
Oh, good grab.
Of course. What a classic.
Light really composed himself.
What?
All right, that was an interesting option. I like that. No. Shield poke.
Just look like trash. It's like you put
No,
it in the air,
it's okay. That's okay.
you put
That's
Fox
okay.
in a
Let's get
combo,
that
guys
stock
go
right
1-6.
back. Let's just get it
None of
right
these
back.
characters look like high tiers right now.
Action. That's just how his style is.
Come on, Light. Let's go, Light. Let's go, baby. My sweet boy. Is that my good boy?
He's not waiting.
Is he hungry? Do we need to eat? Oh my god. All right. He needs to eat a little bit.
Onto a platform, like diagonally back.
Here you go, Light. Good read. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He does not.
You're one stock away.
He's been directional air.
Now we take him to the cleaners. We say this boy was dirty. We gotta clean him up
Oh, he landed on the platform.
with a W. Let's go, Light.
That air dodge.
Put some space between.
No.
Oh, Jazo cutting him
50,
off.
yeah, 60, 65.
Look at that.
Done?
Oh,
Nice.
my
Love
God.
that. Love that. Game 5. Let's clutch up.
Like, okay, I'm gonna tap this, and then I'm not even going to touch the ground.
Time to get icy.
More stuff from
I'm telling you
That
directional
air
air.
dodge.
It's time to eat. Let's go, Light.
Light hasn't like super.
We're gluttonous.
Well, it's because you have to try to.
Nice. Huge.
Did I see a chart?
Now let's extend this a bit. Yeah, there we go. Let's expand that.
That's good stuff.
Let's
from
spread them out.
Light.
I can't believe that up tilt didn't hit.
Putting together a classic.
Must have just barely shaved him.
Yep, the control is perfect.
Oh, that drag down was so hot.
For that one, I'll say it.
Maybe. It really might.
Oh baby. Oh baby. All right, finish it off. Close it out. Let's go, Light.
Smash it, okay.
Yeah.
Let's close it out. Come on, Light.
Yep.
The focus didn't come out. Jazo committed to doing the attack out of it.
Good jabs. Fuck, those jabs were a little close.
Got the combination.
Oh,
Okay.
he saved that. He saved that the whole time. He had been getting hit by it every time. He knew. Oh,
Yes.
Pressure, corner pressure.
Thank God.
Kills?
Fox is
Actually.
Oh god, that was scary. Okay.
immaculate.
A bit of a tight squeeze.
Seriously, kudos.
Jazo played very well. All right.
And they're both mad good, obviously, but.
All right, let's go, Cola.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right.
Let's get it, baby. First hit, love to see that.
Slower matches, obviously,
Nice,
later,
yes,
but
sir.
Things like Jazo Light and now obviously Cola and Ouch getting into it. You can see
Yes,
snapping
sir.
for
There we
the
go. There we
first
go,
10
Cola.
seconds, about-
Had to have been an input error off that jab, but
Okay.
to connect the back
All right.
anyway, it's
Now we need to
Cola
extend this.
starting things off.
Stretch this lead out a little bit. Let's get some extra credit in there. Let's go, Cola.
Really good read. Yeah, this early.
It's a classic, right? I feel like jump off the ledge.
Oh,
is such a
wow.
pick for
That
any
was
player.
bold.
It's like a classic.
It really smells like my cat just took a shit.
Tactical crouching. Tactical crouching, yes, absolutely.
That's a good omen.
But
No, oh god, that was scary.
Man, Ouch going for the throat.
This feels like it's
Let's go, Cola.
50. He's like, hey, you gotta drop shit.
Oh, all right. We take that. We'll take that.
So much
air, like
Oh god,
box.
scary.
Just go,
Nice.
Roy like that against the upbeat, and as long
I
as
really thought that was going to kill.
to square one, but you're on the left side here. Ouch
God, these grabs are so nice.
grab more and more.
Nice.
Once again.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. Wasn't the strong hit there, but we'll take it.
Yep.
Still just enough.
And
It's true. I was mashing my air dodge, dude.
Oh god, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Damn, already.
All right, let's buckle down. Let's buckle down a little bit.
All right.
Nice.
Let's get slightly goofy. There we go. Come on, Cola, please. Come on, baby. Let's bring it back. Let's get that stock out.
Right? Like, and you can't really get like a hard
Okay. This one's a little scary. I still believe. Okay, we go next. Or we just win now. Come on, Cola. Somehow win this. This would be nuts. Imagine. Oh, that's it. Oh, no punish. Nice. Imagine. Just imagine. Nice. Imagine.
A 40 is nice, dude.
Using the
Yeah.
Yeah, had another jump. Ready. Okay, just gonna go back to the roll.
God, we're living. Imagine.
91%. Porter might do it pretty soon.
Damn it.
Charles, we've talked about this before without. He has some of
That would have been kind of nuts if he had that. Nice.
Like they both just mix up the tempo off
Come on,
stage
baby.
and,
Let's.
angle they recover.
We just gotta get our dick out. That's all.
Main thing you gotta notice
There it is. There we just let it hang.
Actually, when you're in tumbling,
Yes, sir.
aerial to have access to your fast
Now we just gotta stretch this out a
A
bit.
lot of top players even punish that. So you
usually empty hop, you look for
Not a
grab
huge
or
punish.
anything, trying to get out of the way,
Oh,
but-
good tech.
Oh,
Unlucky.
Oh my god.
Didn't grab ledge. Went right through it. Unlucky. That was a great tech though.
And spacing around that upbeat off the tech and
Nice. All right, close it out.
Look at this Cole answering right. The
Come on, Cola. Let's close it out now.
down till getting a grab.
Oh my
is
god.
such a
Oh my
big
god.
deal. Gonna be so much damage here.
Ah! Okay. That's fine. I got a little goofy.
Oh,
All right, we'll take that trade. We'll take that trade.
I feel like Cola's just
Yes, sir.
out his timings a lot of the time.
Now banish him to the Shadow Realm.
Especially when you're going up against a tool that is Roy Jab. But like,
Okay, unlucky. That's all right though. Let's make sure we finish it off. See, Io's coming up now to watch.
Man. Or those
Let's go, Cola. I've got my cat here now. Now you can win.
One singular game.
Right.
Please stop biting that. Like, please, Jesus Christ.
And right now, I mean,
Oh God! Come on.
back it up here.
Come on.
Where are you gonna go? I think if he does, it's gonna kill.
Jeez,
Good
yeah,
grab.
For real, dude. One good back air, you can set up Roy off stage, get a ledge trap or something
Oh.
in here, but right now it's the Cola show. Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah, with
Let's go,
one
Cola.
in, Good spacing, yeah, exactly. Just
Play game down, get openings, and just Cola says,
Stinky
you know,
cat
the
for
problem
good
is
luck.
we're gonna scrap. And
That's
now-
right. She smells like shit. Let's go. That's good luck.
barely goes to the laser. He likes to fight.
Let's. Why? But why do you smell so fucking bad?
When you have that disjointed
Let's go,
upper that
Cola.
Cole's been using for these juggles,
Let's
you
close
can
this
really just
out
contest
so
that
I
off, right,
can
and bring that.
bring Io downstairs and away from my nose. Let's go, Cola.
Uppers, even if you get that sour hit. Oh.
Yeah, it's the mad gasser of Mattoon.
Jab just barely missing.
Okay, not gonna be the KO.
Good grab.
More and more damage.
Come on, baby.
Another sour hit rolling away.
Let's get this strong hit of that back air for me.
Man,
Or the strong hit of literally anything for me. Let's just get strong. Oh, fuck me.
He was point blank.
Come on, baby.
Ultimate moment, yeah, fair enough.
Let's take bikini bottom and move it over there.
Yeah, Rage, Wolf's Light.
There we go. Let's go, Cola. Come on, baby. Nice.
Oh, he went the other way.
Oh, yes, sir. Way to read him.
The single side B.
Oh, God.
So scary.
Scary. That got scary. Nice. Finish it off, baby. Finish it off. Toss this shit in. Oh.
The pop up with the down air.
I hate that that pops up sometimes. That makes me so upset.
Up in the back air and stuff like that.
God, these fucking sour spots.
Wait, at the jump where you just
Oh.
I don't know if he didn't.
Did he know?
Let's go! Alright, I need to move Io. She smells very, very stinky. Let's go, Cola.
I've been talking to Cola a lot this weekend, and he keeps telling
I
me
can
about
breathe again without it smelling like shit. Let's go. Come on, Cola. Let's go. My big boy. My big strong man.
I believe there's no double jump. Just
God damn it.
Can you make it back? Absolutely bare. So active right.
I'm sure many of you remember last year, a man drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade, killing 6 people and injuring 60 others, and over the last couple weeks he's been on trial for it, and he chose to represent himself in court. Now I'll go ahead and spoil it, he's no Saul Goodman. No matter what you're picturing, the reality is significantly stupider. You are not prepared for the absolute unhinged lunacy of this man defending himself in court. Now, as of today, he has been found guilty on 6 charges of intentional homicide, which he now faces a mandatory life in prison. So that's a good happy ending. But I'd like to show you some clips from the trial. This is an extremely serious situation, but him defending himself turned it into an absolute circus, and he was just the clown. The man went to court as the jester as opposed to trying to defend himself. It is so unbelievably dumb. I don't even know how to fully describe it. I know he's representing himself. I also heard that he built a fort. Like he got removed from the court and built a fort out of boxes to hide in or some shit. Is he trying for insanity? I don't know. And I also don't know if that's even a good strategy. I don't remember who made the video. It might have been Jim Can't Swim. I'm not sure. But apparently going for the insanity plea is bad. You set yourself up for a really, really, really rough time. He's not going for insanity. He's going for a mistrial. I read that theory as well. Like, him arguing with the judge was hoping that she'd snap at him and then he'd be able to make a case for a mistrial. But she didn't play his ball game. I just don't think he's that smart. Like, I don't think he has the capacity to even come up with that plan.
I would note he put 2 boxes right in front of where he's seated, so I can't...
It's his fort.
...see his face. I see his jacket is off, because I can see the outline of his arms.
Okay, for people that don't know, I'll bring everyone up to speed. This guy is an absolute goofball, but what he's done is anything but goofy. This is the guy that ran his car through the Christmas parade and killed, I think it was 6 people. He's representing himself at the trial right now. Oh, yeah, it even says right here, killing 6. Well, now you've ruined his whole defense.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to ask you for a 3rd time. I've asked you twice now, and I'll ask you a 3rd time. Do you have any requests as it relates to the
But they're my...
instructions?
That was his fucking box fort. Have some respect.
Hey, man, you don't gotta talk to me like that. It ain't like they gonna be honored, though.
As it relates to the jury instructions, sir, what are your...
I heard what the hell you said, man.
Jesus
Mr.
Christ.
Brooks, that was very disrespectful.
For what anyone that doesn't keep up, and admittedly I haven't watched this whole thing top to bottom, I've only seen the clips. His tactic is yell at the judge as much as possible, hoping that she'll snap it back at him, but she just treats him like an actual baby. Just, hey, that wasn't nice. Can you use your inside voice? Okay, I don't really want to go down this road. Can you stop? Why are you so mad? Please? This is silly. Just all she gives him. Because if she does, like, snap back to try and, like, discipline, based on what I've read, they could try for, like, a mistrial stating, like, the judge was biased or the judge clearly had it out for the client or some shit like that. So she's just keeping her cool, keeping everything super mellow, super stoic. So good for her.
I'm going to mute him again because he's not answering the questions that I'm very clearly asking him, and I've given him 5 opportunities.
Give him his boxes back and he'll be more talkative.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? I'll unmute you for that answer.
I can't hear everything you're saying.
Might break
them.
them.
I'm still agitated. I ain't gonna stop being agitated. That ain't gonna stop. You sit up here and do everything you're doing, and think God don't see what you're doing.
You can't call God as a witness. That's not fair. That's like summoning Exodia.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Yeah, I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying.
You just told me you didn't. So what are your requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
A little bit of ice cream in my boxes back.
Why am I charged with 2 bail jumpings when I was already charged in Milwaukee for the same bail jumping? That's double jeopardy.
That's not double jeopardy. Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
I'm not familiar with the law. Is double jeopardy something that you could, like, an actual legal thing, or is this man really confused on where he is right now? Because that was a quick overruling. It can be, but not here. Okay. So it can't be tried twice. They call it double jeopardy. Gotcha.
What's your next request, sir? I'm noting your objection.
I'm trying to talk. Can I get it out? You always want me to not interrupt you, but you always find a way to talk over me.
I understand your position. I'm saying it's overruled.
Well, you're not hearing the epilogue here. He's about to overrule your overruling if you give him a moment.
I want to know why I'm even charged twice with the same thing.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, he got his boxes back. He can build his fort again.
Turning to the basis for
Give him a couple extra boxes.
counts, it will be up to the jury to review the evidence and make a determination as to the verdict forms, though that were
What's in the boxes? Well, he's representing himself, so it's probably just a bunch of like legal books and shit.
Obviously, some of them did not have them on, just frankly from prior. So as it relates to this, the state is asking that I simply
He's vanished, Your Honor.
instruct the jury.
The box ghost has claimed him.
And not include that
This is so eerily similar to that case I've told you guys about multiple times, and I keep forgetting who it was, but it was a man who had killed his girlfriend, and I believe it was the boy, his son, testified against him, giving the details, and he's like, no, you guys are all wrong. I did kill her, but not where you said I killed her. So if you're going to tell the story, you're going to tell it right in front of the whole court. That shit was wild. I can't remember who that was. Was that Ronnie O'Neill? That name looks very familiar. Yep, that was another person who represented himself. Somehow, the people that represent themselves are the dumbest people of all time. That's weird, right? That's weird how that works. I even just voice cracked that, how strange that was. You would think if you're representing yourself, you're like a super intellectual being. But I mean, I don't know. Not a great track record. So weird.
It's unfortunate that he's deciding not to participate in this. I agree with the state. I don't need to highlight that second paragraph.
What is the protocol for this? I'm very curious. Everyone I've seen represent themselves, at the very least, tries to play ball. Like the guy who openly admits to murdering his girlfriend and correcting the people on where he murdered her. But this guy just straight up doesn't do anything. He just builds box forts. So at this point, is it just like a field day? You just like you could just give them like everything all at once since he's not defending himself. The judges usually like to be lenient in these cases to prevent grounds for appeals. Well, that's what I was saying, right? Because they're doing everything they can to avoid a mistrial motion, right? Because I mean, this is a very serious case. This guy is an absolute fucking monster. This guy is evil. This is the guy that ran through that Christmas parade, killed 6 people, injured 60. This is a man by no means should be let off easy under any circumstances, so they're doing everything they can to tiptoe around here to make sure there is absolutely no wiggle room for mistrial accusations. So I get that.
All right, sir. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, and I object to being called that name for the record.
What?
Do you recall giving a...
What?
Statement to an officer?
Someone fill me in on the lore. What does he want to be called? He's claiming his name isn't Daryl Brooks. Oh my god, how did I miss all of this shit? I've only seen some of the clips. I had no clue. What? He thinks it's a loophole. We've seen this before on Court Cam. There was a guy, I don't remember what he's there for. It might have been a DUI, but I'm just spitballing what it was. But his whole thing was, that wasn't me. That person that you're accusing of doing that is not me. That's not me. And then they asked what his name was, and he's like, it's not that. That was his whole defense. Is he trying that in this situation?
I was positive it was you. Who is you? You. I'm looking at you.
I'll make note of that.
And how did you come to that conclusion? The
sure?
You conclusion.
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion? Can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description.
All right, fine. Chat keeps pointing it out. I will also bring attention to it. This man's hairline is fucked up. It looks like the bat signal. Fine. We can get it out of the way now. All right? And now let's move on. We get it. He's got a fucking awful hairline.
On the non-emergency phone line, correct?
I'm looking at you. You are the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So, Is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
What?
Interesting.
I'll make note.
This morning, the trial for Darrell Brooks, the man accused of driving through the Waukesha Christmas parade last year, killing 6 people, begins, and Brooks is representing himself as a sovereign citizen.
Wow. Okay, so he's going for the sovereign citizen card. I think this is just a theory. I think this whole sovereign citizen thing was started by 4chan as a joke. Kind of like that whole thing with, like, JFK Jr.'s been revived and he's announcing his presidency, just go wait here for a month. I honestly think sovereign citizenry was started by 4chan just to troll people in the real world. Because all it does is get people arrested because it's not a real thing, and they make absolute fucking fools of themselves. Every single time. Like, 100% of sovereign citizen cases gets people in jail. Yeah, the sovereign citizen cop clips are unreal. I wasn't driving under the influence. I'm a traveler. The vehicle is moving, and I happen to be in it. I'm not driving, I'm traveling is a big one. Or, I'm not Charles White. Charles White is my vessel. Or, yep, we're not in America is another big one. I don't know how long sovereign citizen's been around. I really don't. I only know it from all of the clips over the last decade. Yeah, they took his rap video down, didn't they? I don't think that's up anymore. Oh, never mind. They put it back. They played it during the trial. That should be another criminal charge. It's trash. It's fucking trash.
We're going to play it in its entirety, but without volume, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that probably isn't even standard procedure. The music was just so bad, they're like, we're going to do everyone a favor and mute it.
And
I object to that, and I would like to make an offer of proof of my appeal.
We'll do that outside.
I object. I want to hear my music.
I will allow the state to play it in its entirety.
My shit's fire.
Your Honor, I have all the exhibits. They were provided.
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury.
This
Your
is
objections are
mind-boggling.
noted.
This is
It's
mind-boggling.
overruled.
Mind-boggling.
I love the way he acts as if he's some kind of seasoned lawyer. My God. In all my 30 years of practicing law, I've never seen something like this. This is... What a circus of a trial. Back to Double Jeopardy.
actually, Your Honor, I changed my mind. I would like to play the audio, please.
This is mind-boggling.
I want to have it.
You don't want to play the audio.
And then I'll make a ruling and I'll take that up.
The video wasn't even in the exhibits that I received. I actually didn't even receive them. They were obtained.
Just imagine the worst music you've ever heard going on right now.
Not testifying. The video's playing.
For anyone that's wondering why this is relevant, it's not just to insult him for how awful he is at music. It's because, and this is actually one of the key things that the internet, like, pieced together. Not, obviously the investigators did too, but I saw this floating all around Twitter, like, the day this happened. It's the car. So his vehicle is in this music video. And they were easily able to put him, that vehicle, at that scene. It's not just to, like, insult him. It's the same car. Though the music is really bad, and this should be an extra charge for how terribly shit the music is. Your Honor, can we have him maybe sing it for us instead, a cappella? Meet you in the middle? We don't have to listen to the absolutely awful beat, but we can listen to the bars. Darrell Brooks flips out when revealed he's a sex offender. Is it the first time he's hearing that too? Your Honor, this is outrageous. I've never heard such a thing. Oh, he goes shirtless and throws the tantrum over being ejected from court. I thought he was in the middle of changing into his suit.
And to look at the veracity of what your claims are here.
Here's your sub JDR.
So, I may take an early lunch. If that's in your
He's consulting with the big man upstairs for his legal defense. Give him a moment.
Letter, I'm not allowing this line of question. Move to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opera.
So can
Your
you
Honor,
say,
I
can you
believe he
please-
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
Right, I need to take a break.
He's
This man right now
smoldering.
is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared. And we're taking a break.
Okay. An interesting tactic. Again, not something I would have seen Saul use, but that doesn't mean it's not effective. Bro emoted it. He misinput and accidentally emoted in court. What do you think? What does he think is going to result from his actions? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. He doesn't defend himself. He doesn't even try. I don't know. Yeah, he basically just shows up to court to go AFK and then rage. I know a lot of people have made a hobby out of celebrating crypto bros taking L's, and this week they were eating good. Their bellies were stuffed because the largest L in cryptocurrency history, perhaps, just happened this week. FTX, the second largest cryptocurrency exchange, just went tits up and collapsed almost overnight, wiping out billions upon billions, which of course has financially ruined tons of normal people who never really understood anything about this shit in the first place and just were told how safe and smart it was to be in it. So they treat it like some kind of magical entity where, like, the Tooth Fairy, they'll put money under their pillow and the FTX Fairy comes through and leaves a little extra under that pillow for them. But this time the Tooth Fairy came through and just burglarized them, and now that money has just been flushed down a toilet. Actually, it's even worse than that. It hasn't even been flushed down a toilet. It just vanished as if it never even existed in the first place. Now, a lot of people are looking back on this now with post-nut clarity, wondering how they could have ever ignored all the red flags about FTX, and more specifically, the man behind FTX, Sam. He went into an interview once and openly celebrated that it's a Ponzi scheme.
Like, you're just like, well, I'm in the Ponzi business, and it's pretty good.
And even after this, and him being very openly describing a Ponzi scheme, people continued to put tons and tons of money into FTX. And now, that's all just been vaporized. This seems to happen a lot in the crypto community. I think a lot of people are under the impression that everyone that has money is a genius, so they'll write this off as just Sam being quirky or something, until it all ends up with them losing all of their money. You know, I just feel like it may be a level of brainwashing, maybe a level of copium where they've already put money into this, so they just have to like fight tooth and nail for it and ignore blatant red flags, and just keep convincing themselves that this is eventually going to make them money, because they believe in the dream. And then most of the time it doesn't. This is like the 5th collapse of a massive crypto-based project in the last like 6 months. Oh, while we're already here, I kind of want to see Atrioc pick up the FTX saga post-collapse.
All right, I'm going to try and explain what's been going on with FTX, which is the largest crash in crypto history and probably the end of crypto. I'm going to try to do it as fast as I can. So here's this guy, Sam.
I will say, off rip, I know he's exaggerating. Unfortunately, it won't be the end of crypto, but god damn it, is it a wonderful fucking dumpster fire in and of itself.
Sam Bankman-Fried. He's like 30 years old, and he's been described as a wonder kid. He was put on the cover of Forbes as the next Warren Buffett, an investment god. He's also described as the most generous billionaire.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I showed you.
Next to me is the most generous billionaire in the world.
Hi, my name is Sam, and this is my story.
Sam has crazy hair. Sam
It is crazy hair.
In the Bahamas with Sam is 29 years old only, but Sam has $22 billion.
Or so he did, because as of today, he is worth exactly 0 and facing jail time. So let's get...
Damn, I read that he had $22, but maybe they were just being nice. Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating. His net worth is legitimately non-existent right now. It's just wiped out. Also in the video, I don't know if Atrioc's going to play much more of it. Big A probably won't let this one ride because it's a really stinky video. But when they're interviewing Sam, they ask him how he gets started. And I shit you not, he made it sound super easy that anyone could do it. He said, oh, well, you start with $10 million, and I noticed that Bitcoin was at $10,000 on a US exchange, but $11,000 on a Japan exchange. So I put my $10 million into Bitcoin at 10K and then sold it for a 1K profit on the Japan exchange. And I did this every weekday, making $1 million a day. It's that easy. You just got to start with $10 million and you too can be the next Sam. Literally step 1, start rich. Like, that is almost every billionaire's story.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
God.
I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff.
And he never was. Don't be like Larry. Don't miss out on crypto, on NFTs, on the next big thing.
God, that feels so good. Oh my lord. I don't remember that commercial like that, but that is beautiful. Larry was not wrong. That is correct. Man called it. Maybe we all need to be a little bit more like Larry.
Safe. They know that crypto is becoming this big thing, but they don't really understand it. They're afraid of being called out of touch.
That's one other thing that I've talked about a lot, but I can never understate the importance of it. I think the way these exchanges, as well as just like general NFTs and crypto, the way they present themselves and market themselves is so evil. They're very clearly targeting either older people or people with legitimate FOMO, fear of missing out. They're always saying it's safe. You're going to make money. Like, there's really no risk involved. It's easy to start up. It's quick. Like, you are stupid if you're not putting your money in crypto because it's so guaranteed. And it's fucking wild how effective that is. Now, of course, I did the same thing. Yeah, 100%. Like, when this shit was hitting hard, and it really wasn't crypto, it was GameStop stock because I had such a bad, such a bad time. Like, I was so upset that I missed out on GameStop stock because I got told about it really early. I was like, nah, it's fucking stupid. So then GameStop happened, and then immediately the crypto boom happened after I'd already been in crypto for like 3 years prior, but just never got serious about it. And I had such bad FOMO, I was like, fuck it, I'm going all in on like every crypto, and lost everything in crypto, in every department of crypto. Well, I guess I haven't lost it because I still have all of it, but it's all worthless now. It's completely worthless. Half of them are rug pulls anyway. But like the marketing targets people with my mental illness, where it's like, oh, you mean like it's guaranteed? Like a cheat code? Oh, like it's safe too? Oh shit, okay, then I'm in.
And just saying that it seems like a scam. So they start investing big money, but they want a safe option. And FTX, an exchange, almost like a bank, feels like a safe option. Here is an example. This is on Sequoia Capital, one of the most
nice
respected
Enron
and
hat
biggest
too. That's a
investment
nice
firms
touch.
in Silicon Valley. This is on their website. You can buy Bitcoin. You can send money in whatever currency to any friend anywhere in the world. You can buy a banana.
Huge.
Suddenly, the chat window on Sequoia's side of the Zoom lights up with partners freaking out. I love this founder, said one partner. I'm a 10 out of 10. Yes! Exclaimed a third.
What is
That's
that?
dumb enough. But then we find out.
I am a 10 out of 10. Is that flirting? Like, I don't even understand what that means. Like a 10 out of 10 on the excitement scale? What the fuck is that even in reference to? You can buy a banana. I'm a 10 out of 10! Holy shit!
From all the money coming in to pay you. And the only way this really will go bad is
if they
you know,
ran out
there's
of
like
money.
A major market downturn and everything. Okay?
Yeah.
That's how a regular bank works.
Yeah, the way this goes bad is if the exact way FTX went bad. Hey, I want to withdraw my money. You can't. We can't cover that. You can't. We don't have the funds to cover your withdrawal.
You know, there's definitely some risk here, but in general, it's okay, especially because in a real bank, all of your money is guaranteed up to $250,000. It's called the FDIC insurance. It doesn't matter if the bank goes out of business. The government will make you whole. Crypto has nothing like that. Understand that like there's a variety of things that can be in this basket here. So imagine if instead of buying a house,
you're buying Yu-Gi-Oh
real
cards
estate, or things that generally are stable and appreciate in value, what if they bought a holographic Charizard?
Whoa! Bro, Big A and I are in the same fucking headspace here. Oh my god, we're mind melding. What the fuck? This is not pre-watched. Literally not pre-watched. My god.
Let's you say you give him $300,000.
No, I swear to god it's not pre-watched. He uploaded this during my stream.
All right.
No, I swear, I promise. I'm not a fraud. I'm no SBF. I've been streaming for an hour 30. He uploaded this 49 minutes ago. The math vindicates me. It proves I'm innocent.
So they have your money. They have more than what you've given them, but they don't have it liquid. So
not
in order
real
to give
money
you your money
yet.
back, if you're asking for it, they would have to sell the Charizard, collect their money, keep a little bit of profit, and give you your money back. Sell all of these Charizards at once, without tanking the value of Charizards. Suddenly a Charizard
God,
is
rest in
very
peace,
cheap because they're
Charizard.
selling so many at once. Now imagine if instead of a Charizard, it was a dog shit crypto token that
So
doesn't
good.
even have any basic value to begin with. What if
So this ties back into the CoffeeZilla video, in case anyone was confused when we were going over that. They put it, apparently, it came out in the research, they were putting everyone's money into shit coins. So I believe they had like Solana in there. They had their own like native one, the FTT token. Fuck, what were the others? Shit. There was a couple more. Literally just taking this money and putting it into shitcoins. So when people had this bank run, they couldn't pay them back because they couldn't sell those coins or anything. They couldn't actually give money back. So that's how all of it just started to crumble and collapse. Ooh, little jump scare here. Wanted to further explain this just a little bit in case anyone's still a little confused. So when you were putting money into FTX, FTX was then taking your money and putting it into shitcoins like the FTT token. And when people started to all try and sell, withdraw, take their money out, they couldn't sell off all of the shitcoins because they didn't actually have that money you put in anymore since it was now locked up into those other shitcoins. It wasn't liquid, so they couldn't pay it back, which of course leads to the eventual collapse. And actually, eventual is not even the right word. The sudden collapse of FTX as a whole. Honestly, the way that my brain keeps processing this whole thing is that it feels like you fell for a RuneScape scam. Like it's 2006, you were hanging out in Varrock and a guy said, "I'm doubling your money." So you give him like 100k GP and he just runs away with it. And you just never get it back. That's the way I'm looking at this whole thing now. Now, of course, I never had money in FTX. I always found it to be a little shady. So I never put anything into that. So I haven't lost anything here. I, of course, feel bad for the people that have. But man, looking at this in hindsight from an outside perspective, it really feels like people just got fucking blasted by a RuneScape scam.
who had something to say about Sam Bankman-Fried?
Big advocate for Sam because he has two parents that are compliance lawyers. If there's ever a place I could be that I'm not going to get in trouble, it's going to be at FTX. So,
you know what they're doing right here is.
Hey, this is Mr. Wonderful, the guy that said people living in poverty is great because it gives them something to work towards or whatever. Fuck, I'm misquoting him. It was even worse than that. God damn it, what did he say? Oh yeah, Kevin O'Leary says 3.5 billion people living in poverty is great news.
This, according to
Fantastic
Oxfam,
news.
of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people. I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top. This is fantastic news, and of course I applaud it.
I applaud the 3.5 billion people living in poverty. Wonderful news. Now you're all motivated, idiots. So if you're not a billionaire like Kevin, it's your own fault.
Alameda Research, which is the other company that he owns, was making all of these terrible, terrible bets on crypto, with their CEO being a 28-year-old Harry Potter fan who also dated Sam Bankman-Fried. And I've seen interviews with her where it clearly shows she has no fucking idea what she's talking about when it comes to investment.
Whatever weird, like, meta food things, I don't know.
Meta foods?
Yeah, I feel like I did manage to get.
Starts taking money out of customer deposits at FTX and secretly funding Alameda Research illegally. This is illegal. That is where this becomes an Enron moment.
Interesting,
This is where it
okay.
becomes like a...
This is what's called a pro-gamer move. Sam taking money out of FTX to fund Alameda Research is illegal and very big-dicked. So big dick, in fact, that it might just land him an actual prison sentence. You're not allowed to. It's illegal. And it's not shocking to hear that this was going on, given how blatant Sam was about, like, Ponzi scheme and all of that. But man, is it wild to actually see it confirmed and come out.
That almost all of the money on their books, it's just FTT token. They had a bunch of FTT token that they said was worth.
That's
the
great,
exact
though.
amount of everyone's
You gotta
deposit.
love
And
FTT,
so people
though.
realize, wait a minute, if
better
we
than
ask
money.
for our money back, you can't sell these to get enough value to make all our money back. Like, our money no longer exists in this vault. It's just a bunch of this fucking token. Which is this guy.
CZ.
Basically says, I own a good amount of FTT token, and I'm going to dump it all. And that's going to make the price of this crash because it already is a shaky investment. It's not really worth what you say it is.
To further expand on that a little bit, CZ went on Twitter slinging meat and said, So after this leak happened, he said, I have a ton of that, and I'm going to dump it. And then he even made sure to say, it's not because FTX competes with Binance, our company, the #1 exchange. I'm doing it just because I want to be in the free market, and this is a little off-putting. So he makes this very public statement, which of course sends everyone that has FTT token or anything related to FTX into a frenzy like, holy shit, CZ is about to crash this whole empire. So then everyone in the community, of course, starts to get scared because CZ's walking in like the Undertaker and about to hit the entire FTX with a steel chair at WrestleMania. So he comes in threatening to flip over the table because now it's been revealed the cat's out of the bag. FTX takes your money and makes worthless nothing burgers out of it in the form of FTT tokens. So when CZ comes in with a fat load, there's no way that they're going to be able to sell those FTT tokens at that price to give that money back, and everyone else that's now asking for the withdrawals and wanting their money back before the worst comes to pass, they can't fulfill it because all they have is these FTT tokens now. They don't have the liquid assets to be able to give those people what they're asking for anymore.
And so Binance originally offers...
I do think, like, extending this further beyond FTX, I really feel like this is like something that could happen to any crypto exchange. Maybe not Binance. I think Binance is at a point where they're too big to fail. I don't think they're like insolvent or anything. I don't think they could be hit by something like this, but I feel like every fucking other crypto exchange can. You never know. Hey, again, you never know. I did say that behavior from CZ, while being a Giga Chad move, has historically been like a dagger in the future. Do Kwon said something similar, did something similar on Twitter days before Terra Luna died, in very similar and tragic fashion. So it could. It absolutely could.
Nobody can get their money out, including this fucking man, Tom Brady, who's probably going to have to play football till he's fucking 59 now.
Oh, no.
Like TSM.
No.
Like the Miami Heat, all of which accepted major FTX sponsorship deals that lasted 10 plus years, are all not getting paid. TSM is built almost entirely on this FTX money, which is not getting paid. Well, all of the audits for FTX were performed by the first ever CPA firm in the metaverse. This is the firm that Wall Street relied upon to do accurate accounting on fucking FTX.
Well, let's hold on. Let's talk about the first ever CPA in the metaverse. Is there any point ever so far where the metaverse hasn't copped a huge L? I wouldn't even think metaverse would be implicated here, and yet it still somehow finds a way to be front and center at another major fuck up. That is so beautiful. That is the gift that just keeps on giving. Oh my god, what a joke. And there are still people that firmly swear by the viability of the metaverse. Everything that it even remotely comes in contact with is ruined and trash. That's so wonderful.
And I said Pepe laugh because guess what?
Oh.
As of today, a few hours ago, it shows
Whoa.
that Binance's reserves are almost half of its holdings in its own token.
No.
It's the same problem. So crypto as a whole, basically every exchange,
Binance,
maybe buying Bitcoin on Coinbase, is fucking fraudulent.
Rough.
It's all fraudulent all the way down. It's all a massive Ponzi scheme. FTX official and FTX.
Oh yeah, this is the hack I was talking
been
about.
hacked, with over $600 million leaving the exchange late Friday. It's convenient, hacked. I'm sure this is probably a last-minute looting by people that had access in the Bahamas to whatever was left of this fucking absolute Ponzi scheme.
Yep, the Miami Heat arena is named FTX. We said it on stream yesterday. They're going to need a new title sponsor for the arena. We won't pay anything for it, but if they just need to slap a name on the Miami arena in the meantime while FTX dies and burns, they can call it the Moist Miami Arena. Like, we're down. We'll be the title sponsor for fun. I don't know if that really helps them in any way, but we're super open to it. Until they can find someone that will pay the millions upon millions that FTX was paying or promising to pay. In fact, we'll probably... You know what? If we paid them $100, that's probably more than FTX will ever be able to pay them since they're worth $0 now. So if anyone works at the Miami Arena, you know, reach out to our guys. We'll make it happen. That was a great video from Aatrox. From Atrioc there. That was beautiful. I would say even if you have your own Bitcoin on your own wallet, be very afraid. You don't know what the fuck's gonna happen with that anymore. This shit is so crazy. What's Bitcoin worth right now? Along with the rest of the world, TSM has been closely following the situation surrounding FTX. We have no insight into the matter other than what has been reported publicly. We are currently consulting legal counsel to determine the best next steps to protect our team, staff, fans, and players. To be clear, TSM is built on a solid foundation. We are stable and profitable, and we continue to forecast profitability for this year, next year, and beyond. We look forward to a great year in 2023. They made it... Okay, so last year they claimed they finally had profit. Okay. And it was a $210 million deal, not $260. I'll just take their word for it. I have no reason to doubt it.
Initiating moisture.
Break out the popcorn and get ready to change your diaper. It's moist meter time, and we're looking at House of the Dragon. This follows the remarkable disappointment of Game of Thrones Season 8, the most disastrous season ever broadcast of any show ever created. It single-handedly killed the cultural relevancy of Game of Thrones, which for about 7 years was the most popular show ever broadcast. And now no one talks about it, no one remembers it fondly because of how awful Season 8 was. And this show couldn't have been worse than Season 8 under any circumstances. If all of the episodes of House of the Dragon were just 2 Girls, 1 Cup on loop for an hour, it would still be better than Season 8 of Game of Thrones. So this whole franchise had nowhere to go but up, and I'm happy to say House of the Dragon is actually good. I expected it to just kind of be a throwaway, maybe a bit messy, convoluted, and even follow in similar footsteps of maybe Game of Thrones Season 7, which already showed signs of bad writing. I thought House of the Dragon would just go whole hog bad writing right off rip, but it didn't. I actually enjoyed it far more than I expected to. I don't think it's perfect by any means. I have quite a few complaints that I'll of course highlight in this review, but overall I was pleasantly surprised. I did enjoy pretty much every episode here. There's ups and downs, of course, but on the whole, I actually thought they did a really decent job with this. So let me go ahead and talk about the things I like. Of course, with a show this high profile and this high budget, you're expecting great visuals, and you get them, obviously. Apart from a couple of moments on Dragonback where I was like, damn, I can't see anything but CGI here. It looks a little goofy. But that only happens like twice throughout the entire show, with like a couple of silly scenes that kind of stood out. But overall, the visuals are absolutely amazing. And I actually think they look better than Rings of Power, which was a $1 billion show. I think the visuals in House of the Dragon were actually at times better than Rings of Power. So, I take that for what you will. I just really thought they did a great job world building in a world we're already somewhat familiar with. It's in the universe that we all know if you've watched Game of Thrones or read the books, but it still felt like unfamiliar. I didn't know exactly how things would play out. These are characters I don't know, but it's bloodlines that I'm familiar with. So for me, this didn't fall flat like some other prequels do, where you know where things ultimately end up, so the journey there is kind of meaningless since you already know the conclusion. Here, I don't know where it's going or where it's going to stop or where it's leading, because it takes place so far before Game of Thrones that I'm just in uncharted waters here. It's exploring a very interesting past, and I think they've done a great job with setting all of that up and getting all of the pieces in place. Now, it is pretty slow-paced. I think most people know that. The show is a bit of a slow burn at times. There's not a ton of, full-throttle action with, skulls flying all over the place, people's eyes being popped out of their socket, ripping guts out of buttholes or anything crazy like that. There are, of course, those moments. They're used sparingly throughout the season. But when they're there, I think they hit pretty hard, and I think they really elevate the tension and the stakes of the show. So I really appreciate pretty much every direction they went here, except for one. They put so many time jumps in here, it's crazy. I think there's 4 or 5 time jumps. So you'll have a time jump of like 10 years, 4 years, a couple of years. I mean, it could be a time jump of a week. Like, it's just constantly shifting throughout time. So one episode, you'll have, Rhaenyra and Alicent, and they're young. They're like 15. And then the next episode, they're like fucking mid-30s. Alicent's got 2 kids. And Rhaenyra's pregnant, and everyone's pregnant all the time. Every single episode of this show has someone pregnant, or a new pregnancy being announced, or a new baby on the way. Between the time jumps and pregnancies, my God, like we entered into some kind of alternate dimension where every time a woman even looks at a man, she's immediately pregnant. It is crazy how often people are pregnant here. But back to the time jump, it creates a problem where it's hard to like really get to know a character, because in one episode you feel like you have a pretty decent handle on where they are in the show, like their personality and like their mentality and the decisions they might make. But then the next episode, there's a huge gap of years. So this is like now a completely different person in a different place in their life. So you have to like relearn about them. You can't follow them through like this natural progression of like, you know, aging, learning, and growing. So now everything you knew about this character in the last episode doesn't really apply anymore because so much time has passed. So it makes it just a little bit difficult when some big decisions get made. It feels like it almost comes out of left field sometimes, and it's just because so much time has passed, so you don't understand how they'd arrive at these big decisions and these big conclusions. And another thing that stood out to me is the only people that age up during these time jumps are Rhaenyra and Alicent and King Viserys. King Viserys just keeps aging until he looks like a goddamn reborn zombie, like a fucking mummy straight out of Imhotep's coffin, or sarcophagus. Like, he's the only other one that ages up. Everyone else stays exactly the same age, despite years going by. So everyone around Rhaenyra and Alicent look the same, but it's still 10 years into the future, and you have to like wrap your head around that. So like Sir Criston, for example, he looks exactly the same at the end of the show as he did at the beginning, even though like 15 fucking years has passed or something. And to kind of go back to the pregnancy thing, this also creates a problem because there's so many characters you have to keep track of and remember who's who, like whose kid is who. It's like an absolute daycare. There's kids all over the place, so there's so many characters that you need to remember the name of and where they're at in the universe. And there's two characters that have the exact same name, and they're both important characters. There's two Aegons. There's an Aegon on Alicent's side, and there's an Aegon on Rhaenyra's side. You know, like, it's just so many fucking characters to keep track of because they're always just popping babies out left and right. There's more babies in this show than the entirety of Rugrats. So it's just, there's just so many characters to constantly keep track of, and the time jumps were a bit frustrating. But those are like my only two main complaints, I would say. Everything else I did enjoy. Again, it is a slower paced show. Don't go in there expecting like a ton of action or anything like that. It really is a lot of strategy, like them plotting moves in order to further their goal or in order to stick to a certain plan or tradition. And I just think it's pretty well crafted. One character that I'd like to highlight is the King Viserys. I actually found that character really interesting. And I don't know if this is a spoiler, it might be a minor spoiler, but the first few episodes kind of made it seem like this guy's, he's bad news. This guy, he's done some fucked up shit, and you know, how could you ever forgive him? But by the end of the show, every time he's on screen, he's just being wholesome. Like a warm person who just kind of wants to please everyone, but in trying to please everyone, this pursuit of making everyone around him happy or peaceful, he's kind of just a shit king. Like, overall, like, he's not even like a bad, this is what makes it so interesting. He's not even really a bad king, because under his reign, there's really nothing, there's no trouble, there's no big, huge conflict going on, there's no big wars, but he's also just not doing a lot to cement himself as a good king, which is something he also struggles with in the show and talks about with this his trusted people. And it's like, yeah, he's kind of not wrong. He doesn't really do anything. He's like a filler arc in Naruto. He's just kind of there, and under his reign, things are good for most people around him, but he's always trying to make things better, and in this pursuit to make things better, he usually fails, and chooses, maybe not incorrectly, but chooses something that doesn't further anything, but he's always just trying to be nice. I don't know if I'm doing his character justice and explaining him. It's hard to do without getting into spoilers, but he's done some fucked up shit, but every time he's on screen, or every speech he gives, or everything and decision he makes, it seems like he's trying to do it from a place of love for his family and the people adjacent to his family and kingdom. So I don't know, I just found that character to be something of a standout, and the actor portraying him did a really great job of walking that line of like a nice guy, like just a decent man in a ruthless time, I suppose. But yeah, I just thought that was a cool character. And Daemon as well. I think Daemon is the other side of King Viserys. It's his brother, and I think Daemon is another extremely interesting character because you're never quite sure where exactly his head's at and what he's trying to do and accomplish for himself. So I don't know, I just really did enjoy the season overall, even though there were times I felt it to be quite lackluster, and I chalk a lot of that up to the time jumping and having to like restart learning about characters and their positions. from episode to episode. Even though it wasn't that big of a deal, you did still have to spend like an additional 15-20 minutes getting reacquainted with what's going on now since so much time's passed, and that was a bit of a headache. So, not perfect by any means, but I did think they did a good job and a lot better than I was expecting. It makes me excited for Season 2. So, plugging House of the Dragon into the moist meter, I'm going to give it a nice clean 80%, and I'm really optimistic for Season 2 of this. According to HBO, from what I've read, don't know if this is a real report, so take it with a grain of salt, this was their slowest season they'll ever do because it's all about setting up the future and where it goes from here, which is, based on how this wrapped up, it's going to be fucking all-out chaos. So I'm excited to see how they tackle that, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. If I look like a greasy goblin right now with a fine sheen of oil on my face, it's because I am. My pores are excreting all kinds of substances because I'm so excited. So eager I can hardly sit still, bouncing up and down like a child on Santa's lap at the mall. A couple nights ago during one of my streams, some lucky spectators were blessed to witness the birth of one of the finest ideas humans have cooked up since the creation of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's a competition, and like all great competitions, it has a wonderful prize pool, and I'd like to tell you where that money's coming from today's video sponsor. Big thanks to Prime Gaming for sponsoring today's video. Prime Gaming comes with your Amazon Prime subscription and offers free in-game items for your favorite games every month. This month's game is one that I'm extremely excited about because it's World of Warships, so you can get an exclusive in-game drop for World of Warships through Prime Gaming. Some of you might remember I recently posted a video showcasing my dad's journey through World of Warships because he plays it every single night in his quest to become #1 in the game. So of course my dad was super pumped hearing about this, and so were we because it's a really great thing, and it's a really great game. The drop looks amazing and there's more coming, so make sure to sign up for Prime Gaming and you can get tons of benefits such as monthly in-game content, currency skins, and more for World of Warships and 30 plus other titles as well. And of course you also get that free sub you can use every month on your favorite Twitch streamer if you'd like. So make sure to sign up for Prime Gaming. You can click the link in the description below to get started. The idea is very simple. I've chosen an obscure game that I know none of you have ever heard of and have never played, and I'm hosting a $10,000 speedrun competition for whoever can finish this game the fastest in 2 weeks. So whoever has the fastest time at the end of 2 weeks will win $10,000, 10,000 clams, 10,000 popsicle sticks straight from my pocket. So get ready to crack your knuckles and put that gamer butt plug deep inside you. You're gonna be suckling on my ample breast full of coins like a little Mario block. Before I tell you what the game is, I want to go over just very basic rules. Standard speedrun shit, nothing too wild and wacky here. No cheats, no third-party modifications, no altering of any files or anything like that. Any glitch or exploit that you find in the game is allowed. There isn't an active speedrunning community for this game. In fact, there's not an active community for it in general. I'm pretty sure I'm the only poor soul that's ever actually fucking played this thing. So you're not going to be finding a whole lot of information out there right now. It's just a clean slate for everyone. Everyone's on equal footing because none of you have played this before, but you are welcome to use any means necessary to beat this game in the quickest time possible. It just can't be any kind of modifications or third-party tools or anything like that. The game, the target for this speedrun competition, is one that I have a personal grudge against. It's called Amok Runner, or Amok Runner. I'm pretty sure to date I am still the only person to have ever finished this game. So right now I'm currently the speedrun world record holder, but I'm not satisfied with that because I know it can be better. I want to push humans to their limit. I want us to evolve and grow. I want us to be spacefaring and fucking galaxy brain, be able to harness the power of the sun. And it all starts with beating my record in Amok Runner. Now I'd like to quickly cosplay as my own harshest critic on Rotten Tomatoes for just a moment, because there's one thing that I'm not super thrilled about when it comes to this, and it's the game's price point. I chose this game because I really do believe there's potential for this to be a really fun and goofy speedrun game, but it is wildly overpriced. It is $9 on Steam right now, and that's with the 50% off from the Steam Winter Sale. Thank God for the sale, by the way. What a fucking hero. Because normally they're asking $18 for this game, and under no circumstances in no universe is this an $18 game. The quality is just not there for that. The game is about 2 hours long when played normally, and it's, you know, let's let's not smoke a penis here. Let's call it what it is. It's not the best game ever made. This isn't going to be winning any awards. Jeff Keighley's not going to be talking about it. It's just not an $18 game. So if anyone is interested in competing in this competition over the next couple weeks, I would highly recommend you get it while it's still on sale for half off, because after January 5th or whenever the sale ends, I just don't think anyone could justify spending $18 on here unless you're like Distortion 2, who's like a speedrunning god who's probably confident they could win in this category or something. But outside of that, I just don't think it's worth that much. So yeah, if you think you've got what it takes, pick up Amok Runner and give it a whirl, because I really do want to see what this game's capable as a speedrun game. Maybe nobody participates in this competition. I look like a fucking idiot and I win my own contest by just still being the only person that's ever played this game. So you can watch the whole stream on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, but the reason I have a grudge against this game, like on a personal level, isn't because it like fucked my girlfriend or anything. I didn't get cucked by it, at least not in the real world, but I did get cucked when I was trying to speedrun it. You see, I tried to find glitches and tricks in this game myself because I'm living in this delusional fantasy where Amok Runner has potential to be a great speedrun game. I just have this gut feeling that there's great glitches and tech that can push this game to a really enjoyable level. But unfortunately, I wasn't smart enough to find it. I did find a glitch that took me from the beginning of the game all the way to the very last section of the game in about 15 seconds. I found a really great glitch right off of spawn, which took me to the very last section of the game, but unfortunately I couldn't trigger the final cutscene and it broke my heart. Now, maybe one of you can finish where I left off, finish my work, but I couldn't figure it out myself. If you can somehow crack the code to that holy grail there, this would be like a 15-second game. Like, you could go from the beginning to the end in about 15 seconds. The clip of me hypothesizing my route and finding the glitch is also on YouTube right there, if you want to try and build on that. But I'm not sure if anyone will get that to work, so you'll probably end up having to find other glitches and tricks in order to beat this game in the fastest time possible. And again, whoever has the fastest time at the end of 2 weeks will win $10,000 here. Now, to go over how to submit your runs, I'm putting 2 links in the video description. One of them's to a form to fill out for submitting your run, and the other is going to be an Excel spreadsheet where all of the runs are going to be posted, starting with the fastest run and then working its way down, so that way you can study the routes and collaboratively work together to discover the glitches and tricks and then master them to push the game to its limits and try and have the fastest time. Obviously, and this should go without saying, you need to have video evidence of your runs. They don't necessarily have to be streamed, though I would really prefer if you also had a Twitch VOD or a YouTube VOD as opposed to just a video, but I'm not going to require that they're all streamed, because I understand when it comes to speedrunning, a lot of people like to just focus and maybe just film it themselves instead of stream it. So just as long as there is video evidence and proof that it hasn't been like tampered with or anything like that, that's fine, but my preference is very clearly a stream VOD as well as like the clip or video of your best run. So all of that for submitting is in the description. I did, of course, make an application on speedrun.com to have Amok Runner on there, but surprisingly, they haven't got back to me yet, which is a shocker. With a name like Amok Runner, I thought they'd be chomping at the bit to have that bad boy posted on their platform, but radio silence right now. Hopefully I don't keep getting the cold shoulder. But for now, it's going to be all kept tracked with the Excel spreadsheet. Hopefully, eventually, it'll be on speedrun.com before the competition ends. But now, let me expand the scope of this a little bit, because I don't view this as just a one-off thing, and I just really think this would be a fun concept to take further, where every couple of weeks, or every month maybe, I'll host a $10,000 bounty like this on a speedrun game that isn't super popular, to try and push it to its limits and see what's possible. I love the idea of most people starting on the same playing field where, you know, there's no people that have already been running the game for years that you have to compete with. It's everyone starting kind of from the same starting line and then learning together, discovering tricks and glitches and shit like that to push that game in order to claim the bounty and the prize. And maybe afterwards it becomes like a really fun speedrunning game that continues to have runs going forward. I just really like the idea of putting bounties on speedrunning games that have either stagnated, where there's not a lot of activity on it anymore, but it's still a cool speedrun game. Something like Luigi's Mansion that doesn't see a ton of activity anymore, but I still fucking love watching the route. Or a game that no one's ever played, such as Amok Runner. I just really like the idea of fun speedrunning community challenges that get people incentivized to really go wild. I'm such a big fan of speedruns in general that I just love watching new ones that I've never seen before. Like, look at how many speedruns I've done on my channel, and I'm speedrunning all the time on stream too. It's just a super fucking fun thing to watch and to participate in, so I just thought this would be a fun concept, even outside of just this first one, to do it more into the future if people like it. So yeah, the competition is on, it starts today, you have 2 weeks, whoever has the fastest time wins $10,000, so hopefully this will end up being a lot of fun, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. Hey, let me explain. So, I've gone to events 3 times in the last 2 years, and 2 out of the 3 times now that I've gone to an event, I've gotten COVID. This is the 2nd time. Not the best of stats, I'm 1-2 right now, but hopefully I can get a winning record going against COVID pretty soon. But anyway, I was just hanging out, resting, and then I thought to myself, I need a little something more. I need a chemical X for my immune system, so got out of bed and I threw on this reindeer onesie that I got a few Christmases back, because it's nice and warm and I was very cold. It's not me in a fursona, it's just because I'm cold. And I sat down in this chair, this throne of swamp ass, and said, I know exactly what I need. A little bit of The Button, the weirdest and wackiest dating show on the internet. I saw they had uploaded a new episode, and I thought, yep, this'll help. I know I should stop watching this, but I just can't stop watching it. It's too interesting and silly.
Would you say you're naughty or nice?
I would say I'm nice.
Do you like nice boys?
I think there has to be a good mix. Like, I think it has to start really nice.
This is pure sabotage from The Button here. This question is a trap. It's an unwinnable game state. The only way to win is not to play. The number one red flag that most women know now is someone claiming to be a nice guy, since it has such a negative connotation, like the whole subreddit dedicated to it, r/nice guys, where it's just pure meltdowns and absolute lunacy. But you also can't answer, no, I'm not a nice guy, I'm a bad boy, because that also has a negative connotation if you say you're not nice. So there's just nothing this guy could have said in this situation that would have salvaged it. This date was dead the second the question was asked. It was a checkmate.
Ooh, not ready anymore.
Awkward.
Why did you reject me?
Just not the vibe. You seem really sweet. I would like hang out with you, but it doesn't feel like a date vibe to me.
You can see the panic in how she frantically tries to slam the button, because I think most people are now conditioned to be very fearful of someone claiming to be a nice guy, but it's not this guy's fault. He was forced to answer this question, and there was no right answer to it. So I'm not mad at the girl, and my heart also breaks for the guy. It was just kind of out of his control.
You can't see each other.
No.
Say something sexy.
I think your voice is pretty sexy.
Oh, thank you.
You can also hold hands.
I'm comfortable with whatever.
Sure.
There we go.
Hey, what's your name?
My name's Brian. What's your name?
Brian, I'm Megan.
Megan? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This one's going pretty well. There's fireworks going off and sparks flying off of this interaction. It's like an episode of the Power Rangers with the amount of sparks these two are creating between each other. So this is going swimmingly, and the button actually didn't ruin it right away. So let's see how the rest plays out.
Do you like naughty girls?
Who doesn't? I suppose the next question should be, are you a naughty girl?
Absolutely. I used the mistletoe native deodorant today.
That was a subtle little sponsor shout out there, a little plug, because this episode was sponsored by that brand. But man, what a weird situation we're finding ourselves in right now. Are you a naughty girl? Fucking coming at her like Santa Claus. Like that seems aggressive, but it's working.
If both parties consent, I dare you to kiss each other.
Okay, sure.
Where are you?
I'm standing over the button.
Okay, I'm standing too.
Hooey! Now it's getting real spicy. His lips are calculating a ton of data. Her lips are also running a bunch of numbers, trying to put a face to the lips. And let's see how it played out. You know, what was the conclusion they drew here from the science experiment?
Can you take your blindfolds off?
Most nerve-wracking part. You're gonna hate what you see.
Oh my god, you're gorgeous.
Is this the type of person you normally would date?
Honestly, no.
Holy shit. That was blunt. There were no punches pulled there whatsoever. The claws came out. My God, that was brutal.
Why?
I don't know. Like even with looks, I don't have a type, and what did I do?
Man, this is rough. It's like watching two trains collide in slow motion, but then 3 dump trucks are now getting onto the train tracks right before the collision, and it's just an absolute fucking apocalypse of shit exploding here.
Honestly, I feel like it's because I'm heavy.
No.
No? That's the vibe I got.
Not a problem with me. You are a good kisser, though.
Thank you. So are you.
Yeah, I don't think this could have been any more uncomfortable, but, you know, we're also just starting, so there's plenty of wiggle room for even more tragic stuff to unfold.
I'm Megan.
What's your sign?
I'm an Aries.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I can't. This Aries. I had bad experience, and I'm so sorry.
Was the button even red?
Yes.
Well, that was a certified Twitter moment. What's your sign? Aries. Ugh! I would never date an Aries. I had a bad experience once with someone who was an Aries. Thus, I can't stand any of them now because all Aries are exactly the same because the astrology says so. Please, get the fuck out, you make me sick.
What other senses can we explore?
I guess touch. Do you
Touch,
wanna
smell.
hold hands? Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I just love the quickness on that. What other senses can we explore? Touch, smell. Oh, touch. I mean, not smell. Going right to smell would be kind of odd. You said smell, I didn't say smell.
You smell, no?
Oh, you smell good.
Do you think he smells naughty or nice?
I think he smells naughty, and I like that.
Wow, are we talking about marriage?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Listen.
Is this red yet?
This episode is actually confusing my body, so now I'm extremely hot as opposed to cold. This guy heard the word marriage, and it was like he just heard a gunshot and went into flight or fight response and just started to, as quickly as possible, hit that button to like an ejector seat in Johnny English. Just getting out of there as quickly as possible. She goes on to explain that she was just joking around, but he says he didn't understand it was a joke.
Now, Holmes' biggest fear is that he won't be able to reproduce children.
Your end or my end?
My end.
His testicles.
Yeah, basically.
To it.
That's cool.
Sorry, but also I hope that you do have them.
Oh yeah, I will. Trust me, I will. I will.
Things are getting really personal now, talking about testicles and the desire to have children. We're getting deep. It's like we're in a philosophy class, some of these questions coming out from the button here. And then, you know, she buzzes him because she's not entirely sure she wants to have kids anytime soon. So they both go for the button, they collide, but she got there first, and then wishes him well for having kids. And I love the way he signs off. He almost took it like a challenge. He's like, oh, I will. This whole situation here with the date may not have worked out, but one thing is set in stone. The prophecy will be fulfilled. I will have kids. You bet your sweet bippy, kids will be coming from this sack eventually. But thank you for your time.
In buildings.
That's crazy because I'm in film too.
Oh shit, what do you do?
I'm an actor.
You're an actor?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do TV and film. Yeah, that's crazy.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just feel like the actor thing, I've dated people who've modeled in the past and they were pretty like self-involved.
No, I get it.
There is just no winning here. If you can't find common ground within the first 30 seconds with your date, you get buzzed. If you do find common ground, like here, your ass still gets buzzed and you just get cooked for it. Like, it's just, what do you do? I think the strategy that would absolutely cop a W here is just lie about what you do. What do you do for a living? I mean, you can just make something up. They're not going to fact check you on the spot. Oh, well, actually, I'm a little embarrassed to talk about it, but I'm a gunpowder alchemist. I dabble in the dark arts, and I've done a lot of necromancy as well. And I'm also into espionage, but that's something I try and keep on the down low. I guess if we go on a second date, I can elaborate more on my spy missions. Like, just come up with something badass and interesting. Like, why not?
Does that mean you have a kid?
No, I don't have a kid.
It just seems like a lot of bag.
God, I'm such a I'm Annika, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Sorry. No, that's okay.
She's going on a rampage right now. If this was Halo 2, she's about to cop a killing spree medal here. She is buzzing everyone. She is handing this shit out like free samples at a mall food court. And it doesn't really seem like she has any reasons for it anymore. She's just going wild with it. The power is getting to her. She's being corrupted in real time.
It's different, but it's cool. I'm liking it.
It's fun vibes. How's your day been?
Are you like big into astrology at all, or?
Yes.
Oh, for sure. My ex was really into it.
Okay.
It really tore us apart.
Was that a joke?
Yeah. Taurus is a sign.
Sorry.
There is no defeating this raid boss. This guy tried. He was really ready. He had his hands on the button and ready, but then his brain had a bit of a glitch where he focused too hard on telling that joke, and he got distracted. She beat him to it. Damn, unlucky, because he had a plan. He clearly came in here with a plan, but he underestimated his opponent here.
I think we didn't have any matches this round. Too many naughty, not enough nice. Humans. Experience naughty and nice holiday scents by native.
A not surprising conclusion here. There were no winners. She ran through the entire list here, buzzing each and every one of them. And then it gets into the sponsor plug once again to send us out. So this one ended in a fat L all around, unfortunately, but I do appreciate the spin on the button formula by adding the blindfold. I actually think that adds a lot to it and hope they do more of that for this. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's been around a week now since the Lenovo Intel booth at TwitchCon nearly claimed the soul of a streamer due to an improperly set up foam pit. I'll give you the quick breakdown on the lore if you're not up to speed. Twitch streamer named Adriana Chechik was partaking in a fun booth at TwitchCon set up by Lenovo and Intel, where you push each other off a pedestal into a foam pit. I'm sure it's something we've all done before. However, after Adriana Chechik won, she jumped into the foam pit, only to realize that it wasn't a foam pit, it was a foam kiddie pool, like something out of backyard wrestling. In fact, it wasn't even as deep as a kiddie pool, it was more like a foam flatbread, and it was just over cement. Which is a goddamn violation of the Geneva Convention. Like, that is just an actual death trap. That is more deadly than the pit of snakes Indiana Jones falls into. It was only 2 layers of foam blocks, basically, over cement. And as I understand it, the normal protocol is, instead of cement, you put, like, foam padding down or a cushion, like a mat. So that way it absorbs some of that impact for a situation like this. And obviously it's supposed to be deeper than like fucking 1 finger deep. You know, like it wasn't deep. I'm exaggerating, but it only went up to most people's knees, if that. So it wasn't deep enough at all for this event. Because you're pushing people off of this pedestal, they're going to fall with some force behind it. You need the foam to be a bit deeper than that. Here, they didn't do that, so when she jumped in, she had her tailbone directly on the floor, and shattered her back in 2 places, and now she's needed a very serious surgery. Took over 5 hours, multiple bone fusions, and the insertion of a rod into her spine for stability. Like, it is a very serious and life-changing injury that she's going to be battling with for the rest of her life. It is a permanent injury. All due to negligence from Lenovo and Intel when setting up this booth because they didn't feel like actually setting up the foam pit properly. They also just didn't feel like shutting it down after injuries either because this happened to 2 other people. One of them dislocated their knee in that same pit, but they still kept that shit running. Baffling. But today what I wanted to do is give you an update on this situation because I've been following it actively and I went over it on stream a couple days ago, but there's already been a couple new things that have come out. So I just wanted to give everyone the follow-up here. So Adriana Chechik had 1 surgery, which was all the bone fusions, but then she also needed a 2nd surgery. That was yesterday. And then she also posted a video of her trying to walk for the first time. And it's great to see her making some recovery here, but it's also heartbreaking to see how fucking painful it is. All due to something easily preventable had they actually just taken the precautions necessary to set up the foam pit properly. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you the clips from stream where I go over everything as of a couple days ago because I think there's a lot of valuable information there, especially from people that are more knowledgeable than I am on foam pits. There's a clip from Josh Strife Hayes, who's a YouTuber I really enjoy, who weighed in on the subject because he had worked at a trampoline park before, so he was able to talk about it on a deeper level. So I'm going to play all those clips for you now, just as like a full update on this whole situation. What's the TwitchCon news? Oh, yeah. So Adriana Chechik, the lady that jumped into the foam pit after winning her match at the TwitchCon, or the Lenovo Intel booth at TwitchCon, she broke her back in 2 places. Her surgery is done now, and I'd like to read her tweet. Because, man, I tell you what, it's only up from here. Sounds like everything's going to be going great. Here she said, where is it? Surgery went well. It took 5 hours and 30 minutes. More fusions than expected. Bones were completely crushed and nerve damage to my bladder. Hopefully I'll be able to pee again in the near future. No more squirting, probably. Had some bleeding around the bone, but overall good. Legitimately life-altering. The rest of her life course has completely changed. And now squirting is off the table, I suppose. But she's being lighthearted about it, but on a very serious note, having fusions at her age with an injury that severe, she's looking at a lifetime of fucking misery. I was reading about some people that have had fusions in their back like that. That is something that never goes away, the pain. Her follow-up tweet also was this. In a lot of pain, but feeling hopeful and ready to bring the heat to walk again. Anyone know where I can get my brace blinged or a pink coating for it, as I'll be in it for a long time? I don't even want to read this one out. This is fucking horrifying. All from an improperly set up foam pit at a convention. This is 100% the Lenovo Intel booth fault. 100%. Let me once again try and find this clip. It's from Josh Strife Hayes, who actually spent some time working on these foam pits, so he gives a little deeper insight.
I used to work at a trampoline park. I know a thing or two about foam pit safety, because it was drilled into us from the start. Safety in those kind of things is paramount. Like, if someone gets injured, you shut stuff down and you work out why. And you
Which
work
they
out
didn't
whether
do.
It's your fault,
They kept
or
it
it's
up.
their fault, and what can be done about it immediately. Foam pits were at least 2 meters deep. They had so much foam in them. They had springy floors underneath. They had wood underneath that would bend and break if something really big hit it. So there was still some give there. There was some absorption of all that power. It's had I have been working at that as an event, I'd have said this isn't safe. This is not safe.
Yeah, I think
at all.
anyone with eyes would
There
have
is
said
no
that.
way
I don't know how the
two
fuck this
foam blocks
happened.
on top of concrete is going to protect anyone. Now, people have said, oh, they've got a waiver. You know, they can't do anything. They've got a waiver. Waivers don't protect you from negligence.
I think that's a really important point he makes, and he'd know better than most. I was under the impression her hands were also tied with that waiver, but that is a really good point, that if it's proven to be negligence, which I think anyone who would watch that video would see that it was improperly set up, she could have a legitimate case. Not against TwitchCon, I don't think. It'd have to be going after Lenovo Intel, I think. Because TwitchCon, it'd be very hard to prove TwitchCon was negligent on that booth since it's not their booth. They just okayed them to be there. So if she does pursue it, it'd have to be going after them. I don't know if she will. I would say it's probably worth it because she's looking at an extremely expensive and very, very, very brutal future. Like caring for that back injury now. Multiple fusions, the rod, PT, surgeries, all of that is going to be so, so expensive. I do think she probably should. I also work at a trampoline park. The smallest occurrence, we shut down the foam pit. The rules we have for it are set straight. It was 4 feet deep and has springs and foam padding at the bottom. This was unacceptable. Exactly. Like, at the very least, if you're not going to put enough foam, you need to have something that's not just a fucking slab of concrete. You may as well just put, like, barbed wire and spikes at the bottom, like a Mortal Kombat fatality pit. Like, it was such a dumb setup. Such an easily avoidable situation that has legitimately had a massively detrimental impact on one person's life now. And the girl who broke her ankle in 3 possible ways. You're getting things mixed up now. You're starting to cross some wires here. The girl who broke her ankle in 3 ways wasn't at the foam pit. That one is not Twitch's fault even slightly. She went a little too hard in her activity, so she ended up jumping over a chair, landing on her ankle and breaking it in 3 ways. That was... Twitch... No one could have planned for that. She just went like fucking superhero mode over the chair and landed on her ankle. That one is not Twitch's fault. Do you think they'll have the foam pit again at TwitchCon next year? Good question. I think they should, but this time they make it even more dangerous, like an actual Thunderdome. So you go in there, this time they actually have like a moat around it instead of foam with like alligators in it or something. Like really just go in, like make it as life-threatening as possible. That booth is extremely lucky that the only other injury that wasn't Adriana breaking her back in 2 places was a dislocated knee, which is still a serious injury, but they kept it open after the back break. Someone could have just straight up died. That was very real. People falling in that pit, they fall head first, they're hitting the concrete, they could have just died. They got super lucky because they didn't shut it down after the injury. So that could have ended up a lot worse. Has the company said anything about the injuries? That's a great question, actually. Let me look. She can't walk anymore, like forever? Not forever. Through PT, I feel like she will be able to walk again, but she's never going to be the same. She had multiple bone fusions, man, in her fucking back, her spine. Like, there should have never been a foam pit on top of concrete anyway. Yeah, obviously. But even that would be fine if they also put an actual, like, spring pad and, like, cushion mat above the concrete and then the foam blocks. It could have still been fine. Did they compensate her for in some way? No. Here's my thought. I'm very confident in saying that they won't release a statement because then that could be used against them should she sue. Which again, I do think she should, since this is going to be a very long and very expensive journey with all these surgeries she's getting and all the surgeries she's going to be getting, as well as lifelong PT and pain meds. She should sue because that's going to be such a massive financial burden. They're not going to say anything because that would absolutely get used against them. And if they compensated her, that would be an admission of guilt. So they're not going to compensate her. They're not going to say anything. They're just going to hope she doesn't sue. Is my guess. That's my guess. This was Lenovo's statement from NBC News. We're aware of the incidents of the TwitchCon visitors who sustained injuries in the Gladiator game saw foam pit at the Lenovo booth. The area has since been closed for any further use while we work with event organizers to look into the incidents. Something that stands out to me is that they're wrong because it wasn't closed after the first injury or even the second injury. And they also do call it a foam pit, which means that now that they've identified it as a foam pit, they needed to play by the standard foam pit like rules. You call it a foam pit, which means you now have to go by exactly how foam pits are maintained, which they didn't. They can't fall back on like some kind of loophole like, we never claimed it was a foam pit or anything. No, again, that's not... I'll say it again. I don't think TwitchCon is liable for their negligence. I'm sure TwitchCon was under the impression they were going to do it properly. Follow the proper protocols for a foam pit. This is a Lenovo Intel situation, so if she's going to sue, I think it has to go to Lenovo Intel instead of going after Twitch. Because it is a Lenovo Intel negligence case. But I guess since they're at TwitchCon, maybe TwitchCon's on the hook as well. I really don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer. That's just my guess. Because it wasn't their booth. Yeah, people get really mad at the people that were doing the commentary when Adriana broke her back in the pit. I can't even really be mad at them. I think they just had no idea the extent of her injury and were doing everything possible to try and keep things lighthearted and move on. Because they were doing a live broadcast and they were probably panicked. Like, they were just normal people. Those weren't even, like, normal PR guys or anything. I think they were just, like, legitimately normal employees of the event. Like, I just don't think they knew. And they just did everything they could to, like, you know, hey, it's, you know, let's just move on, you know, this kind of shit. They probably just had no idea. If you had access to the internet during the early 2000s, then I'm sure you remember AOL, AIM Instant Messenger, Lemon Party, and Criss Angel. Criss Angel was a magician who really rose to fame in the early 2000s, even before video sharing sites like YouTube started popping off. He used to have his videos go viral on forums with people trying to figure out how he did some of his street magic. I even recall there being multiple articles written about Criss Angel about how he's like a Satan demon worshipping deity that is put here on Earth as the Antichrist, using his magic tricks to deceive us into, you know, disproving and wavering our faith in the Lord or some crazy shit. For a brief moment in time, the guy who was making a toothpick vanish from his thumb was considered the most powerful sorcerer and most evil wizard of our time, at least by soccer moms. Though admittedly, back in the day, he did have some bloody tricks where he'd swallow a quarter and then cut his stomach and pull the quarter out. And all this controversy and hoopla and hubbub about Criss Angel eventually just served to make him more popular, and he got his own show on A&E called Mind Freak. That right there, that name, probably just had you hit with like a wave of nostalgia that nearly knocked you out of your chair. Mind Freak was a wildly successful show, and it ran for many seasons, but it is very much the most poorly aged show ever broadcast. Going back and watching it now is downright embarrassing and laughable. And today I want to show you a clip from Mind Freak, which is by far one of the worst magic tricks ever performed in the history of magic. This right here would absolutely get you expelled from Hogwarts. Yeah, so that's the trick. He's gonna turn this little girl into a 20-year-old. It's like some shit out of Fairly Odd Parents with Timmy Turner making a bad wish. It's about as stupid as you're expecting it to be. But I just want to quickly say, this was at the height of Criss Angel's popularity. This is back when I used to idolize this guy. I've talked about it before, but I used to really be big into magic tricks. I was like 2 Mind Freak episodes away from purchasing a top hat and sticking a deck of cards in my asshole to be able to do magic tricks wherever I went. I can't even count the number of times I did the toothpick vanishing trick from Criss Angel at my middle school lunch tables. I used to do that shit like once a week. I thought it made me the coolest guy in the world. But yeah, anyway, I'm getting carried away here. But anyway, this trick is not only bad, it's just creepy. Like, the concept of it is weird. I have expected this to be like a To Catch a Predator collab special or something, but it's just a Mind Freak original here that just is very odd. This is like an exact situation parents warn their kids about, that you just don't accept candy from strangers. I feel like he's about to ask her to sign her name in blood on the contract here in a moment. For some reason, he's so excited about this, like way more than the kid is. He's like giddy with excitement, like, oh, I'm about to rapidly age this person. Now, again, Mind Freak was supposed to be like real magic. That's the way it sold itself back in the day. So things like this were meant to be believed as genuine magic tricks, not, you know, editing and shit like that and jump cuts. Now, of course, when I say real magic, I don't mean like actual witchcraft or anything. I mean magic tricks. That's the fun of magic, is figuring out how the trick and illusion was performed. But with Mind Freak, it became very clear that the answer was always editing or camera tricks, which is cheating, really. And the concept of the show was also really dumb looking back on it. It was basically like vlogging before vloggers existed. So he'd walk around Las Vegas with a camera crew, and random people he'd walk up to and just like ask to do magic for. And like, you know, he'd walk up to some kid and like his family and be like, hey, are you using this kid? No? Do you mind if I levitate them? And they're like, hey, Criss Angel, go for it. Yeah, fuck. I mean, Jesus, send him to the Shadow Realm. I don't care. So then Criss Angel's like, oh, great. All right, come here, camera guys. Watch this. So he like taps the kid's head and starts fucking floating him around. You know, it's supposed to be like he's just on the street doing crazy magic out of nowhere. This guy's unhinged. If you're walking around Vegas, you know, you might just see him transmogrify a human being into a unicorn. He also became famous for always doing like these over-the-top like Mind Freak moments, and he'd like come at the camera like for transitions. He'd come at it like, and the camera would go into his mouth and then go to the next trick where all of a sudden he's taking a woman's shoe off and like turning it into a snake or whatever. It was so silly. Like, the concept of the show is dumb looking back on it, but the tricks in the show are the goofiest things imaginable. This lies in television history. The continuous shot cam. That was a staple on the show to prove like, no, these are like real time. But that continuous shot cam is the biggest fucking phony since Bernie Madoff. There is nothing ever in the entire history of Mind Freak that is a continuous shot. It just doesn't exist in the show. There are some real tricks he does, but the majority of it is just camera shit. Like actual post-editing. Which is cheating if you ask me, and most people feel the same way. But regardless, I'm getting carried away. Let's get back to the dark arts of Criss Angel here.
Oh, he's not human. You just got mind freaked.
It's so silly. And he doesn't change her back. Now she's 20 forever. Now she's just missed her entire teenage years and everything. You know, get pranked, idiot. Shouldn't have said yes to Criss Angel. But yeah, so pretty impressive trick, clearly. A real brain buster. But I want to quickly explain why I stopped watching Mind Freak even as a kid, because I had like stars in my eyes whenever it came to Criss Angel. I was basically like a K-pop stan for Criss Angel before stan culture was a real thing. I'd fight this man's battles on forums for him saying, no, Criss Angel would never do like camera tricks. That's so lowbrow. Criss Angel does real magic tricks. We're all just too stupid to figure out exactly how. But then, he did one trick that was so fucking bad, so insulting, it spit in my face and shattered my universe. Like, I never stopped watching Mind Freak because of the overdose of cringe. I stopped watching because of just one trick that ruined the entire thing for me. It was when he did the Spyglass Hotel escape. It was part of a Mind Freak special where the whole concept was there's this building in Clearwater that was going to be demolished, and Criss Angel was going to go in there handcuffed and escape from, like, the first floor all the way to the rooftop and escape via helicopter, like something out of 007 GoldenEye. So he had to like pick the lock on his handcuffs, pick the locks on every door in the hotel, and make it to the roof. And it was a live broadcast, and you're watching Criss Angel pick the locks and shit, but he's running out of time. And then the cameras go black, completely cut out. And then it goes to the outside shot, and the building gets demolished. It gets blown up, and Criss Angel's still inside. So you feel like you just witnessed a murder. Criss Angel was just publicly executed, buried beneath the rubble. He's dead. And we saw it live. We couldn't save him. He wasn't fast enough. But then miraculously, he emerges from the debris like a phoenix from the ashes, and he's just fine. And that's when I knew it was all a lie from the get-go. I had been scammed. Of course, I didn't believe he ever did real magic. I always knew they were tricks. That's the whole point of magic. That's what makes it interesting. How did somebody do this? How did they pull off the illusion? And the answer was seldomly editing or camera tricks or anything like that, at least back then. But with Criss Angel, it became clear with this trick that that's the number one thing he relied on, because I started to piece it together. The obvious answer for how he did this was, for the live broadcast, he just played footage from like a practice run where he was picking locks throughout the building. He was never actually doing it. Now, for the live audience, he was actually in the building at some point and picked, like, a handcuff, and then he ran inside only to not be seen again for, like, 6 minutes. So clearly what must have happened is, for the live audience, he was there and just went out the back door, waited for the building to be demolished, and then just came out, covered himself in dust, and then walked away. For the live broadcast, he just played previous footage that wasn't live, that he had already filmed way before, like, anything was set up to be demolished. So it was just completely a scam from the get-go. And it made me super upset because I had fought for this guy, like, his integrity for years, saying, like, his tricks are, like, legitimate tricks, not just using the camera. But after that, that's when I learned, nope, 100%, that's how he does pretty much all of it. And then if you go back and watch, you can see blatant cuts, blatantly obvious editing, and just a lot of bullshit, which was really sad, because I always had a really special place in my heart for magic tricks, and even to this day, I still really do enjoy, like, a good magician putting their best foot forward to do something cool, and make me scratch my head going, how did they do that? But with Criss Angel, I then knew it wasn't anything like that. It was all just camera. This was very long-winded, and I didn't even really focus on the stupid fucking aging magic trick. I just think I really wanted to vent about Criss Angel, because I haven't done that, and I just had all of that pent-up disappointment locked inside of me, so it felt cathartic to get it out to you right now. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. The things people get mad about on Twitter always blow me away. But sometimes that anger is so misguided and delusional, it actually makes me angry, and it creates this, like, Ouroboros of eating its own ass forever, where I'm angry at them, and they're angry at something that doesn't even deserve anger to begin with, and it's just this never-ending cycle of absolute despair. And while I can step back and recognize that this probably isn't healthy behavior on my part, I'm also doing nothing to stop it or break this cycle. In fact, I'm embracing it. I'm swimming around in the swamp and I'm just taking a goddamn bath in it because today I'm here to rant about what Twitter was angry about that made me angry. And that was a viral clip from a couple days ago where James Cameron refused to sign some shit from people that ambushed them outside. People were all up in arms, soiling their little diapers and going crazy about how James Cameron's ego needs to be checked. He's such a fucking douchebag for not signing those fans' autographs and this and that. And they didn't stop to think for even just 1 second that those weren't fans that were just shoving all kinds of merch in his face for him to sign. They were resellers. They were scalpers. They were fucking parasites. And James Cameron had every right to decline signing that shit because nobody likes resellers. Like, that's not a hot take. So I'll go ahead and play the clip now and then we'll dive into it a bit deeper. I went over it on stream, so I'll play that and then I'll come back in here so we can digest it even further. Oh yeah, I pulled this up because I saw this making the rounds on Twitter with some absolute terrible takes. I guess I'm curious, what does chat think of this?
James Cameron swears at fans after they beat him for not signing autographs.
Okay, so that's the clip. That warms my heart seeing overwhelming W's. Twitter was the opposite. Twitter got so upset for James Cameron, and I think it's because they have to be like actually 11 or brain dead. These aren't fans. These are scalpers and autograph resellers. I think James Cameron fucking ignoring them, not signing their shit so they could peddle it for some kind of crazy markup online is a fat fucking dubski for James Cameron. And the way they reacted to not getting that autograph, that sense of entitlement is sickening. One guy had the gall, the chutzpah, to say, "Pay up, asshole." Pay up, asshole. As if he fucking owes you that when you're just gonna go on Craigslist and try and resell that fucking dirty sock you're having him autograph or whatever. Absolute parasite, vulture piece of shit. I hate it. And I felt like I was taking crazy pills because on Twitter, all of them were the opposite. James Cameron needs to get his ego checked. I'm not watching Avatar anymore. James Cameron's such a prick. Maybe James Cameron is a prick, but like I don't know enough about him to say that. The movie was good, and I think this behavior, it made me like him. Like, it's just the disconnect and like the lack of ability to figure out that these aren't fans. It's people just trying to sell his autograph. Oh, it made me furious. I got heated. Exactly, he does not owe anyone an autograph. If these were fans, I would imagine he would be more inclined to sign their shit. As opposed to being ambushed by paparazzi, scalpers, and resellers out of the fucking back door here. And then, like, immediately heckled and shit on. Yeah, it was a certified Twitter moment seeing the top replies to this. Oh, the Reddit comments are on his side. On James Cameron's side. It was just Twitter. I saw it first on Twitter. Twitter is home of brain rot. It's only getting worse too, man. It really feels like people are getting dumber and dumber and dumber on Twitter, man. It's weird. I felt like this should have been overwhelmingly in support of James Cameron here. Because, like it's not even a hot take. Nobody likes paparazzi, no one likes scalpers, and no one likes just autograph resellers. And yet, for some reason, they all dogpiled on James Cameron for this. Like, I don't know what happened. Once again, going back to the initial clip, the immediate outrage at James Cameron and everyone yelling and screaming at him and all their voices sound like middle-aged chain smokers. Just, like, that's not a rational response to this. Again, even if they were fans, they're not entitled to an autograph from James Cameron. But it's very clear these weren't fans to begin with. They were people looking to make a profit off selling his signature. This response actually just sounds like your local Beef O'Brady's when they announce they're out of Miller Lite to serve during a Monday night football game. It's very clear these aren't fans. They just saw this as a payday where they had the dollar signs in their eyes. When James Cameron came out, he'll sign their shit and they'll go turn around and sell it for a huge markup to actual fans of the series. Like, they're just pieces of shit. And I'm pretty sure the guy that's filming this is the one that keeps saying Avatard. He's very proud of that little zinger that he came up with because he says it like 3 times. He just keeps saying Avatard. And I know some people were like, oh, James Cameron took it so far with giving them the finger. Man, fuck that and fuck them. I think that's a totally reasonable thing to do. As you're driving away, just hit him with one of these bad boys. Maybe even the double whammy. Like, I think that's totally fine. And again, it's important to remember, he doesn't owe you shit. Even if you are a massive super fan who took an entire night off of work in order to ambush him because you found his GPS location through a fucking UAV or something. Like, even if you were a big fan that just wanted an autograph for your own personal use, he doesn't owe that to you, and you can't be upset if he declines to sign it. Being disappointed is a totally normal thing to respond with, like, oh man, I would have really liked that autograph. But this kind of, like, absolute, like, immediate uproar is craziness. It's because people just realized they spent money to, like, Uber there or whatever, and now they're not going to be able to sell his autograph online, so that realization's setting in and they're lashing out like little children. And I really think the response to this clip is very telling of like the general mentality of Twitter users, this sense of entitlement. Like they truly believe that even if they were real fans, James Cameron should do everything for them. He should bend over and let them suck his fart out of his butt, like if they asked. They have this belief that everyone around them is props for their own world. Like they are the main character, thus everything should be going their way, and when it's not, they get angry. I think that's like the general like headspace a lot of people on Twitter are in. So they saw this and got offended that James Cameron didn't sign this merch. Without ever even considering the possibility that these weren't fans, they were just trying to capitalize off that signature so they could make fucking $200, $300 or whatever that's going for online. Like, it's just, it's silliness, and it made me upset. It got me heated. It got me steaming a little bit. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. See ya.